a week of games here.
I gotta say, I'm excited to see what the teams have for us here today.
You can't even question this. They're absolutely dominating the games.
This one is going to be epic.
This is Watchpoint, presented by State Farm.
Hello and welcome to the Watchpoint pre-show presented by State Farm. My name is Zoe Schwind, and joining me for this glorious occasion are Costa and Reinforce. Guys, it's been since we guys were back. A little bit of a new setting. I personally am streaming kind of a guest room / hallway. Where are you guys at? Nice. Just for you.
Well,
okay, cool.
You know, I only have a one-bedroom apartment, so I'm in like my kitchen, but also my living room, sort of. So, you know, I got quick access to water and stuff if I need that. But
That's good.
yeah, it's pretty convenient.
Good. I like that we have diversity. I'm trapped between my desk and my background, so I'm kind of counting on my fiance to keeping me alive throughout this broadcast. Now, everyone at home, I hope you guys watching are very comfortable and tucked into wherever you want to be tucked into. We definitely want to just quickly give you all a shout out. Thank you so much for your patience throughout this very difficult time. It's been hard for everyone involved and everyone across the globe, and we very much appreciate your support and the positivity you guys are sending our way. So now let's get to it. Many weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, 1 week ago, I can't tell anymore, we did do a hero pool drawing live on our post show. So let's recap this quickly and take a look at what the hero pool will look like and which heroes are out of the rotation for this week. So guys, Lucio, Winston, Sombra, as well as a Soldier will not be able to be played this weekend. What are we making of that? Lucio, probably the biggest impact?
I'm sick, so I take no responsibility whatsoever for this hero pool, okay? I mean, there are a lot of my favorite heroes here. Soldier 76, classic. Reinhardt, because I think that Reinhardt is a bit dependent on the Lucio speed boost to actually reach his opponent and actually be able to swing at the opponent. So
yeah, we've seen the Chinese games already so far, and it seems like a lot of people are tending towards the McCree, the Mei, the Hangzhou, even a bit of Widowmaker. So that seems to be like the general theme, along with the double tanks with the Orisa Sigma. But we're also seeing, you know, Chengdu doing Chengdu things, which is just like Wrecking Ball, Farah, whatever they honestly feel. So
you have to love it.
Yeah,
you have to love it though.
It's really fun. I'm actually interested to see which teams sort of like tend towards which style of comps, because I don't just think we'll see double shield this meta.
Yeah, we definitely saw some variety already for the people who have been watching. I think at 1 p.m. PST.
1 a.m.
Time zones, question marks. Well, let's just say that 4 teams already played. Let's talk a little bit about the games we already saw or haven't seen. Charge went up against the Shanghai Dragons, and let's just say that one was a one-sided affair. Dragons kind of ran away with it. We had standout performances from very new players such as Lip. Fleda was doing half a deadlift as well. What were you guys' impression from
Yeah, I stayed up to watch this this match. And
oh, you did?
Yeah, because dedication to the league. But yeah, Lip and Lee Jae-gon had their debuts, and they both played incredibly well. I was honestly super impressed with Lee Jae-gon. His Baptiste was super clean. That's always a question mark, seeing as he was picked up, known for his Lucio. So I don't know. I think this team has a lot. I think a lot of people expect this team to be the best team in the Chinese region, and they showed that against Guangzhou, another very strong team. I think it was just them just proving a point in a way. They played dive on the first map, but then for the rest of it, they played the double shield tanks along with the McCree Mei, and they just outclassed Guangzhou in every step.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised to see Guangzhou go down 0-3 though, because this is a team that we hyped up a lot going into the season as well, especially Sideshow. Calling you out.
Yeah, good one, Sideshow.
But he hyped them up a lot. He was excited to see Krong on the off tank do a lot of work. So I was a bit surprised to see Guangzhou Charge go down like that, 0-3 to the Shanghai Dragons. Then again, we've been hyping up the Shanghai Dragons a lot, so quite an exciting match. I do recommend you go back and watch the VOD if you didn't catch it.
It really was, and the beginning of it didn't really look that one-sided. I too stayed up for it, and I do feel like Charge at the beginning at a great pace. Happy got those crucial Widowmaker picks, but once he didn't really get value out of Widow anymore, they just kind of started scrambling. We saw him on McCree for a little bit, but somehow it just didn't seem like the team adapted in due time. Now, the other match we also saw were the Chengdu Hunters going up against the Spark, and that one was quite a match. It went the distance,
Reverse
5
sweep.
mapper
Yeah,
indeed. Yeah, reverse sweep
Yeah.
at that. What did you guys think?
Well,
I
it
want
was
to talk
very
about
late,
it first,
right?
Johnny, because it's Chengdu. We got to see our Meng on ball. I thought like this was the turning point for the Chengdu Hunters. I thought this was the moment. Like, this was going to be their season. They're going to play whatever they wanted and it was going to work. And then I was bitterly disappointed when they got reverse swept.
Oh.
But, you know, it's still Chengdu doing Chengdu things, as I said. We got Jinmu on the Pharah. I think Leave played incredibly well on the Tracer. They seem to be making a lot of changes in their roster right now. So we saw a lot of DPS. We even saw the off-tank sort of change at the end. So it's kind of interesting to see. Oh, actually, that was for the Spark. But I think it's going to be interesting to see what this roster ends up doing, if they're just going to keep sticking to their non-meta style of playing the game. It's better for hero pools, or if they're just going to tend towards what the meta is at times.
Yeah, I mean, the context behind this result as well is that Chengdu loves to play these dive-heavy kind of compositions, and they had no Lucio for this weekend. So it was probably quite disappointing for them. But, I mean, say what you want about Yveltal. I don't know how great his Zenyatta, etc. is. So I do think that this weekend it was pretty unfortunate that they couldn't play the heroes they perhaps wanted to play. But again, I think that Jinmo looked fantastic on the heroes he did play. And I think over the course of the series, Hangzhou Spark just sort of figured out the Chengdu Hunters, which is very similar to what we saw last year. Hangzhou Spark, they're a great team, very solid, but they're a bit slow to adapt. But when they figure out an opponent, that's when they really start to shine. So over the course of the series, I do think it played out sort of like we expected. The Chengdu Hunters came out in full force, very explosive, volatile kind of team. And then Hangzhou Spark, they just sort of adapted to what Chengdu Hunters were doing with the Wrecking Ball and the Pharah. So I do want to say what is expected, even though it was a reverse sweep.
Yeah,
Well,
oh, sorry, I just wanted to bring up, I think the Ryan Diva
No,
comp
please,
that they played
continue.
was a really good adaptation by the Spark. You
Yeah.
saw that's really the turning point and what ended up causing the reverse sweep. Once they got on the Diva, the Pharah was a lot less useful for Jinmu, and I think it just sort of fell apart for the Chengdu Hunters.
So moving away from those matches, now we got a first glimpse at some of the teams from over in China. I think this is a good time to bring up our rankings again, or
Is it
rather
though?
Reinforces
Oh,
rankings
yeah, let's
now
go, Johnny.
Is it
presented
though?
by HyperX. Yeah, it is, because I want to know now, after getting that first impression of 4 of our Chinese teams, how are those rankings going to look like? Do you feel like you need to make any changes?
Okay, so let's be fair. Okay, I haven't analyzed the games properly. I haven't broken them
Oh,
down.
excuses
You know,
already.
I'm putting some excuses on the
Okay,
table.
wow, coming in with excuses.
And against Shanghai Dragons, we expected them to be great going into this season, so I think they're rightfully at number 4. They're probably
Paris
the
at
best
5
team over
though?
that. Yeah, well, I mean,
Oh.
that's what happens, right? When you have
Yeah.
great teams that are better than them. So that's what happens, right? Some people were pointing out New York Excelsior, number
Houston
7.
at
It's like,
15?
well,
What?
Okay, they've been looking great.
Are
for some
you
reason.
kidding me? They win like 1 game!
What? Oh, dude, you're so...
That-
No,
okay.
This is unfair. This is unfair, Kazaa.
Dallas at 17, they I'm
This
done.
is so unfair.
I'm
You're
done.
just yelling things. You're just yelling things. Okay, give me some
Yeah,
criticism.
you can't. Houston looks so bad for like a majority of their games. They have like 1 good game, and then
And
all
they
of a
look
sudden,
good.
they're
It's
at
power
15. They jump
rankings,
over 4
not
people.
standings.
Ridiculous.
Unbelievable. Make your
Well,
own. Make your
that
own
was
rankings.
the Power Ranking sponsored by HyperX. Yeah, Costa, go ahead, give it a go. Maybe we are gonna implement them
Next
for
week,
tomorrow.
next week.
I don't know. I'd love to see you give it a go, because Power Rankings are indeed
Well, I'm
hard.
so
and
upset now.
There's a lot of speculation going
I'm
into
so
it.
upset now.
Don't worry.
Unbelievable, Costa.
You know how I could cheer you up,
Yeah.
Reinforce? Today's schedule. Let's take a look at the goodness coming our way. So we have a great slate of games happening this very weekend, and we just got to see those 2 teams on your power rankings as well. Yeah, that's right. El Clasico, the last two
Oh,
ranked
boy.
In your case. Boston going up against Toronto.
That's what I
Woo!
missed.
That's yeah. Matt would call that an El Clasico, and this is what we're gonna kick our day off with. Afterwards, we're gonna see the LA Valiant taking on the Seoul Dynasty, and last but certainly not least, San Francisco Shock is back in action, and they will be taking on the Los Angeles Gladiators. Which one are you guys looking forward to, and why is it Toronto Defiant and Boston Uprising?
I'm gonna have to go against the grain here and say it isn't Toronto versus Boston. I'm actually really looking.
What?
I know this might seem a shock to you guys, but I'm actually really interested to see Valiant
is,
versus
yeah.
the Seoul Dynasty. I think, but not because of Valiant. I really want to see this Seoul roster come in and really sort of prove themselves. They've made a lot of changes. They've picked up, a lot of players from the old London Spitfire roster, and then you have the up and coming LA Valiant roster. Like, I think this is going to be a great match and really sort of give us an indicator of where both of these teams stand.
Yeah, I agree with that. I am looking forward to San Francisco against LA Gladiators, though. I mean, that's going to be such a great matchup because we know San Francisco Shock. They're still #1 in my power rankings because they did win the championship. They did look a bit shaky against Dallas Fuel, but they are the championship caliber team we know them to be. So I'm looking forward to that last matchup of the day. That's going to be lit.
Well, let's hope for some surprises. Let's dive a little deeper into the first matchup of the day. I know you guys can't wait to talk about this one. Toronto Defiant and the Boston Uprising. Maybe starting with the Toronto side here. Looking at the hero pools we have, with Sombra out of the mix, Sombra being a hero, Toronto Defiant did see some success with. How are you guys thinking they will fare? Will Shore4 be okay with the hero pools?
I mean, Costa, both you and me, right? We do like Shore4 in this team. We think he's one of the pillars of the team, especially in the DPS rotation, because Logix has looked a bit shaky. Agilities has his shining moments where he looks really good, but overall, Shore4 has, in my mind, been the best DPS player for this team. And yeah, his Sombra's really good, and he can't play it this weekend. But I still think that Shore4 is so versatile rather, that he can play a lot of these different heroes, and just having him in the communication, I think, is a great boon for this team. So I'd still love to see Shore4 in the lineup this week.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think he's. I think Logix on the McCree might, be a very strong asset for this team, but I think Shore4, the team just looks better when Shore4 is in, and the ability for Shore4 to just play anything, I would like them to come out with Shore4 agility, sort of really, I think that gives them a good sort of mix of, they can play dive, they can play the sort of double shield with the May McCree, so that's what I would sort of lean towards, and that's what I hope they're going to play, because I think they need to be less predictable, because if they just sort of come in and play the same thing with dive over and over again, it gets really hard for them.
Well, both of those teams have been struggling over the past couple of weeks. They both are on a losing streak. Now, of course, one of those teams will be running away with the W today. Big question, of course, is going to be who will be the victor here. Switching gears here, talking about the Boston Uprising. We saw some signs of life. I mean, Jerry.
Just Jerry's sign of life.
No, but honestly, though, not to just like hype him up because we love him so dearly. He did have good numbers on his McCree.
Yeah, I mean, that's all they have. They have good numbers against bad teams. That's pretty much Jerry's stats so far.
That's what we're leaning on to now.
I mean, it's up there, right? But they haven't played any great teams. They beat Houston Outlaws in a 7-map series, and that just totaled to so much playtime that his stats got such a bump up. So, I mean, we all love Jerry, okay? I want to see Jerry frag out. I think that's going to be like the light of the day if I can just see Jerry light up the kill feed. That's going to be great. I miss Jerry. I really do miss Jerry.
This is what I've been
matchup is
missing
going to
this
be
whole
better
time.
than you expect.
I just think overall the Boston team really needs to get a grasp on what's going on with their roster. It feels like they're doing different things every time. It doesn't seem like there's any synergy. It just hasn't even looked like it's coming together. At least with the Houston Outlaws, we're seeing some success. We're seeing them come together, and we're seeing adaptation. We're just not really seeing that from Boston. So
But hear me out.
Okay.
Hear me out, Costa.
Yeah.
The Chinese teams did play Orisa Sigma tonight.
Yes.
Okay, last night. Boston Uprising has been one of the only teams to bring out the Sigma. And Brusen, who's playing the off-tank, is known for this hero from the World Cup. So, I mean, this has to be the matchup for the Boston Uprising to win, right?
I think... Let's not let's not jump to conclusions and then just jump head first into Brusen as the savior of Boston. But I think this is definitely a meta that I think is better for them. If they can get Jerry on the McCree, Brusen gets to play the Sigma, I think it's definitely might work out for them a little bit. But at the end of the day, as I said, the cohesion hasn't been.
Who do you guys expect on the main tank?
It has to be Fusions, because Axiom is out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, his Orisa is pretty good as well, so it's going to be great communication all around with fusions in the lineup. So this could be it. I'm hyping it up. This could
El
be
Clasico!
Right. You got way more excited than I expected you to be. But yeah, good call out there, Costa. Axiom have
Health concerns, yes. Yeah.
Something health-related issues, so he won't be playing for some time. I'm actually excited to see Fusions back in the mix. I mean, he did have some great stand-up performances on his Reinhardt last season, so let's see how he will make it work for his team. Now, we have way more to go here in our pre-show, way more matches to dissect. Before that, however, we will go into a short break, and we will be back with more.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
Welcome back to the Watchpoint pre-show presented by State Farm. We have a lot of great matches coming your way. Amongst some of them, we do have some debut performances, which will be the second game of the day. The Valiant will face off against the Seoul Dynasty, a team we haven't seen as of yet. So this is going to be very exciting to see where they kind of rank up. How will they do in Johnny's ranking also?
Probably not
This has to
well.
stop. No, this has to stop.
This has to stop.
Can we just have a normal conversation like regular people? Okay,
Nah.
don't put this
Nah.
ranking pressure on me.
This is actually how I talk regularly. Yeah, well, this is where we are now, Jonathan Larson, and you have to deal with it. Also, I'm the host, so I can just, bring things up however I please. Speaking of which, I do want to talk about Valiant and Seoul Dynasty. Maybe let's start with the Valiant. Costa, I know you're always a big fan. However, I do want to talk about the main tank performances
Okay,
here
Johnny.
first. So we're going to head over to Reinforce. What are your thoughts so far on
Well,
Gig?
I mean, Gig is a maniac. He's crazy, okay? Like,
Okay.
he's just so aggressive. I love it. This is what we love to see. Bumper, he's out of the league. We can't see Bumper this year. Then just Gig comes in and just fills that void we're missing with Bumper out. And Gig is just so incredible to watch. I love his Reinhardt.
Did that work?
He's so aggressive. He hits so many great charges. The Earth Shatters. I mean, it's poetic. It's almost poetic. I love it. Yeah.
Does he get enough support from his team though? Like, how does he make it work without overextending?
No, like it should be. Yeah. I mean, that's how it should be. You should fuel the resource into the main tank so he can just pop off.
Okay, that's
like,
coming from a main tank.
That's how to play Overwatch.
No,
I love to see it. It's great.
Okay, I think if anything, Gig has like crazy high death rate. The thing that Valiant is doing well is that I think Gig is understanding that he's gonna die. He's understanding that he's gonna die, or that he's going to go aggressive to provide that space for the rest of his team, and it's on Valiant to sort of like come through and execute on that. You saw that from the support line of Valiant. You saw that from McGravy as well. So I think it's really impressive. I've honestly been really impressed with just the supports though from Valiant. I think a lot of people had a lot of questions.
You would pick the support.
Yeah, okay, Johnny.
You would.
You stop talking about the main tanks. You can just be quiet over there, okay? So we had Rain on the Lucio. That a lot of people had question marks, coming from the Florida Mayhem, and a lot of people weren't impressed with what he did on that roster. But then we have Lastro coming in as well, who's just been absolutely fragging. So I want to see more of these guys because I think they were the standout performances from Valiant based on what people expected from these guys. So it's going to be really interesting to see. They did end up, losing to... They beat Dallas Fuel and then they lost to, this has been so long, the Vancouver Titans. So wow. I want to see if they can sort of match up against the Seoul Dynasty and sort of like take it to them.
Yeah, I do want to say as well that KSP really dangerous. So he could be a crucial component for the Valiant in this match. It's going to be a very tough match against Seoul Dynasty, but KSP could pop off.
We did see some changes as well for the Valiant, though. 2 of their coaches have been let go, unfortunately.
Ugh.
Do you guys think that's actually going to make a big difference for the team as we're going to see them play?
Not in the short term, but I think in the long term, you'll definitely see that. I've worked with both of those guys as coaches. They definitely had a lot of value that they were bringing to that roster. Obviously, unfortunate situations for the Valiant. But I think they'll be fine for now. Obviously, the coaching effect is probably still going to be seen. But as the season goes on, I think you'll definitely see a lot of the lack of coaching from the Valiant sort of progress forward.
All right. Now, looking at their opponents, Seoul Dynasty. I know a lot of people are very, very excited to see that roster taken to the imaginary stage. Reinforce, let's start with you. What are your expectations?
I have very high expectations for Seoul Dynasty because I think they took the good parts from the London Spitfire and they sort of put it in a working organization with Seoul Dynasty. Seoul Dynasty last year, obviously, they retooled almost their entire roster, right? Because you had Marvel coming in, Fitz, Illicit, bunch of new names, and now you just took what is so great about the London Spitfire. You have Prophet, Bedosian, loves to frag out on that flex support. Remember, like Bedosian was like the second best flex support after Jonak in Season 1. So
Season 1, though, there's been so many good flex supports come into the league since Season 1. And like,
dude, you're not going to say that when your achievements start to become irrelevant.
Oh, God,
okay?
no, yeah, sorry, I didn't think about that.
How important history
Season
is.
1's very important. I take it back.
Yeah, incredibly important. So I am very excited for this Seoul Dynasty team. I think that they have a great amount of pieces for this team. Prophet is going to pop off on all kinds of heroes. So I'm really excited to see what Seoul Dynasty can do this year. I think they are sort of like a championship contender if they can really step up to the next level. I think that this might be a breakout year for Marvel. So expecting great things from Seoul Dynasty.
I want to dive a little deeper here about Prophet, though, since you just mentioned him. He is one of those players who has insane highs, but then also quite some lows. Is this inconsistency still an issue?
I wouldn't trend that inconsistency onto Prophet. I would put that more on the London Spitfire. I think Prophet has been good at all times throughout his career. And I think if I was to pick a DPS lineup for this Seoul Dynasty team, it would be Prophet and Prophet. But like that's how much respect I have for Prophet. But I think Illicit and Fitz can definitely fit in with them, and they'll have a very scary DPS lineup. And that's sort of the question that we have is like, is this team going to come together? They have a lot of pieces from a lot of different places. We had a lot of new players from Seoul. We have some old guard from Seoul, and now we have a lot of players coming from London. They've played against each other. They've played with each other. Is it going to mesh for this team?
Well, the good news is that they had plenty of time to practice with each other because unlike the other teams, they haven't been playing for the first 8 weeks. So I hope that they use that time wisely, scouting their opponents and really trying to come together as a team. I know that circumstances have been difficult for a lot of the teams with moving around, etc., to different countries and all the stuff going on. But yeah, I still hope that they make it work. I'm expecting a lot from that very much, which leads us to the last one of the day, as we have 3 absolute barn burners for you. Especially that first one. But let's talk about the last one. We going to see
San Francisco.
Shock Gladiators. Shock only played one match so far. They did win it, big surprise. But they're finally back. You guys feel like they're going to be a bit rusty or no issue there?
I was actually not super impressed where the first time we saw the Shock play against the Dallas Fuel. It was a lot closer than you would expect. And I think San Francisco just sort of won just based on the caliber of their play. So I really want to see this sort of break and this sort of new meta that they're coming into. Grab it and sort of run with it. I think this is a perfect time for them. You know, they can have Sinatra and the Doomfist that we've seen a little bit of pieces from, and we just have like a lot of good things for this roster. We can even have Super on the Reinhardt. So I'm just excited to see what they're going to pull out and sort of prove that they are the #1 team. You can't really discredit them from being the #1 team right now, but they need to prove that they're the dominant force that we saw from them last year.
Yeah. And honestly, this might be a pretty good meta for them, because if they do play a lot more Orisa and Sigma, then we might actually see them come back to form when they actually won the Grand Finals against Vancouver Titans. And I mean, all around, this team is just fantastic. You have Moth on the Lucio, you can put in Architect if you need whatever. Well, no, Moth on everything.
I was about to say, well, not this
okay.
week.
Moth on everything. You know what it's like, Costa. You're a main support player, and
yeah,
sometimes
but I'm a
you can't play
Moth's a
Lucio.
good
How do you adapt? You tell me. You educate. You analyze. How does Moth adapt to not being able to play Lucio?
Well, I think Moth is just a very talented player across the board. I don't think he's ever shown a weakness on any of these support lineups. I'm really interested to see if we're going to see Architect in the lineup again. You know, Violet is obviously no slouch at the flex support role, but we didn't see him play when they played against Dallas Fuel. We saw Architect, and he obviously played very well in the Ana, but, you know, it seems like there's going to be a lot more Zen potentially, so it might move around. So are we going to see Violet instead of Architect on the support role?
You know, Architect on the Zenyatta would be.
That
cool.
I'd sign up.
I mean,
for
he's
that.
played the Honor, right? So
he just needs to prove he's the god of everything.
Yeah, why not? Why not? You know.
Well, the good news for the Shock is that they do have a lot of versatility and deep hero pools for the individual players. And that actually goes for a lot of the teams. We just haven't seen it due to having like a fixed meta. So a lot of players are now finally getting to showcase a lot more within their wheelhouse, which I think is very exciting. Now, looking at the other team here, the Gladiators, who are we looking forward to? Who are we
I mean, this is a pretty
on
new
that
team as
squad?
well, right? They've added a bunch of new pieces this year. I'm excited for the tank line, of course. You know,
classic.
Guilty. Always picking the tank line.
Surprise!
But I do think that, I mean, when you look at their tanks, I mean, you have OG, LH Cloudy, and Space, which are all three really good players. So I think that's one of the strongest departments for this Los Angeles Gladiators team. They have a lot of unproven DPS players, and I think that obviously you have a solid backline. But I think if this team is to come together, I think you have to look at the tank line primarily to carry them through these series.
Yeah, I really want to see what the DPS lineup's going to pull out this time as well. Last time we saw a lot of Birdring and Jarrow, I believe, and when they wanted to play the dive, they brought in Mirror to play sort of the Doomfist. So I want to see how they're going to adjust. They're obviously a very strong team. They took Vancouver to map 5, so I'm really interested to see if this team can sort of pull it together and take it to the Titans, pun I guess intended, of the San Francisco Shock.
Well, I mean, they definitely have different pieces to work with, so let's see what they have in store for us. We're going to head into a quick break, and afterwards we will be back with our predictions. Now, everyone, we're just a few minutes away from the first match of the day, but before we're going to start all of that action, we are taking a quick look at our predictions and see where our analysts think the matches will go. I think everyone should be in line.
I
here.
agree, everyone to be on the same.
I don't expect surprises in our
Alright,
Okay,
okay. What? How does no? Everybody still doubt the Valiant. Okay, we haven't even seen Seoul play.
They're 1-1.
Oh yeah, they're 1-1. That's fine. They lost to Vancouver Titans. Okay, Seoul's gonna be an easy match for the Valiant. Don't even worry about it. Not even sweating it.
Oh no.
Easy match.
Oh, okay. An easy match after you just said that no one has seen Seoul play.
That's all
and
I'm
you're already
saying.
calling it an easy match.
This guy.
I don't know.
Where's the
about this one,
leaderboard?
maybe.
I'm pretty sure Costa is like at the bottom.
I think
of
I'm
the
top.
leaderboard.
We don't need to bring it up. I'm top.
No, I'm pretty sure I'm still leading the leaderboard. So,
Well,
calm
I
your
mean,
horses,
I was thinking about
but
predicting
yeah. One good reason.
I
give me
think
one
I've
good
seen from them.
reasoning
I was
for Valiant
impressed. I
winning.
think they have a pretty
One good
high
one.
ceiling. You know, with the coaching that they have had in the past, I think this break is really gonna, as the more they play together, the stronger they're gonna get. They have experience now. They've, played their debut matches. I think they're gonna step up.
All right. Well, there you have it. And if not, then Reinforce and I are geniuses. So we are going to head into all the action. And on the mics, we're going to have Jaws and Hex for you. Enjoy the matches. We will be back for a game break. And yeah, we hope that everything runs smoothly for everyone out there.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by State Farm. For auto, home, or renters insurance, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Sitting down. Can't shake it out.
Welcome back, Overwatch League fans. My name is Jaws, of course, joined by Hex. We've got Toronto Defiant facing up against Boston Uprising in just a moment.
It's good to be back. You know, the world's a little bit crazy out there, so hopefully we can provide a well-deserved, well-needed digital reprieve for you I just want to cast some Overwatch. I just want to watch some Overwatch. So we're doing everything we can to make sure that the show goes on. And yeah, we're going to try to bring you some games. Like you said, it feels like it's a brand new season to me because I haven't seen these teams play in forever. Hiatus as we figured everything out, but Toronto, Boston, man, the loser of this one goes to 1-5.
Yeah, and they're not looking too good. Someone needs a W right now. And it's a W for
one.
us, like you said, because we have not casted in a month, and it feels like a lifetime.
Yeah, it's
and
time
what
to
better way to spend your quarantine as well by stuck indoors watching some Overwatch.
Yeah, time to shake off the rust for the teams as well. I mean, you think about, like, we haven't casted in a while. We'll get right back into it. It's like riding a bike. But for the teams, like, I mean, you're screaming, I guess, but just to get into like an actual match form, you might see some rustiness and some mistakes coming out early on. And both these teams are not really known for their pristine play anyway. So Toronto, Boston, yeah, we could rip off Matt again and call it El Clasico number 2, the Tank Bowl. There's a lot of different pejoratives being thrown around for how to describe this match. But, you know, there's some decent parts of both of these teams. I mean, look at Toronto. They have a good roster.
Yeah, that they do. I mean, Logics and Agilities, we've already we talked last time about the DPS lineup and who would come in when. Are we going to see Sherfor early on? But it doesn't like Toronto are going to be starting with Logics and Agilities on the DPS for control. And on the Defiant, sorry, on the Uprising side, going up against Jerry and Colorhex, do you need someone consistent like Sherfor in the lineup right now? Signs point to yes, because Jerry's been a bit of a monster.
Well, Jerry's been a monster, but we'll see what he ends up playing today. You know, Toronto does this on control maps almost every time. They run Agilities and they run Logics together, and I think it's just like a good litmus test of which one of these guys is going to pop off today, because that's how these players are. They're super streaky, they have really high ceilings, and they go nuts, and then sometimes they disappear. We say this every time we cast Toronto, but then you see, like, maybe there's a day where Agilities and Logics both just have it, and they're crushing, and then Lane sits on the bench. Like, you bring Sherfor in, it was like, okay, one of you isn't playing well, so here's Captain Consistent. He's going to bring the team back up. But Sherfor's been playing a lot of Sombra. Sombra's out of the pool. Like, there's a lot of interesting stuff happening with the hero pools as well. Just to round out the Boston starting lineup too, is Brusen is going to be playing today on tank, and Halo and Myeongbong will be their supports as well. So, like I said, on an individual level, Boston has some talent they just haven't been able to put together.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried about the Fusions versus Beast matchup too. Beast has been looking so good on the Winston, but that got taken out of the pool as of obviously about a month ago. So that's a pretty worrying prospect, because Fusion's Ryan is easily his best hero.
Yeah, definitely. And it works out for Fusions here that Winston's out of the pool because he doesn't have to play it. It's been suspect at times, but when you think of Fusions, you think of his Reinhardt. The hero pool, just to, you know, completely talk about this one. Lucio's out of it. Winston's out of it. Soldier 76. Oh, legs we barely knew ye. And Sombra will be out of it as well. So I think, based on what I saw a little bit last night, obviously I was trying to sleep during some of this, but from some of the Chinese teams, we saw a more dive-focused orientation. We saw some Hangzhou come in as well, but I would love to just see Hammond dive, because I'm a huge fan of dive. Genji, Tracer, get the Hammond in there. And then a lot of teams were running the Brigitte as well, because something has to stop the Hammond, and without Flashbang, like, not going to be able to slow him down.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and hack as well. Like, Sombra's not being in. Ball's biggest weakness was the hack from Sombra.
Right.
The EMP or just the manual hack. Like, that was his biggest weakness. He flies in, Sombra just kind of waits by the supports. You're hacked, and you're going to die. You have a massive health pool, but that's going to instantly disappear as everybody's focus firing on you. And that out of the pool, yeah, just alludes to more dive. Abu-San is a pretty dive-focused map when it comes to the downtown portion. A little less so when we go to Mecha Base, but probably going to see Ryan there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking forward to getting into some more Overwatch. If it's dive, I would watch Goats at this point, Jack. That's how desperate I am.
I would love to watch Goats. I love watching Goats. Goats was a fun meta. It was maybe around for a little bit too long, but I like playing Zen and Goats.
Hard disagree, but that's okay. But yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of Hammonds, and you know, our map set, we're going to kick it off on Busan, then we're going to head to Rialto and Hollywood, more games after that if needed, but always starting off on Control. I love Control. Maybe it's not the best indication of where a team's skill is at, because it's a little bit brawly, but I kind of like just watching that carry potential of one or two heroes going nuts on it, and you know me, I just want to see the logo. I just want to see Tracer all day.
I want to see Tracer and Genji a whole bunch today. Hopefully we see a little bit of it.
I mean, this is how much Doomfist too. Yeah, this is how much I love dive, because I don't like Genji. I don't like playing against him. I don't like playing him, but I like dive enough that I'll put up with Genji being played
put
here.
up with it. Well, thank goodness for that. Thank goodness for all the Genji players. Well, we might see a little bit of it. Obviously, Agility's rather well known for his Genji, to say the least.
Yeah, definitely. We'll wait for the assembling heroes portion, and we're going to kick it off here on Mecha Base. You know, Assault is so much about the high ground. This is an interesting map because they've got opposing high grounds well over the point. So even if you lose the main high ground, which is your main rollout high ground, you can always kind of default to going to the second side. The downside of that high ground is, especially if you have like a Winston or, excuse me, a Hammond, you can get knocked off right into the drink.
5, 4.
Both teams running out with a sim first. We'll see if they want to change, if they just want the quick TP.
The sim's just the rollout, yeah.
Yes, just for the rollout. So Collect's going Tracer, Logic's doing the same. Jerry's on the Kree. Only one flashbang though. Who's going to aim for? Logic's or Agility? It's going to be fairly hard to actually prioritize that if they both go in at the same time. Big wraparound for Toronto. Collect's taking a lot of damage, same with Agilities, but Boston do have the high ground now with the Orisa and can set up rather well with this double shield.
Yeah, double shield. This is the opposing high ground I was talking about. They knew that they were in a little bad spot up there, not able to get the position they wanted. It's a huge pick early on, though, taking out the Zenyatta.
Oh, beautiful rotation for Agilities too. He's going to be able to get out alive. Oh, not quite. I take that back. Got slept in midair, halted in two. Point unlocks. Toronto are going to find the first cap. Jerry on the high ground. It's all about now navigating themselves down to low. The problem is Jerry's going to be all alone if he's not careful. The point is still there, and Colhex trying to push the remainder of Toronto Defiant off. He's trying to find an avenue of attack, but it's going to be proving a little bit more difficult as the Brig is just swinging away, and Agility's once again picking off Myunbong. That's twice in a row he's died, or at least one of the first ones to die. And Toronto continued to hold as Logic and Korea. They end up finishing off the rest of Uprising.
Yeah, completely clean that up. The advantage when you're running this Rein Zarya into an Orisa is that shield is static, it's down. And then the Orisa drops the shield and you see Rein just walks right through it. Like, oh, I can move with mine. Mine comes with me. And so it's always going to be a tough matchup for the Orisa. They did a good job of keeping Fusions alive largely through that, but it just seems inevitable that a Rein Zarya is going to walk through your tank line.
Shield down. They've got to be careful now. Nano onto LGG, punches straight in. That's a big shatter. He didn't even need the Nano. Everybody was already dead. Toronto expend a couple of ults, but Uprising still have a fighting chance as Fusions has his supercharger coming online. Brewston's getting close to his flux as well.
Yeah, tank ultimates will come online, but they can be negated by the Graviton that Nevix, jack of all trades on the other side of things, is going to be. And that at about 70% right now, this is final fight territory. If you got an ultimate, smash Q, you know, you take them back to spawn with you.
Yeah, they can space jam as well if they're not careful. You can see Nevix trying to get in position where he can be most effective. There's the grab, there's the space jam, straight on top of the Brig. No chance, but Jerry from the side actually unleashed the High Noon, anticipating Agilities would come in. Brewston ends up picking off the Doom Fist, and Colhex cleaning up the rest in the back line. Beautiful flip for the Uprising, but it is still final fight if they do end up leaving the point and letting Toronto cap again. 92% to 5% now building for Uprising.
Not much to write home about on either side of things when it comes to all. It's a really nice Sigma play, and I think early on in this meta, in the very few games we've seen, having an all-star Sigma player is actually a really big deal, because I think we're going to see a lot of this kind of double shield composition. And Brewston got really good value out of his ultimate, and he was actually just doing primary damage as well. So 92%. Transcendence is the only thing up. I think this one might just be decided who gets better pulse bomb here.
Yeah, Logic has to aim for Myunbong. They must know he has trans at this point. They are pressuring the point, forcing Uprising to actually contest. Logic's in a little bit of trouble, but with that armor from the Brig, he's basically immortal. Now halfway capped. Uprising have to do something. Post bomb on the back line for Color Hex takes out Agilities. The point has been flipped though, so Uprising are forced to do something. Big stick from Logix as well, takes out Myunbong straight after the Transcendence. OT coming in. Uprising now forced to make a move, but are they going to be able to? Logix takes the 1v1. Color Hex goes down, and a naded Orisa has to play a lot more safe now as Uprising are forced off the point. Jerry's low, Fusion's low, Brewston and Halo are going low as well. Uprising, their consistent damage in the front from Logix and Agility is a little bit too much. Jerry is coming out with the Deadeye, but they aren't going to be able to get back to the point in time. And that'll be the first map in Busan being taken by the Defiant.
It's a much more patient pulse bomb there. They wait for the Transcendence to come out early on, and then Zenyatta's just a sitting duck. The previous pulse bomb on the other side got Agilities as he went in, but Agility's going to get back into that fight way quicker on Doomfist than the Zen on the other side of things. But just much more value from the Logic's pulse bomb as opposed to Color Hexes on the other side of things. Yeah, Boston, Toronto looking pretty good. They have DPS players that can carry games. They have support players that can carry games. It just hasn't gone well for them this season.
I thought you were just going to stop right there. They have DPS players, I think. That's like my ranked games. I think we have DPS players. I'm not entirely sure. Agility's now on the Hangzhou. It's a pretty good point for Hangzhou, to be fair. There's a lot of cover, and he can spam from the background. You can almost sometimes just hang around here. There is a mini pack you can kind of scurry back to. Jerry is going to match him sniper for sniper, but he's on the Widow. Again, Toronto being rather aggressive. Going for this big flank around.
Yes,
knowing that Uprising are going to be on double shield, this is what they really want to do. Pressure them from all sides. Point does unlock.
That's going to be really interesting to see what Jerry can get done here too, as he's on the Widowmaker now. Generally should be outranging the Hangzhou. This one looks like it's almost given up for free there.
And look how split Uprising are playing right now. Fusions has to go to the point, of course, but there is going to be Bruce and Op on the high ground near the spawn of Defiant. Logix did get checked, but as soon as he gets armor in, he's just going to run. You'd think run at Jerry. He's going to be the main target to take down. Jerry does clip the head of Beast, and both Orissa's ends up falling. Point does get capped first up once again by the Defiant, and Jerry, sitting on 7 HP in the backline, finally gets an armor pack. They're still alive, but Boston, heck, they've been so slow to actually move and make something happen that Toronto, again, I feel like they're just getting so much space for free, and Agility just picks off Jerry off the side.
I mean, what you're really doing there is just waiting for Jerry to get a pick. That's the Widow comp. You wait for your Widow to get something in, and then you try to press off of it, but when the bow and arrow is beating your sniper rifle, you're in trouble. Agility's just gonna dome out Color Hex.
Okay, he's warmed up. It looks like he hasn't had a break at all. The month off for a lot of us. It's clearly Agility's been grinding Hangzhou. A couple of ults for the DPS. For the Defiant. Logix again just wants to jump to the back line, try and take out Myunbong, or even Halo. If it sticks the shield, it's whatever, but like, at the end of the day, if you do stick the Brig on the back, then you're going to have no healing, and it's a tough situation that Boston Uprising have found themselves in. 50% and building, and they're running in 2 support ults coming online as well for the Defiant.
And Nevix has just been freelancing too. Nevix is just playing this tank like a flanker, and it's worked out really well for him.
Oh, Dragon. Not doing all too much. Color Hex and Logic is still holding onto their pulse bomb. Color Hex had to use the recall there as he was matched with a bit of Sigma damage, a bit of Tracer damage, and still the time building up. Boston Uprising once again taking a long time to move and do really all of anything. Color Hex gets stunned in the back. Beautiful Hulk, beautiful stick. Doesn't quite find the kill onto Fusions. This team will be able to heal him up, but they're still burning time away from the Uprising.
That seems extremely indecisive, and every time they want to move out, something happens to them. Color Hex will get stunned, or someone gets discorded that they can't move out on.
I mean, you stick the Orisa, but she went golden. Damage mitigation a little bit too much for the Tracer to go for the big one-shot. Jerry finds 2 kills, though, to start up the fight for Uprising. Make that a 3rd as Kellex goes down to the Storm Arrows. Everybody lifted high in the sky, and Brewston will finish off the fight, and Uprising finally find a cap. But same situation as they found themselves in Mecha Base Hex. 95% for Toronto, and they got ults for the next fight.
Yeah, they can just bank this up, but you think maybe that someone wants to take chip damage so that Kellex can get the last couple of swings in, because the rally is so good for the Brigida. This is Jerry going off right now, and if there's been a bright spot this season for the Boston Uprising, it has been Jerry. We've seen enormous performances. What started out as kind of like a meme, right, of Jerry's the best player in the world, I think he's got moments like this that are showing you why he was so highly touted.
He's looking good, but he's going to have to look a little bit more good to get the next 2 maps under his belt. Dragon Strike being used from the side. That's a really good position to use it. Almost instant damage on the front line, but Transcendence mitigated all of that. Kariv saving the rest of his team. Beast putting down the Supercharger around the corner, so it can't be destroyed either, and Logix just paying a visit to the back line. They're going to need rally or something. Kellex is going to rally them forward. Fusions ends up going down, and now even Color Hex forced to use the recall there. He's going to have to play a little bit more passive. Brewston in the front line trying to stick on the point, but the rallying team of Defiant jump on him, instantly kill him, and Dragons available for Agilities as well. This is an absolute slaughter from the Defiant. 2-0 in Busan. Boston Uprising just really not like they're ahead of the game right now. No. They're playing way too passive, it feels.
They're playing passive, and then they're playing aggressive at the wrong times as well. There were way too many times where Fusions found himself alone on Orisa. Yeah, she's tanking and has some abilities, but once those abilities are gone and people are just walking through your shield, it's the most frustrating experience as a main tank. Like, guys, anyone? And you're just sitting there waiting for death. Both his supports were up helping the Sigma, trying to defend against the Logix flank, but it left Fusions all alone, and then with the Orisa down on the point, there's really nothing you can do at that point. Boston just didn't make decisions quickly enough, and when they did make decisions, I'm not sure they were the right ones.
Yeah, Fusions was trying to make sure his team can play around him, but being that anchor tank, but it didn't work out. Not quite decisive enough. Defiant are going to take the first map of the series. We're going to jump to a quick break, guys. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League. The Overwatch League is brought to you by Pringles Wavy. Big crunch, big flavor.
A speedy W for the Defiant to start off this series. Boston Uprising looking a little bit too passive currently. Shaking things up though, the Defiant. Looks like we got a sub coming in. Sure4 is in for the Defiant.
Yeah, and I think a part of that passiveness is just who's making the calls on this Boston team. Now, if you recall when Boston had some moderate success last year, it was when Fusions was playing the Reinhardt and he was very vocal, and everyone was just follow Fusions, just follow Reinhardt, just pop them all full. It seems like when he has to play different tanks, that cohesion seems to crumble a little bit.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, like I said before on the outro, he was trying to anchor the rest of his team, but it felt like his team weren't really being able to follow up on anything. Double Shield is a little bit more of a passive comp. I mean, you're waiting for the enemy shields teams to break so you can kind of poke in and then ever so slowly move up and up. But you mentioned it actually during Sanctuary that things were just happening. Before they were able to set up, they were even getting picked off, or they were getting Fusions was just getting targeted down, had to back out of the fight and then regain his health and then go back in. And it was just a slow grinding of them getting on the point, which kind of resulted in them giving up so much time.
There were a couple times, and I think it's just how they're trying to play around the composition of having your DPS be your aces. They tried Jerry on the Widow, that didn't work, but that's a passive comp that you're waiting for your Widow to do something. And then there were so many times where Color Hex was ready with Pulse Bomb to go in, and I would see him get stunned and have to use Recall and have to use Blinks, and now you have to wait for those cooldowns to come back on, and it just seemed like every time they were ready to go, they got stuck in the starting blocks. See if Rialto can do any different for him. What do you think Short4 is going to play here? I'd love to see some Pharah.
Yeah, Pharah would make a whole bunch of sense. I mean, there aren't too many hit scan heroes out. Obviously, we've only got the Soldier. Sombra can do a little bit, of course. I'm sure you've all seen the clips of people doing that on Reddit and stuff, but Sombra not the greatest at countering Pharah, not all the time anyway. I mean, Pharah is pretty good on this map, especially on the defense to start off with, because you've got the high ground and the buildings to kind of hide around, and you can go for those big fancy boots too into the lake. But I'd like to see a little bit more shield break, honestly. I mean, if you know Uprising are going to go for this double shield, run Tracer, run Hangzhou. Hangzhou's consistent damage is insane. Yeah. Rissa's shields did get nerfed. Sigma's shields did get nerfed as well to stop double shield from being so oppressive. And then just stick on the Tracer so you can just wrap around and find the flanks like we saw before. I mean, that's what aided to their success on Busan.
Yeah. It does seem like they were going to put Short4 on the Tracer, though, which is what Logix had played last time, but Short4 gives you the versatility to switch into any other different hero. Even Short4 could pick up the Hangzhou here if need be. Agilities is going to play the Doomfist as well, kind of a feast or famine hero. Really matches his style.
Go in, go out. I've been practicing a lot of Doom rollouts. I'm going to say it. I've been saying it to everybody. Spent a couple hours the other day on Dorado trying to find some cool Doom loadouts and looking at Bungfist, a very famous Korean Doomfist player, and how he rolls out, and he has a few nice clips on Dorado, so I was practicing those. Doom is a very fun hero, very rhythmic. But Jinxie's is going to find his way into the back line as Boston Uprising, but yeah, goodbye.
I mean, that's kind of what they were just waiting for, is like, you go in, you get the bubble, and then get out. Like, it's kind of just trying to get a big composition here.
Oh, I love this high ground control action from Agility. He's using that short punch just to punch people down straight into Beast. It was unfortunate there that Brucen did actually go a little bit too far for Beast to swing into him. But Beast's going to be able to hold this corner with almost immunity. Again, you're looking at a slowly paced comp here from Uprising, just trying to inch their way around the corner, but Agilities is making it almost impossible with Desire on the high ground too, bubbling every time he goes in.
Yeah, nice little back and forth rotation there as the allied bubble went down, but then then Nevik steps forward and uses his bubble and nice body blocking. That's what tanks are supposed to do. Meanwhile, Short4's going to win his 1v1 against Color Hex. Austin just
this is a big cleanup now.
Limping towards the cars. It's a nice kill there.
That was really quick. Sheva was like, well, I'm going to go in, kill this out. No, one shot just scored. Jerry actually takes 2 here. That's pretty big. Sheva and Agilities are going to be able to go back, get back rather quickly. But it does leave a lot of space and time for Uprising to go forward. Match with a Nano, though, onto Beast extremely early. That Flame Strike's going to grant him a shatter. Dragons find Nevix. Jerry really holding his own right now, and Beast going oh so low as Color Hex finds the flank kill. Beautiful start off, and once again, Jerry coming up massive on the Hangzhou.
If Boston's going to win a match, I think it's all going to be in Jerry's hands. He's going to have some of his best performances to carry this team through, and so far, he has been the sole bright spot yet again. This should just be first point captured. It doesn't look like Toronto is in position to come back into this one.
Maybe they can touch. Agilities could touch and maybe get contested. Beast lays down the shadow, doesn't really find anybody. Brucen lifts already up high in the sky to try and find some space on the cart. There's the Meteor Strike straight on top for the Space Jam, and Jerry ends up going down. Agility's now finding himself in the back line once again. Pulse Bomb missing. Not quite, though. He didn't get the stick, but he got the kill. That's what matters. A couple of meters before they managed to cap, Fusions ends up going down, fed himself to the ult bank of Toronto, and that'll be Sherfall cleaning the rest up.
Yeah, shake off
very
my
aggressive
Capturas.
engage.
Very clearly Toronto was in position to defend that. What an idiot call that they weren't. They get back in, and now it's kind of almost defender's advantage. Their spawn is equidistant from the offense, and it's just been nothing really happening, but there's only a minute left here, Joss.
Alex trying to find the 1v1 on Sherfall with a Mega. You're never going to win that. As you find the clean 1 clip, you can see they're doing negative damage. Carl Hex is not taking any damage because he has armor. Halo's backing him up. But Sherfall's still building the pulse bomb. Nice little nade actually. Carl Hex is going to have to get out of there rather fast as use a recall. But this is the pulse bomb as Nevix and Agilities find kills. They do trade it for Agilities, but Fusion using the Supercharger on the high ground isn't going to be able to find all too much here because there's too much cover for the Defiant. They end up just a line of sighting all of that additional damage, and now with only 30 seconds remaining, it's all in Jerry's hands once again.
He's able to get one, does take down Kareev, that's a big source of healing. Now Toronto has to play a little more clumped up to allow Kelix to do the healing. This Dragon should just zone them out right here, and if his team can follow up, they could get some kills.
They got to go for this classic, the Holt into the Dragon Strike to find a kill. Looking at the ult bank of Toronto Defiant, they have got that Nano Pulse Bomb coming up as well. There's the Holt, maybe? Someone gets pulled in, but wasn't quite enough. Kelix doesn't end up going down, and Beast, what? Double kill with a Flame Strike, thank you very much. There's the Shatter to push them away. OT trickling down, and Toronto are going to find a close hold on first point Rialto.
It's just such smart play. I want to give Nevix all the credit in the world. There was never a time where someone went in for an attack that they ever felt pressured at all, because they were getting allied shields at just the perfect time, whether it was Agilities, whether it was Sure4, and that just gets demoralizing for whoever you're diving in on. It's like, yes, I would like to kill this person, but they have a bubble. Every time they're in, they have a bubble, and I'm tired of it. So really nice forward hold here from Toronto, and Toronto seems like they just have things to do today. They're trying to get through this set quick.
Gotta do shopping, man. Gotta run to the shops and not pick up toilet paper or kitchen roll. Or they gotta go hunt for it. Maybe that takes them a few hours. And it definitely takes me a few hours, unfortunately. There we go. Now, the tallest task for the Uprising. And again, Jerry has been the shining star.
Yeah.
He opened it up with the 2 beautiful picks to actually get them out of the choke point. It's just such a pity. Only 3 meters stood in their way of actually capping point number 1 and having some additional time.
So I think this is going to be the fire strike that we didn't catch immediately. Just a blind.
Oh man.
I mean, that's not. I mean, it's planned, but there's a little bit of luck with that one.
Oh yeah, them lining up like that,
Yeah.
absolutely. Unfortunate. That's just how the cookie crumbles.
Okay, what is Toronto running here? They've got a Sim and a May.
Teleport Kariv onto high ground. Do it. Do it.
You won't, cowards.
You won't, cowards. Well, they are teleporting to the high ground, that is for sure. Just get Beast in swinging distance. There's the wall. Uh-oh, Fusion's in a lot of trouble, and so's the rest of the Uprising. Bye-bye, Fusions. Bye-bye, Halo. Oh, Jerry at least finds one kill. Ever so slightly out of the shield there, Sherfor, but it's going to be okay. You got a quick spawn.
He might just be switching anyway. Probably goes to Tracer here, maybe just get back. Oh,
no, sticks on the same.
I mean,
the Mei is just so powerful on this point as well, because this choke point is just so deadly. The Mei walls fit perfectly.
They got everyone up there, everyone got healed, and then they were able to cut off 2 tanks. It was a perfect set play for this composition. And now Fusions is cut off again.
And already on their last fight as well, Boston Uprising need to do something. He needs to pull something out of the hat, and Jerry's going to do just that. It's not a rabbit, but it's a kill onto Nevix. It'll do. Color Hex finding the recall. Jerry once again finding another kill. Sherfor is going to go down. Wall is going to stop the DPS from doing damage, but not until Color Hex just, moves himself around it. Not too much of an issue, but still 2 minutes and 45 seconds left in the time bank for Toronto. They are switching it up. Sherfor going to the Tracer, but Agilities, you might as well stick on the Mei because one Blizzard will end it all.
Yeah, the time for the sim is past now. And Jerry, again, right now it just feels like Jerry versus Toronto. He's the only one showing up in the kill feed on the correct side of things. Nice flank there, hits the arrow, and then this high ground, able to punish short 4 as well.
Beautiful, beautiful shot. It's really hard to punish the sim sometimes because turrets are so oppressive. They slow you down and do a bazillion damage.
Kind of messes with your aim when you end up walking through one.
Upwards Dragon Strike, beautiful angle. Finds a bit of damage, but not much else. Coalescence used as Agilities does end up going down. Now, do Toronto actually reset off this? Are they more confident? Maybe a little bit too confident as Color Hex takes down Beach. Yeah, go for the full reset. This is still losable. Rialto, rather famously, you can get full hold rather easily.
What a pessimistic call. Losable, losable.
Losable. Just run. Just go again. Use the most of your time. Agility is nowhere near this Blizzard, really. I mean, 25% away, but it's been almost 3 minutes now. He's been on this Mei.
But I mean, look at these tank ultimates that are going to come up. Really, this one's going to be so much about execution because I think Brucein might be the only one able to stall this push coming out because you're going to have Shatter, you're going to have Grab, Rally is going to get everyone in position. And during all that, I'd be stunned if Agility doesn't get his Blizzard.
Oh! Okay. He's going to be able to find a couple of people over the wall, but the initial damage is good, but there's no follow-up at all because they were behind the wall already. Agility is using the wall smartly to block off any line of sight. Now that's one tank ultimate now down for Boston. Cart is slowly moving back, but it's not too much of a problem for Toronto as they do win the team fight here. They will be able to cap with ease. Another tank ult being used. Fusion's laying down that supercharger. Beast taking a lot of damage to the back line and stuck, but the bubble is going to absorb most of that damage. And now Nevix can move forward with the rally in tow and with the grab. He launches it straight into the shield. That's a whole bunch of damage, and Sherfor going for the stick. He manages to find it and takes out Halo. The Transcender's not doing all too much to save him from that. Nevix finds 2 kills as well. The Shatter hits the ground, and that should just be it. Brucein gets pushed into the moat, and there we go. Toronto are going to find the W on Rialto.
Looking pretty clean for him. It took him a little more time than they expected to, but eventually just rack up all those ults. The grab into the pulse bomb is a classic combination in Overwatch history. Gets in there, take down the supports, and that's it. Then Beast still has a Shatter to just kind of clean up the cart. You just Shatter at the cart at that point in time and make sure that whoever's around it hits the ground. And Toronto just looks a little bit cleaner. I think you can just see it in how Beast plays. Like, he gets stuck and he doesn't even move his mouse or panic or anything. He gets bubbled. He's got all the healing in his back line too. So just the tank battle up front, Beast is playing with a lot more confidence, it seems, than Fusions is.
Yes, unfortunately, Jerry couldn't shine quite bright enough. But we're going to jump to a quick break, guys. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you in a sec.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network. And by State Farm. For auto, home, or renters insurance. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hello and welcome back to our game break presented by Cheez-It Grooves. My name is Zoe and joining me here on various different desks are Casta as well as Reinforce.
What? There is no desk.
Actually, I'm the only one with a desk. Am I the only one with a desk? Well, okay.
Two desks.
No one's joining me on my desk. I'm all by myself. Either way, let's talk about the game we just saw. Toronto Defiant going up against the Boston Uprising. Map number 1, Busan. Fairly one-sided affair. Logic's popping off on that Tracer. Did you guys expect more resistance coming out of the Boston Uprising?
I did hype up the Boston Uprising.
Good one, Johnny. Yeah, this
I feel very stupid
But
now.
you did pick Toronto Defiant.
I picked Toronto Defiant. Well, I wanted it to be a competitive match, right? We've been longing for some great Overwatch for so long now, and then we were faced with this. So obviously, it's quite disappointing. You know, I wanted to see a pretty even match, and it wasn't even at all. It was pretty one-sided.
We have 2 more matches, but like so far it's been pretty one-sided. I've been a little bit disappointed by Boston. Toronto was obviously going to play the dive. I think you had to expect Agilities to play sort of the Doomfist and then someone to play the Tracer. The Ryan Zaire is interesting about the really well, and I don't know. I just haven't been happy with what Boston's playing. They're playing the double shield tank, but then they're playing Color Hex like alone on Tracer, it's very hard to get value when you're the only sort of dive character, so it's just not really coming together for them.
You have to get some credit, though.
I really want to point something out you said, Reinforce. Yep. As we were watching the game, you said that it kind of looks like Toronto isn't really doing much. They're more or less just waiting for Boston to make mistakes.
Yeah. We're playing the more passive with the recent Sigma, and so they're just standing by waiting for Toronto Defiant to engage, and Boston Uprising, they're poking away. But meanwhile, I mean, Toronto Defiant, there were a couple of times where they just walked up to the point and just capped it for free and didn't really do a lot of work to get to that point. So I felt like Toronto Defiant, they were playing pretty solid overall, but they weren't really asked to do a lot of complex things. I felt like Boston Uprising just sort of fell flat on their strategy so far.
You know who did do a lot of things though?
Jerry.
He tried his darndest.
He really did.
He really did. Come on, we gotta give him some credit,
yeah.
Right? I think enough credit to actually make him our star of Crunch Time, presented by Cheez-It.
You want to take it away?
I'll take it away. Let me talk about Jerry a little bit, guys. Let me give you the stats. I feel like the eye test, everyone is thinking the exact same thing. Jerry seems to be killing everybody. He actually has, throughout this match, 17 out of 34 in the match of the final blows for the Boston Uprising, and on that Rialto match, he had 10 out of 17 of the final blows for the Boston Uprising. Like that's a deadlift. Yes, they're not winning, but that's still a deadlift. Here is Jerry is getting a lot of picks on Hangzhou. He's doing a lot of work, but the rest of the Boston team's not really doing it. So
no, it has to be a win if you deadlift.
Yeah. It doesn't mean he's not crunchy. He feels very crunchy to me right now. Like I've been impressed. I'm getting some crunch vibes from this. So I've been impressed with what Jerry's been pulling off in this match, given how hard his team is struggling. So the rest of his team just needs to step up and really sort of take the space that Jerry is giving from all the picks.
Jerry right now, okay, it's like when you get soggy fries, but he's the one fry that's really good and stands out and is super crunchy. That's how crunchy Jerry is right now.
Unpopular opinion, though, I do like.
Oh no! Okay, cut it up. Cut it up. I don't want to be here anymore.
Yeah, I just throwing it out there. Now we're heading into map number 3. It's gonna be our hybrid map, Hollywood, coming up next. What do you guys want to see from the Boston Uprising? Do you guys feel like it was more of a compositional error they made, or was it just a general approach?
I mean,
bit of both, really.
Yeah, bit of both. I'd like to see some more Widowmaker on Hollywood personally. I think point B. I love Hollywood personally. I've missed this map so much. It's one of my favorite maps ever. I don't know what you think, Scott, but I think the point varies so much. They differ so much in terms of what compositions you play. So I mean, point B on Hollywood is a classic, and I'd like to see some Widowmaker on those roofs.
Except for the elevator, that seems to always be just going up as soon as I get to the elevator. It's never on the way down when I get there, so it's just
get good.
It curses me. We can't all play Monkey, Johnny.
Okay. You took it there.
Well, actually, no one can play Monkey for this very
Or
weekend,
Lucio.
so that's where we are. Now, this is it from our game break presented by Cheez-It Grooves. We will be back again for a watch point reset in between this match and the next one, but for now, we're going to send it back to our casters, Jaws and Hex, for all the action.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Cheez-It Grooves. Deep flavor, deep crunch. It's a mind crunch.
That's your searching. Oh, those ads are tailored. They are tailored. Alright. Alright, we have 2 minutes. I have time to pee.
Legend of Soul Guard. Download now.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by HyperX. Unleash your style, unleash your fury. With HyperX Fury Memory.
Welcome back to the Overwatch League. We are in the midst of a Toronto versus Boston matchup. Both teams 1-4 looking for that elusive W. Right now, Toronto just looks like the much stronger team. For all Boston's woes continue. Though Jerry has shown up pretty big for this team, it's not enough in a team game to have one player going off against the other. It is up 2-0 now for the Toronto Defiant against Boston as they try to wrap it up.
Yeah, this is going to be kind of a... I don't want to say Boston's kind of downfall here, but Jerry really, really needs to get a bigger backpack. Like, everybody needs to stuff themselves inside the backpack. He knows to go Home Depot and make one himself out of a gigantic barrel. Like, Jerry has been just consistently the best team on best player, on Boston.
He's pretty much the whole team right now at this point. I think
right now,
at some point in the match, the stats were he had like 17 out of 30 of Boston's final blows as one guy out of 6. That's a little bit nuts. Maybe they can ride that momentum. You're going to have to just get giant deadlifts. I also don't love the compositions Boston's running. I don't think Vince is super comfortable on Orisa, and I think he's the kind of player that can get tilted when the other team's just walking through a shield and killing him, and at some point that drains on you a little bit. We're going to end up going to Hollywood here. No substitutions for either team, so Boston going to try to keep rolling with what they've got here, but man, both of these teams in desperate need of a W coming off a long break.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. It's just keeping up the morale, which is going to be the most important thing. Hollywood is the map we are jumping into.
At a certain point, everyone's in the line. This kind of setup, right? We're doing everything we can to bring you watch the product. Trust me, it's left. I'm trying to mix up. It does remind me a little bit of the old school days, the past days, right? So yeah, it's kind of just thank you for being patient with us. The community's been so ultra supportive in this time as we've been trying to get games going and maybe doing LA, and then we have to cancel, and so everyone's just been so understanding. Like, it's been great to reconnect with the community. So when these delays happen, just chill with us, just hang out. We're just watching videos. Fine.
Exactly, we're just watching video games, man.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a good time.
I mean, you're at home.
Jerry
anyway.
having a good. Well, exactly. True. Yeah, true. Watch video games and play video games. That has been my schedule for the last For as long as I can remember, to be honest. Not even just mistaken quarantine.
I mean, yeah, this quarantine was still kind of really shone a light on how many people dislike what I like doing. They're like, I can't leave the house, and I'm like, that's awesome. I have to leave the house. No one can.
Jake said exactly the same thing.
No one can.
I'm just going to do what I do every day.
Yeah. No one can ask me to go out. I don't have to make excuses of why I don't want to go out anywhere. Pretty great. I'm, you know, there's some silver linings here. Sometimes I have to go to the door and get my delivery.
Oh no, the hardship in life is you have to go to the door. The commute.
Yeah, there is definitely a commute happening.
Well, Boston Uprising are going to commute to the points. Double shield. And Jerry on the hands on the high ground. He's got Halo to actually back him up. Sherfor going a little bit too low. Decides to go for the recall. Myunbong got the armor pack in the end, so you don't really want to take the Zen one-on-one unless you've got the sickest tracking of all time, which of course Sherfor does, but against Myunbong, I wouldn't take that risk.
Sorry for the fill there, guys. I didn't even realize we were in the game, but we definitely are. It's only 3 minutes left now on Hollywood. I'm sorry, that's on my end. He's going to have this nano any second, and that's the nano miss.
That's a lot of... Oh, beautiful, though. Stops him in his tracks. Oh, the stick from Colorhex and the melee to finish up Agilities. Colorhex now taking the game into his own hands. It's not just Jerry trying to carry the team. Sherfor going to go for the 1v1, but back out rather swiftly as Colorhex received the armor pack once again. Sherfor 10 HP. He's going to have to touch the point, and it's going to get healed up by Kariv. Maybe contestable. Nevix is on the high ground. 95% now on the board, and very, very late Transcendence here from Myunbong. Maybe not even needed, but Jerry did end up going down, so just to try and push themselves onto the point and cap it is going to be their end game. So maybe Myunbong goes to the switch, or just guaranteeing himself the capture was their play there.
That Transcendence just kind of reeks of what we've been talking about with Boston, just kind of a lack of confidence. Like, to have to use the Transcendence just to make sure the team can win a fight when he probably didn't have to do it. And it just shows that Boston is not necessarily trusting each other in that time, but they do get that first point. Maybe they can ride this momentum a little bit. Jerry on the high ground is the thing of nightmares.
Don't want to be up against Jerry at this point. Bit of a harder place to get a Dragon Strike, though. Supercharge used on the high ground. Yep. You just see them all backing off. Not an issue. Sherfor's got to be extra careful here, as Jerry, of course, can just one-shot him. Dragon Strike through the floor. A lot of damage actually onto the supports. Kariv not in the best position to defend himself there. Ends up getting taken out by Myunbong as the damage is a little bit too much. Agilities trades at least one kill, but with Beast going down and Nevex falling shortly after. That will be a few ults expended either side, and the cart will get moving once again for the Uprising.
I think you just have to completely prioritize Jerry, but they don't have any dive tanks to do it. Toronto's been running the same lineup of a Ryan Zarya all day. So my question is, it becomes difficult to control this high ground. Jerry can just walk up walls whenever he wants to, so I think that's going to be an issue for them. They need to find a plan to deal with.
Yeah, once more, but you don't have much cart presence here, because like you said, they are going to take the high ground, but you have so much pressure coming out from Jerry. Brewson's going to add to that too. Oops, Daisy slipped off the roof. He should be okay though. The rest of them are hanging out in the jail and the hotel. See on the right-hand side, cart stopped moving for the time being, but it is mainly up to Colorhex here to actually contest the payload. I say that as Fusions drops to the low ground. They know they can rely on Brewson here at this point. Got to take out Beast first up though to make Colorhex's life and Jerry's life a little bit easier. You can see them now trying to focus him down. Floors behind the dumpster. There's the grab. There's an ult coming out from Brewson as well, but doesn't really find all too much. That Transcendence from Myunbong a little bit too late as Agilities throws himself in and gets a nice little double kill. No way Brewson's going to be able to survive for long up there, as he's going to get staggered out at this point as well.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It was just a little bit too late to the party there. You saw him floating in, but he had lost a tank before the Transcendence even able to get there. And he had Transcendence up, so you can't really even look back at that first fight and be like, oh, that's the mistake they made, but he just wasn't in position. Abilities hiding behind the crates. This sneaky.
Oh, look at that. Beautiful uppercut, beautiful punch. And then the rest of them going down. Like you said, yeah, Myunbong just kind of floating down with the Transcendence, didn't quite get there in time. And as soon as Halo's dead as well, Colorhex has to be a lot more safe, because he isn't going to get armor pack from a million miles away. So does Jerry and Myunbong, of course, who's going to be all alone on that Zen. Agility spotted out on the high ground, has Meteor Strike. Don't have a grabbed combo with it though, but they have got Shatter. Beast definitely wants to play more aggressive here. Same with Sherfor as his Pulse Bomb online. Halo gets taken down though rather quickly once again. Halo the first to die, but that Dragon Strike doing a whole bunch of damage. Discord Orb plus the Halt nets Jerry a couple of kills. Nevex is going to go down as well. Agility's going to try and find at least one pick-off, but Jerry gets out of there rather quickly. Agility's struggling to find one. Does manage to find the kill onto Fusions, and Brewston ends up falling too as Sherfor just runs, ring around the rosy, all over Boston's front line.
Everyone got so low there, and it's so smart from Agilities to know, like, well, I have to go in now anyway. And when you start hitting these abilities as Doomfist, you're just instantly at 300 HP, take a little bit of damage. Oh, here's 300 HP again. A really stout hold, and now, Jack, only 60 seconds left on the attack for Boston.
I mean, what do they have here? They have Flux coming up there very, very soon. They have Transcendence. They have a Jerry on their team, thankfully. And they got a Pulse Bomb coming up too. Not too much for the Toronto side, but they're going to be able to get a lot of ult charge from the high ground here. Pulse Bomb now for Color Hex. Is going to get naded, force the recall. Good start, actually. Although he has got armor at his back, so he's going to be more than okay. 200 HP Tracer with armor is pretty a scary thing if you're the backline of Toronto Defiant. There's the Pulse Bomb. Sends it a little bit wide as Kellex dodges out the way, but Kariv is going to go down. Sherfor meets the same fate. Good start for the Uprising, and they finally might be able to do this. Jerry on the high ground, making sure anybody who comes through that small doorway is met with a couple of arrows. Transcendence from Myunbong actually blocking them in. There's actually body blocking Transcendence. That's a first, or at least something I haven't seen in a long time. Dragon Strike available for Jerry as well. Small room's going to get even smaller now with that Dragons sailing on through. Rock finishes off Kariv as he comes back from Spawn. Beast goes down as well. Graviton Surge on point. Pulse Bomb big. Sherfor getting a whole bunch of damage down, but can he survive against Jerry? He's still alive and well on the point. The Uprising don't have any supports left, but they don't need them. 1 minute and 29 seconds added to the time bank as they cap second.
It's just Toronto goes in, and they're even outnumbered in the fight, but they still commit ults to it. They throw in the grab, and the grab Pulse Bomb almost swung that fight the other way around. And now, because it was so low economy early on for Boston, they're able to win that fight with just a Dragon at the end. And now their economy is looking pretty good. Supercharger can get there. That helps out people in the back line. You could also just rally in, just slam rally and push forward.
To go for the nano boost. Oh, Agilities was so low when he went into that. You see it got the nano. His health bar went straight back up and then straight back down again. Not going to be able to make use of the nano whatsoever. Got maybe one ability off. Big shatter in the front line though, straight past the shields. Jerry goes down, that's it. It should be all over for Boston now as Fusions bites the dust as well.
That's a huge
30
shatter.
seconds remains for Uprising.
And you can see everybody shoot Jerry the moment they get the shatter down. Like, if we only get Jerry here, that's fine. That seems like at least 5/6 of their team at this point in time. You hear the clock counting down. 20 seconds remain. It seems like Toronto wants to do a close hold here. They've got both of their DPS ults, and Nevix, we'll see if he can get there. Graf could lock down this fight.
Good do. Jerry now with the Dragon Strike on the side. Beautiful halt once again. Nevix actually caught out. He's fine. He had that rally armor, but Beast not quite so lucky. Jerry dealing with the front line of the Defiant as Sherfor and Agility still have ults. Fusions finds the kill onto Nevix as the uplifting Flux comes through from Brewston. Shouldn't be too long for the world though. Yeah, there you go. Sherfor and Kellex end up going down, but still OT. All Toronto need to do now is force them off the payload. They have the ults to do it as well. Nevix has the grab. They got Space Jam or even the Pulse Bomb combo as well.
Yeah, Grav could just close out this fight, but Boston's done a good job of taking advantage of these small cracks in the armor, forcing out ultimates from Toronto. Gotta stay on the cart. This one might just come down to Pulse Bombs again.
Pulse Bomb. Oh, that was beautiful. Takes out Nevix. No Graviton Surge now available for Toronto. They still have their DPS ults, which is going to be important, but that Pulse Bomb went a little bit wide. Color Hex ends up going down, but is it going to be enough? Agility's using his Meteor Strike rather aggressively, getting onto Myunbong. Can he find the kill? No, he cannot! Somehow, Myunbong kept alive by Halo. The armor pack comes in absolute clutch. And now the rally as well for the Uprising might just be enough. OT is here, but the numbers from Defiant are dwindling. The Graviton Surge comes out and they find a kill onto Brewston, but is it going to be enough? An opposing rally here for Toronto, but it's not going on too many people as they are getting staggered over and over again. Kellex eventually goes down and Halo still with his additional armor is swinging through the front line. The Dragon cleans them all off the payload as well. Beast comes back on the ball to stall for some more time, but that is going to be it. Hollywood, a tough map to complete. An Uprising managed to do it. No time left in the time bank, but they got to be happy with that.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot about Jerry, and rightfully so, but Color Hex stepped up huge there. That initial pulse bomb to just throw a wrench in the plans. The plan for Toronto there is to play defense and get a Graviton, and then combo it with whatever DPS ults that you have working with it as well. But to take down Nevix, the priority target there, and then, I mean, Myeonbong staying alive. When you're playing the Doomfist, you're just like, how? How is this Zen still alive? And he contributed so much value to that fight towards the end because in low numbers, Discord just crushes people. You get hit by Discord, you might as well just die.
Yeah, especially when you're staggered out too. You're like going one by one by one. You're discorded. Well, you're going to die even quicker now. Right. It's the worst. And then obviously the Zen is free firing in the backline too. There's so much additional damage. He can play way more aggressive because he hasn't really got to worry because people have to touch payload. Here's the winning moment, really, from Color Hex. Does a little bit of damage to the Xayah after the stick. Bada bing, bada boom. She ends up going down, and that grab there was the key to victory for Toronto. They could have space jammed, or they could have bigger banged. They could have done so much with that, but Color Hex comes in clutch.
Got halted into it, too. The mini grab, as it is. The Orisa ability, that's just a tiny Graviton. So you can use it in a lot of the same ways that Graviton is used. It's just on a much smaller cooldown. So huge halt there. A little bit lucky that the bubbles were both used, but that might just be knowledge of knowing that, you know, I mean, if you're going to go for a Zarya, you better know that bubbles are down, otherwise you're just feeding it.
Oh, absolutely. It's the worst thing you can do. Well, the best thing you can do if you're a support player in your ranked games or a tank player or whoever, call the Xayah bubbles. It's so important. You've got to make sure you know when she can almost go invulnerable and tank any damage that is incoming. Agility's coming out on the fire this time. Double projectile as Sher falls on the Hangzhou.
It works well so well together because you're able to get the Sonic Arrow and get everyone there, and then even when you can't see people as far, you're just aiming at silhouettes and trying to get splash damage in. Igren completely given up already.
Look at Jerry, like he's playing so, well, a little bit more aggressively here as the rest of his team does back him up. Sherfall didn't quite see that one coming. He even jumps onto the roof to try and get a sneaky pick onto Agilities, but Agilities has done a lot of damage. Oh, I say that, he goes back up. Okay, probably can't res that either, unfortunately. Jerry gets beaten down by Kariv though. Good opening pick though for Agilities is actually going to get rezzed. So, in fact, Jerry going a little bit too aggressive there actually punished them for it too, and now Boston Uprising have to play passive. Fusions is going to come back, but he's a lumbering horse. Is going to take a long time to actually get back into the fight, and Agilities can basically fire away here for free.
We're back on the point, so it seems like Toronto's not taking full advantage of this. They do still have a numbers game, but it's kind of a passive comp when you've got the Pharah in it, unless you want to really put yourself in danger. It seems like he's playing just for the barrage now, this very long distance poke.
Jerry and Fusion's going extraordinarily low, and now they are under the cafe, the worst place you want to be if you're against a Pharah, if you're against a Hangzhou, just any projectile hero. Color Hex is going to have to come up big with the pulse bomb. Oh, throws it out. As soon as I said that, yeah, goes for it, finds the miss. Bruceon is going to find the kill onto Kariv though, but Agility's with a big barrage. Ends up getting taken out, but the damage has already been done, really. Beast is going to get kept alive with that immortality field. Not quite so lucky as Kariv though, as Halo takes him out of the skies with the shift. However, they are still like navigating around this wall, doing a lot of damage, but Boston somehow are coming back into this.
I've been really impressed with this Sigma play overall. I mean, Bruceon was dead to, like, all alone, isolated, and was able to keep himself alive to stay into that fight, and then he's able to do damage and able to get up to that Gravitic Flux, throw a wrench into the plans, and now we've got a full roster swap here from the Toronto Defiant. Short4 is going to go to Sim, Agilities on the main, and it seems like a strategy that they pulled out on Rialto, just everyone teleport at once.
Yeah, but they haven't got the Ryan to kind of swing through and get that cleave damage, but they don't really need it. But Jerry with the triple dragons! Oh, he knew it was coming. As soon as you see that Sim come out, you're like, well, where are they going to be? On top of the other side of the teleporter. Easy triple kill for the Hangzhou, but Agility's finding the kill onto him, but it don't matter. The rest of Uprising are going to be there to clean up the fight, and now with 1 minute in the time bank, maybe Uprising aren't out of this just yet.
Well, I mean, the Sim strat does what you want them to do, like if you had a grab or something. It just puts them all in the same spot. What a perfect dragon setup. Gets 3 below a minute now. So far, Toronto hasn't had an answer for the Boston defense.
A beautiful ult straight into Nevix's ult. That mortality field is going to be so important, or would have been rather important there. They still had it, of course. Sher4 teleporting forward straight onto Bruce, and he's got deleted. Nothing he can really do. Supercharger's coming out, though, for the Uprising, but it's going to be about getting rid of Agilities at this point. If you take care of him, you should be able to regain control. But he is so close to that Blizzard, he knows he has to play a little bit more passive here. Transcendence from Youngmong to push the rest of Uprising onto the point, but Agility's now only 15% away, but the rest of his team are going down a little bit too quickly for his liking. Kelix gets taken out, the Coalescence to keep everybody alive, and now Nevix ends up falling as well. 10 seconds for the Defiant to get back onto the point, but Brucean says not today as Beast ends up going down. Shuffle with the Blizzard, throws it out, but it is too little and too late. Uprising are going to be able to hold on to this first point. OT ticking down. Halo finds the final kill, and the Uprising, you can never count them out when Jerry and Colorhex are on the field.
Jerry just, again, went off completely, and I think we talked a lot about in this matchup so far, which team is passive, which team is aggressive. That Pharaoh play, and even the May play to an extent, ended up being passive. It's like Agilities was playing only to get his ultimate abilities up. He got a couple of kills on the Barrage, which was nice, but the May didn't get the ultimate until the match was already over, and that's a byproduct of not playing aggressively enough early on to try to get that damage in, to try to wall people off and get icicles. That means your Blizzard is delayed, so you're playing for it, but you're not playing well enough for it, and it just seemed like Boston's defense held stout. There were a couple windows where Toronto could have pushed in, where they had a man advantage, but they just chose not to.
Yeah, Boston, bright spark at the end there. Colorhex and Jerry coming up big and punishing Showfall's passiveness at the very end. We're going to jump to a quick break, guys. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by ZipChair Gaming, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back to the Overwatch League. Toronto just dropped Hollywood to a struggling Boston Uprising squad. And now we have a series on our hands. It has been very much momentum driven, as I believe our next map will be Hanamura. Yeah, this Boston squad looked completely lost, but then Colorhex started to pick it up a little bit, so Jerry's backpack didn't have to be quite as heavy. I thought the Sigma play out of this Boston team looked pretty good as well, and now they have a chance into it. I thought this was going to be a quick 3-0, that Toronto was just going to come on and smoke through them, because given how Busan went, that's exactly what was going to happen. And it didn't look much better on Rialto, very first hold there. And now Boston comes in full holds Hollywood first here after completing the map of their own. It seems like they're warming up, shaking off the rust, and they forced Toronto to kind of do some weird strategies. I think it's almost always a sign of desperation when you end up running a Symmetra on offense in Hollywood. Core 4 uses the teleport like an offensive weapon, though, as though it does damage, just teleports right onto people. But Jerry has definitely been the highlight for Boston. If they are going to win this set, he has to continue to play at his super high level. Okay, we are running into a little bit of tech issues. Yeah? Are you good?
We got it. Yeah, we got it, yeah.
Hey.
It wasn't working there for a second, but we good.
Dude, I've solo casted before. I'm ready for it.
It's okay. Not today. Not today.
I would prefer to hang out with my buddy Jack watching the game.
Same. I'm very happy to be casting right now, and I'm very happy to be seeing more Overwatch. I'll tell you that right now. And I'm very happy to be seeing this too. Attacked Sim Torb double builder on Hanamura attack?
It might not be it, but you know, it is Toronto and it is Short Force, so it's very possible this actually sticks. Let's look at the defense though. Defense, we do know that's what they're going to be running. I've been actually pretty high on Bruce in here. I think his Sigma play has been really good. He's hitting a lot of rocks, which I think is a really underrated mechanic in Sigma's kit.
Yeah, it's a big stun, plus
if you manage to get someone down off high ground with that too, it's actually insane.
All right,
it just
so
provides so much.
Yeah,
for your
single
team.
builder here. Short 4 going to try to teleport his team up into this. Short 4 is always the master of running freeze traps.
That freeze was disgusting. Bruisen did not stand a chance. No rock, no shield, no nothing. He instantly gets frozen. I mean, at the end of the day, if you're May and you're right on top of people, that the left click is going to penetrate most of the tanks if you get behind the shields, and it's fairly hard to replace the shield once you're a Orisa or you're Sigma. There's a little bit of a cooldown to it. And Myungbong finds a kill, but the issue is the rest of your team have been run over. You can only just hope for stalling for time. Kariv as well has got the Coalescence. He even uses it, in fact. Fusion's collects going down. I mean, it's whatever. You build that up at what, every
Cole is
5 seconds or so?
Yeah, fire it and forget it. Who cares? Like, it's going to be up so quickly, and if you might not even be staying on this as well. The first points of Hanamura and a lot of assault maps, the first points play very differently than the second points. So oftentimes the ideal composition for point A is not the same for point B. And there are the switches. Yeah, you're not going to run like Sim and Moira onto point B of Hanamura. So we're going to go back to a more standard composition. Kareem's going to be on Ana to take advantage of that high ground. Conversely, Shore 4 is going to try to out Hanzo Jerry. A big ask.
I mean, you could stay on Sim. I guess it depends. I guess it depends how you really want to play it, because the Sim wall does so much on second point. You can just wall off the high ground or wall off the kind of the spawn area. They just want to go for more shield break with the Hangzhou. Agilities is going to have the Blizzard, or you at least hope so, rather soon. But Jerry does have Dragons. Rather infamous Dragon spot. Yeah, you can see him underground. He is going to go for it. The hole's going to come through as well. No one taken down just yet, but Kalex, unfortunately, split up from the rest of his team. He gets taken down by Calhex.
He was so close to rally, too, at 95%. Ends up getting eaten up by the Dragon. And look, I say this every time we cast Assaults, and Hanamura specifically. You got to be perfect on offense. That one kill right there, that means it's over. You can't go in, because the spawn advantage is so great for the defense. The high ground advantage, the map advantage, like Hanamura especially, you almost have to use ultimates just to get in and fight, and then hope you just have a better fight.
Well, Agility is going to have a pretty good fight this time around. This is available. Although, Supercharge doing a whole bunch of damage. He throws it in regardless, puts up the wall too, so they can't escape. Halo has to get out of there. He manages to fall off the map, but Fusions is already dead. Myungbong was so far away from that. Normally, you Transcendence that and hopefully body block a couple of headshots, but he was across the other side of the map. Color Hex and Halo are going to fall, and that means Toronto, they're going to have a good position on the point. 2 ticks, almost 2 ticks in fact, have come in. As we do see the ball from Fusions just trying to stall for some additional time, as well as that Transcendence being used too.
Able to get some bodies on the point.
Oh, that's
at the
it.
very least,
Okay.
But,
Well,
there it is. Zen doesn't even touch.
Right,
in a different zip code early in that fight.
Yeah, it's like across the map. I mean, you don't. Ideally, you don't really want to be with your team like directly on top of them when you know they have May, because you're going to be the first target down. But he was just so far away from these fights that he's doing a lot of damage from afar. He can apply Discord Orb, Harmony Ward, etc. But the key ultimate to save everybody from Blizzard or save people from getting rushed down is that Transcendence. You are sped up in the ultimate, but you're not going to be able to climb up a vertical surface very quickly as a Zen. You have to take the stairs, unfortunately.
He should just fly in Transcendence. If Mercy gets to fly, why not give it to Zen?
Oh, that would be so good.
I do not belong anywhere near the design and development team.
That'd be good for me. I'd love that. That'd be great. What if you could fire in Transcendence as well? What if you just made Zen immortal in Transcendence, could fire and fly? It wouldn't make him broken. Jonak would be powered up to another level.
Sounds fine to me, but I play a lot of Zen.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Sounds good. Change it for me, please.
Well, so far here, Toronto has done what is almost always a very difficult task, and that is complete an assault map, completing Hanamura with 4 minutes on the clock. And that's why these first pushes are so important, not because you're not eventually going to take first. It's usually pretty much a foregone conclusion, but you want as much time as possible to try to take this almost impossible to take second point of Hana.
That it is, without a big roll. Jerry back on the Hangzhou. He's been his best hero so far this series. 4 minutes though. It's basically a resetting of the time bank, plus a second. Jerry going for something a little bit cheeky. Oh wow, okay.
It's a cool little tech.
Yep. Straight through that little crack on the top. Isn't going to be able to find Agilities, but Agilities gets dragged back in, and Halo punches him away. I mean, that's not exactly what your team wanted to do, but that's a good kill onto Beast. Happy Fusion's now pushing on forward with the rest of his team, moving those shields rather slowly. Agility's going to have a nice little angle to attack from the high ground, but jiving straight into a hold, into a rock, like it's so punishing for him right now. Colleagues taking the 1v1. Nevex did not stand a chance.
Yeah, the Tracer has to make a mistake there if you're in that 1v1.
Yeah, Agility's going to be able to survive this. There's no way. He actually gets halted back in once more. You can see the pressure of the Orisa coming up against the Doomfist. There's just so much anti-Doomfist, so many anti-Doomfist heroes right on the Uprising side. It's kind of hard for him to really do anything. They're going to find one kill onto Jerry, but yeah, too late, unfortunately. The rest of the team is going to go down. 5 minutes and 55 seconds.
I have no idea how Beast stayed alive as long as he did, but they will eventually clean it up. And now it's when you start trying to figure out if you can roll through with your ultimates. Not much online, though, for Boston. It's going to get there, but they kind of have to play this one patiently until they can get Rally up. Rally, then Supercharger Dragon, I think, would be the order of operations. Not much to work with on the defense, either.
Biggest advantage, of course, you have your Spawn right next to you. Kuriva's going to have this Nano from the background. Can't really do much now. He's going to dual Color Hex on there. He's going to have to Nano somebody. He's going to be a Nano May, it looks like. That's a big shatter in the front line. Whole bunch of damage too. Those headshots doing a bazillion damage. There's no way you're going to be able to survive this, unfortunately. Agilities and Beast do end up going down, though, as they say that. Bruceson with the splash damage with the help of the Discord Orb, and Myunbong using that Transcendence to push everybody up on the high ground.
The Transcendence, though. I mean, you're a Zen player. What do you think of that one?
Bad.
All right.
There you go. That's it. That's my analysis done for the day.
No, I mean, let me teach you the broadcast lingo. Ambitious.
Ambitious. Oh, yes.
Questionable. You know.
Yes.
Nothing's ever bad. It's an ambitious
true.
Transcendence.
True. Very ambitious. 4v6. Very ambitious. It wasn't quite 4v6. It was about 4v4, but spawns didn't look too healthy for the Uprising.
Well, like when you're on the offense, it might as well be 4v6.
Yeah, oh, definitely. Dragon Strike for Jerry once again. Can they combine it with a Holt? Yes, they can. Block, though, for Agilities. Myunbong ends up getting his revenge on Sherfor, though, from long range. Kelix is going to have to rely on this rally to keep himself alive on the point if he wants to duel out with Color Hex. Beast goes in, though, with the grab. That's a lot of damage, and that's a lot of kills for the main tank. That should be it now, really. And Fusion's is going to have to get out of there or just feed himself to Nevex. That's exactly what he's going to do. The time bank slowly but surely whittling away.
Dwindling down. Now they're definitely not going to beat the time set by the Toronto squad. Remember, this is match point here. Toronto is up in this series 2-1 over Boston. And actually kind of surprising 2-1. Boston showing signs of life on Hollywood. But yeah, it's a big ask here to try to win this map for Boston. Pulse Bomb incoming, also Gravitic Flux. But right now, it seems like this Toronto Defiant team has just managed their economy a lot better. A whole lot of check marks for them.
Yes, indeed. Now, where do they go from here? They are obviously on the low ground. They do get Bionaded, which is going to be the biggest pain right now. Beautiful eat by Bruceson, though. Spotted that coming from a mile away. Flux comes up and goes down. No one caught up, and that's the Rally and the Dragons. Everybody hitting Q at once. No one surviving in this dojo. And that'll be a big team kill for the Defiant. Time bank once more, just slowly, just slipping away from Uprising. They had a couple of good picks at the start there, Hex. Of course, Myunbong in the last fight managed to pick off Sherfor early on, but they can't just make any of these kills stick.
No, and you take a look at this replay. Shortforce just going to fire it through the low grounds.
Ooh, what a headshot onto Color Hex.
Yes.
It's okay, I kill Sher. Oh, no, I'm dead.
Fun fact, if you kill someone with a Sonic Arrow, you can see their soul.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, cool. Learn something new every day.
Of course not.
Oh, come on. Because I wasn't being sarcastic as well at that moment. Okay, dude. We know Americans don't get sarcasm that well, you know, that's fine. You of all people, though, would understand that. I mean, the dry humour does match the British rather well. Shatter available for Beast. Finally, Uprising have taken control of this high ground. Not for long, though, as Beast ends up marching forward. That's the power of the May. Halo, turn to toast. Jerry is going to find at least one kill, but Beast now has put himself on the point. He's going to get stunned, but it doesn't really matter. An exiting Fire Strike, and that should be it
for the attack here.
Colorx has been trying to sneak 33% in for the entirety of this offense, and it's just never worked. He's always alone on the point, finds himself in bad situations, and you wonder if just that follow-up damage being with his team would be more helpful. You get Beast low a lot of times, but he lives through it because there's just not enough follow at the back end, and sometimes because Colorx is just trying to backcap.
Yeah, there's so much single target healing as well available for the Defiant. You've got armor pack plus then Ana just shooting into you. It's just kind of crazy. Plus you get armor too. Uh-oh. Jerry almost baiting Beast there to try and do something a little bit too aggressive. And guess what happened again? Transcendence from Yumbong. Used on almost nothing. Kills Sherfall though. Good start. Nano boost. There's the Dragons. There's the grab as well. That what? That grab was in midair. What is this? He's trying to form a new galaxy inside of Anamura. Jerry's going to take out Agility, so again, another 2 picks for Uprising. Can they make it stick? Spawns are quicker for the Defiant. Plus, they have ultimates coming online. They want to bait everybody in so Agilities can use that Blizzard. Beast ends up going down with a shatter of his own, but Kellex coming back into the fight. He's going to have the rally. 35 seconds remaining. All they need to do is stall this out for OT, and it's a minimum of a draw for the Defiant.
They're going to have Blizzard up here, too, and you see Agilities trying to take an off angle. The Flux might keep this Boston offense into it.
Slams Beast down into the ground. Bruceson does take 2 with him. Blizzard's coming out as well. Can they finish off Fusions in the front line? They eventually manage to do it, but OT is nearing for the Uprising. I don't think they're going to be able to cap it. The stall is just too much for the Defiant. It's going to be a minimum of a draw for them now if they can even cap. Nano boost from Kariv. Beast is just swinging away in the front line. OT trickles away. The ball comes back for Fusions to try and stall out for some more time. A perfectly placed pin for Beast. And there you go. 3-1 in the series. Toronto Defiant taking the W.
Look more practiced, look more confident, just look overall a little bit cleaner, minus the hiccup on Hollywood. But Toronto, and Surefour especially, is one of those players that will just kind of try stuff, just go for a strat just because you can. It starts to get to you like when you're facing a team like Boston that Toronto might just be trying new stuff because they can. Boston has had a bad performance most of the year. Again, bright spots. I thought Bruceson played pretty well, actually. Jerry, of course, is going to be a bright spot for this squad. And they just have some things to iron out. You know, they've been messing around with the roster trying to get different people in there, so maybe there's some cohesion stuff that happens, and maybe it just might be a bad week for their hero pool as well. But I was a little surprised to see Fusions playing as much Orisa as he did, but I guess they just really wanted to go with double shield.
Yeah, you kind of hope he'd take the Ryan 1v1 in the neutral with Beast, right? Because we did actually touch on that at the very start of the day, and the start of the series. I mean, Beast's Winston just looks crazy, but his Reinhardt is, we thought, was going to get beaten out by Fusions in the 1v1, and just didn't happen. We saw double shield for the majority of it. Bruceson, like you said, performed exceptionally well, finding picks left, right, and center. His fluxes were so-so, but it's getting to the point where it's a little bit more easy to tell where the flux is going to happen, and people are going to be able to get out of it a lot easier too. It's a more telegraphed ultimate than what it once was when it first came out. It felt like it always hit people when it first came out because it's a new ability, but not anymore.
I thought his basic mechanics, though, were just really solid on that hero, and if that's the strategy they want to run, I think I look forward to good things for him. Boston's still trying to find the answer. Toronto's going to take that W and just be happy to add it to their record. They go to 2-4 now, while Boston drops to 1-5.
Player of the match, though, I think it's time. I'm going to crown Agilities for this series. I think if it went the other way, it probably would have been Jerry. He's definitely been a bright spot, but Agilities time and time again coming up big on the projectile. His Pharah gameplay is always something to behold. Hanzo as well.
Yeah, I think he didn't have the greatest Hollywood, but other than that, he was actually more consistent and more solid than I generally is. Played the Mei pretty well, to what degree you can play the Mei pretty well, but actually picked up a bunch of different heroes, and then you always have Surefour. Like, the great thing about having Surefour in your squad with Agilities and Logics is he can just fill in the gaps. Like, Agilities and Logics, they're going to play what they play, and they pop off, and he'll do whatever. So Agility is a consistent performance today, and they need Agilities to be a more consistent player if Toronto's going to turn their season around.
We got someone's first game of the season this time. In the next match, sorry, we got Seoul versus Valiant coming up soon.
Should be a good one. Looking forward to it. I've not seen Seoul at all this year. They've made a lot of big roster changes. The Valiant, the upstart Valiant, made a lot of roster changes too. So I think this could be a good matchup. Any matchup is good Overwatch right now.
Yeah, let's go to a quick break, guys. We'll be right back. Do not go anywhere. Seoul versus Valiant coming up soon.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Analytical insight are Costa and Reinforce. So El Clasico, we did it.
Oof.
And honestly though, at times it looked like Boston Uprising may or may not be back in the game.
In true fashion of an El Clasico, you think one team is going to win it. They're just going to win outright, and then one team throws. I think Toronto. I think the DPS lineup of Boston did a lot better on Hollywood attack, and that's why they ended up 3-capping. But for the Toronto.
Was it them doing better, or was it Toronto Defiant kind of dropping the ball there with insufficient
The 3-cap
switches?
was Boston doing well. I think their DPS lineup really sort of coming together, but the Toronto getting full held was a mistake. I think the Pharah was a risky pick. They wasted, I would say, 3 minutes just trying to get value out of the Pharah. And the problem with Pharah is that, especially on the first point, it's really hard to actually follow up damage and follow up kills because there is so much cover on the first point.
Yeah, I felt like it came down to map design a little bit, because it felt like Toronto Defiant, they weren't comfortable attacking point A.
Welcome back again to Watchpoint Reset. You know, 2-time is indeed the charm, I've been told. Not 3, it's 2. So let's make it work. Costa reinforced. We just watched El Clasico, and it didn't quite go the distance. However, we did see some, signs of life coming out from the Boston Uprising. It wasn't just Jerry at one point.
Yeah, it was all right. The game sort of came to it.
Right.
I don't know. I sort of...
They got a map.
I sort of explained it a little bit earlier, but it's just like the Farah just didn't really work on the first point attack on Hollywood for the Toronto Defiant. That was really the only sort of stumble that they had in this match, and that's why Boston Uprising got the map. So, you know, you got to give Boston that they played well on that map, but I think Toronto was just a better team.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I think agilities look pretty crisp on the side of Toronto Defiant. And also, I mean, B's just getting nano-boost by Kareem. That's the kind of relationship I want. I just want nano-boost.
Johnny just wants someone that will nano-boost it.
It was great. Love it.
If you had to give out the honors of an MVP for this particular match, who would be the receiver of that?
I would give it to agility.
Yeah,
I don't know about you, Scott.
I think he just played a lot of different characters and he played it really well. So you can't really fault him at that point.
All right. Well, still big shout out to Jerry.
Yeah, Jerry tried. He's the player that
That's
tried of the match.
I also think Bruceson needs a shout out. I think for him to most likely not have had much practice with the team, you know, like he filled his role, and I'm excited to see more of that.
Tried.
He did try. They all tried, and that's all we can ask for. Now, as this match is done and dusted, we're moving on to the next one. Valiant going up against the Seoul Dynasty. Costa, we need to talk about it. You did pick Valiant, and again, it's very optimistic. Is that a little bias coming in there, or do you just generally
I've never
think
been
that
biased
they
in my
were
life. I don't
so
know what you're talking about.
outstanding?
I've never been biased in my life. This is just 100% honest pick. I honestly, I think they actually do have a good shot of taking it to the Seoul Dynasty. It's really hard to really know where both teams stand. But, you know, it's going to be really interesting. I want to see what this team is going to pull out because they've had so much time to practice over the last few months.
Okay, we're about to head into the game, but one last thought. Reinforce. Gig is not in the starting lineup. Is that a surprise to you?
I'm really sad. But I guess, yeah. I mean, I wanted to see more Reinhardt, but I guess we aren't. I don't know about Dreamer.
I'm excited to see Dreamer. That's what I'm going to say.
Yeah, let's see what he can bring
nickname.
to the table. It is a cool nickname. Let's see if... no, I don't have anything cool to say about that. I thought I had a really smooth transition, but then it was just kind of awkward before I said it. Anyway, so we were heading into a more action. Once again, Hex and Joss will be on the mics for you, and we get to lean back and enjoy the LA Valiant going up against the Seoul Dynasty, and afterwards we will be back again with a game break.
Hey guys, welcome back. Valiant facing up against Seoul. Seoul's first match of the season. We're about to get it underway.
The Valiant, a surprising squad. A lot of people have them very low in the power rankings. They went a
Legend of Soul Guard. Download now.
I
horses
was thinking of Orisa.
a complete kind of vamping of this roster, and it does seem like Dreamer and McGravy will be the starting tanks today. The support line has, I think, exceeded expectations. Lastro has come in and made a name for himself. Rain has been solid. And then every caster's favorite duo, KSP versus KSF. So fun to try to pronounce both of those DPS players in rapid fashion, but they're both playing really, really well.
Yeah, oh yeah. KSP was going to change his name at one point to Kai, which is just his name. Everybody was like, no, don't change it. And I think a lot of people, a lot of casters and whatnot were like, well, maybe if he does, like, we'll get less confused. I personally prefer KSP as a name, but here's a nutty Widowmaker. I'm excited to see that come into the fold, but Seoul now on your screens, like we said. First match of the series. A lot of Seoul fans out there got high hopes for this roster.
Yeah, and a lot of fans of just players who have now all of a sudden found on the Seoul Dynasty roster. I'm a huge fan of Prophet. I don't know if you can be a fan of Overwatch without being a fan of Prophet. It's like being a football fan and not liking Jerry Rice. You're just wrong. But Gesture is on this squad now. Fitz had a decent season in Season 2. Badoshin, Toby, Marvel, like, it's just rock solid all the way through. There's a lot of expectations for this team, for the Seoul Dynasty team. But you know what? There have been expectations for the Seoul Dynasty team since Game 1, Season 1. And it's kind of been a disappointing ride to be a Seoul fan.
Well, it's going to be a little bit more disappointing, especially for Gesture coming into this this match today. Unfortunately, the Winston is banned.
Yeah.
Oh, well, rotated out, unfortunately. Same as Soldier, of course. We're same hero pool as of the last match, funnily enough.
Yeah.
But
and
I
Toby
really want to see... Yeah, exactly. I really want to see people like Toby on Lucio and people like Gesture on the Winston, but we're going to have to satisfy for whatever they bring out today. But it's probably going to be a little bit more Brig, a little bit more Ana, which is always exciting to see. Jaehong, unfortunately, not on the Seoul roster anymore. He's moved on to Titans, but there's still a lot of powerhouses in the lineup for Seoul. Toby and Padosin in the back line. They're going to be contending with Lastra and Rain, so it's really like the new versus the old guard.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to see, well, again, just before we started the first match, I'm like, I just want to see Tracer. But now I'm getting greedy, because now I just want to see Prophet on Tracer. Of course, he's got the highlight of the Season 1 Grand Finals, where he just goes absolutely off on Volskaya, on Tracer. So nice to see. And Prophet, I mean, anytime you talk about best player in Overwatch League, Prophet's name is always brought up, alongside of a Carpe and people like that.
A lot of old faces and old names on the Seoul squad, facing up against a rather fresh lineup in Valiant. Players that have been around a while, but not graced the Overwatch League. KSB and KSF teleporting Bastion out. Well, I'd love to see it. I'd like to see McGravy actually on the D. I think it's one of his best heroes.
It is crazy to see all these the sim rollouts now that Lucio's not there. Like, and we've seen sim rollouts even when Lucio is there. You get the sim, like, you have your Tracer play the sim, you get out there, then you speed boost, and like getting the positioning on the mid fights actually just straight up wins you fights. So I think we're gonna see a lot of this teleporting and then switching rollouts here. Seems like right away Seoul is splitting their attention on both sides. Interesting.
Does seem that way. We are seeing a little bit of dive that you wanted to see, Hex. Gesture and... Oh my goodness, that pull and nade. Well, bye-bye, Fitz. Seoul's first death of the season. Unavoidable.
Yeah, just kind of playing passive, just sitting in there. Like, the dive never came in, and now you've lost all the backup damage. Fitz is going to move over to the Doomfist instead. This one's not over because, well, Wrecking Ball's really annoying.
Yeah, I was about to say that. He's just doing... just ungodlike things on the Wrecking Ball, or at least try to knock people off, but, you know, Gravy and the rest of the squad more than happy about that. It is a bunker down composition for the Valiant. As you can see, they're now rotating back up to the high ground. Is the rotations here. That's where Seoul are going to be able to catch the Valiant off, and people getting moved off the high ground too. There you go. Gesture being a menace, but he goes down low once again. The stuns, the almost everything. Oh my goodness! Okay, I don't know, man. Let's just sit back and watch. This is
I felt that
just got so bullied. Flashbang, didn't get a headshot, no, just got splattered against the wall. But this is going to kill off Rain. It's going to be a good start for Seoul as they do manage to find the recap.
Prophet just sent into the Shadow Realm. You just have to take a couple deep breaths and reestablish yourself there. Meanwhile, though, it is a Seoul team battling back. KSP gets dueled out, and Seoul with control of the point.
Beautiful stick. Oh, doesn't quite find it, but it doesn't matter because Seoul has control of the point still. And now they can set up. Now it's going to be infinitely harder for the Valiant squad to actually set up now. They have got a lot of ults to work with, of course, almost 6 lining on up. They could go for the big space jam here.
Yeah, like you said, it's more of a hunker-down, bunker-ish composition when you have the Orisa on the point as opposed to the dive tanks that Seoul is running. So really, it's all about getting in the correct positioning here for LA.
That's a beautiful pick to start off with from KSF. Meteor Strike coming out. There's the grab as well from McGravy. Doesn't quite find anybody. Oh, Fitz was launched up into the sky. Couldn't quite get down to the ground in time to land the people's elbow. KSF now dueling out onto the point. Earned himself a Meteor Strike of his own. Straight from the Brig, but the Brig is rallied on. So it's going to go down rather quick. rather fast. KSF getting out of there rather fast. Now you've got to see the rest of Valiant try and make their way onto the point, but you are still dealing with Proper on the Tracer, as well as Fitz, who's made himself known in the front line as well. They still continue to hold, and with that 65% online, and almost every single ult expended for Valiant, they're now in a bad spot.
A little bit frantic there as the end of the fight came in, but it's still just a brawl. This has not been a clean fight on either side. No one's really resetting.
Self-destruct launched into the back line. Astros are going down. No big reset here. That's what they need. Valiant just need to be able to reset and go again because they have got one more fight in them before Seoul take this map. And you've got to think at this point, Dreamer's going to have to switch off. He's just getting bullied. Hasn't had a chance to lay down the supercharger yet.
I know, but now it's all about like maybe trying to get the supercharger, maybe throw a Deadeye in there as well, just to get the positioning they need to be able to fight back onto the point. But I don't think they're going to get another ultimate out of McGravy here. 65 seems like a mile away from Zarya.
Someone had to touch. Look at that. Prophet instantly killing off KSF with the help of Fitz. Dream's going to be able to get back onto the point, but supercharger has been used already. A lot of that damage went a little bit waylaid as the rest of Seoul Dynasty were able to LOS KSF from or KSP, sorry. There you go. There's the first mistake of the season for me. KSP, yeah, we should actually. It's going to get a little bit insane. Graviton Surge coming out. There's KSP finds the head of Fitz. McGravy eventually getting an ult off, manages to corral the rest of Seoul Dynasty onto the point and into the grab, as they do end up capping McGravy. Gets nanoed at the very end to keep him alive and to deal out the additional damage that was required, and now they can set up on the high ground once again, but Dreamer had to switch over to the Wrecking Ball, so McGravy's going to be a little less protected on this Zarya.
Yeah, the Zarya ultimate was really the one that they needed, and I mentioned before the fight started at 65%, it was kind of a coin flip whether he was going to get there or not. The win condition for Valiant in that fight was to make the fight last long enough to let McGravy get up there. Also, he had 100 charge on the Zarya, and that's just going to erase people from the game. Still, though, have to be perfect, but now with Valiant nearing about 70%, we may be entering the final fight of this first stage.
We are, however, Seoul have taken position on point, almost capped it there. Gesture forcing everybody down onto the low ground. KSP'd with the high noon once again. Those mines doing a fair bit of work, actually doing a whole bunch of damage. That beautiful bio grenade from Badosa, that was it, that's it. You just win the fight off of that. It was a 4-man bio in the back. Marvel and Jester jumped on the back line. That should be it. That is how you carry on support. Badosa putting on a showcase with the nades. And Village is going to get taken.
He hits that nade, and it's also a perfect follow-up from Gesture, timed perfectly. It's an enormous slam on him, and you just watch health bars melt away all over on that one as the Tracer's just in for cleanup at that point. So a little different clash of styles here, but Seoul seemed to be very comfortable with this dive. It was a weird dive. It was like dive McCree, and McCree didn't last too long. I think the dive was to intentionally isolate a target and then let the McCree just go unfettered in the back and just pop away at people. But didn't work out. They ended up making some switches. And now we will move over to the Sanctum. You and I were discussing this earlier. And Mandata's gold has been
made up lore.
It's been entered into the lore, and I'm pretty sure it's just something ZP made up.
That wouldn't be
like
the first time.
4 years ago.
Well, that wouldn't be the first time, that's all I'm saying. He's just making up things, and now it's officially canon. Well, there you go.
That's how it
You
goes.
heard it here first. ZP, a new lore writer for the Overwatch League.
That's the power of casting, man. What you say just ends up being true.
Well, yeah. Just take what we say as gospel. Don't do that, actually, please. Dreamer ends up with... Yes, dead wrong. Yeah, you're not wrong. Fitz takes the kill. That's going to be a good start. And again, they are going for this more hunker-down composition. Double shield, exactly like we saw from Uprising in the match before. But you got to think now. Who's going to win out this one? Who's got the May and who doesn't? Seoul Dynasty with the May. As soon as they put themselves on the point against the double shield, it makes them just so hard to take down.
Yeah, now Dreamer's already switched though too. He's on the Hammond.
It's keeping the rest of the team alive, but not for long. It's KSF. Oh, the Fitz having a little bit of a field here. KSF earns himself a pulse bomb, but it doesn't matter whatsoever. Soul still getting a lot of time on point. That's what is going to matter at the end of the day. Still building up as the rest of Valiant are trying to finish off Seoul. They managed to get 25% is going to tick over now. Not too bad at all to start off with. KSP finishes off Fitz, and that will be Seoul going for the reset.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the composition right now for LA just seems a little discordant without having an anchor tank, but Dreamer did actually get a ton of work done there, put out so much damage and the mobility to help try to prevent these dives. When his team gets dove on, he's actually just jumping in to try to play defense with them as well. So Gesture stays on this Orisa, can be very good on this map, obviously halting people into the abyss.
The Wolves and Prophet. Looks like they want to go down to the low ground. That's a beautiful kill actually onto KSF. I can imagine that was just a one-tick headshot. Prophet finds yet another kill. Flux used on point. Ball didn't stand a chance. Prophet with another. That's 3 kills for the May without using the Blizzard as well. And Seoul very, very quickly taking control of the game once again.
Yeah, able to just out-rotate there too. Then the Dragon is essentially just a corridor that safe passage to walk out of. They notice they're getting dropped on, so the Dragon comes through. Obviously doesn't do damage to your own team, so they just take the Dragon Road on their way out to the point, get the last couple of kills that they need, and with no threat of a Tracer flanking because of a nice headshot from Prophet earlier, everyone's able to just back up and stay safe. And now this is exactly where you want to be with this composition. You've got 2 shields and you've got a wall.
Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, and he couldn't eat it. Oh, McGravy. He's going to feel that one tomorrow. Byronated as well on top of the head. No way they can do that, but it doesn't look like Valiant are done just yet. They're going to rally into the front line as Marvel does end up going down. The Transcend issues also. Wall's going to block them off for the time being, but still, Prophet and the rest of the team are kiting all the way back. A nice bio grenade from Badosin to keep everybody alive and well. The Dragon Strike will end Toby's life, but Fitz pays it one back in kind as KSP ends up going down. Now they have to deal with the tanks on the point, but it shouldn't be too much of a worry as soon as they take out Prophet. Rain running him down. A nice little pulse bomb as well. We send the health bar of Marv1 straight into the ult bank KSF, and that'll be the flip. But still, one more fight is all Seoul needs. 83% on the board.
Gesture with the loneliest supercharger ever to sit in the corner. No one gets anything done. I thought he might be switching after that based on using the ultimate as late as he did, but Gesture is an ambitious and aggressive player, so not a big surprise there. KSF's on the flank. He doesn't have Pulse Bomb, though. He's just looking for a lone Zenyatta and try to win that duel.
Trying. Oh, there he is. Oh, he knows. He knows. Badosin, Sixth Sense perking up. They're going to let this go for free? They are again. Valiant, okay, they let that go away for free. And KSF, sorry, ends up going down. There's 2. McGravy also ends up falling. Once again, Valiant, it's almost like we're seeing Uprising again playing a little bit too passive. They're taking these points away for free. There's no contention whatsoever. You have got the May on the point, but you've got to get someone like a Tracer on. Yes, you're in danger of getting headshot, but you have to do something. As I say that, Seoul end up taking the victory on Sanctum as well, as Valiant just crumbled at the end.
It's my biggest pet peeve when I'm playing, when I'm watching, when I'm in. They're just giving up points for free. Unless you're really sacrificing a ton of positioning to get over to the point, then you have to have someone on there just to not let them just snag it for nothing there. There were some interesting, good plays out of the Valiant, but I really think, like, Badosin just constantly overlooked. I think he's been overlooked in the league since day one. I always have him in my top 3, top 5 support players, and you mentioned it several times. Hitting those nades in a game that's so dependent on healing and sustain, like, Badosin won them several fights alone on his Ana.
Oh, easily, yeah. Whether defensive or offense with an A's, Badosin's looking fire right now for Seoul's first match of the season. We're going to jump to a quick break, though. Do not go anywhere. Map number 2 coming up soon.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League. The Overwatch League is brought to you by Pringles Wavy. Big crunch, big flavor.
And just like that, Seoul Dynasty find their first map win of the season. They must be feeling pretty good with themselves right now. Valiant, a little bit less so, I can imagine, giving up that last point and just kind of fading away into the sunset and saying goodbye, I think, was the memento of the last 50 seconds of that
Dorado
map.
was
But we're moving on to Dorado
It
now.
just
New
seemed
map,
like,
new set.
Valiant got out-compositioned there, especially on control. So they're running like a bunker composition, but then they're high ground. And what Seoul does, they just send someone to the point. It's like, okay, and not everyone gets off high ground, so what was the point of even being up on high ground? And then they kind of ran a weird tank mix on Sanctum. It didn't end up working out for them. A really early switch came out from Dreamer, who was on Orisa, died once, and then just ran ball the rest of the time. But that is in the past. Seoul Dynasty now lead the series 1-0 in their Overwatch League 2020 debut. Sounds weird, but it's the reality of the situation.
Yeah. Yeah, right now, yeah. There's obviously a few teams that haven't played, and it does feel a bit odd saying that as we are what feels like months into the season. Like you said, Dorado, second map of the series. My apologies. And yeah, let's talk about Seoul just a little bit, and what we talked about at the very start of the series, which was what are we going to see? And unfortunately, we can't see Toby or Lucio. Unfortunately, we can't see the Winston coming out from Gesture, but they seem to be on point right now with the dive like you wanted to see, which was Hammond mixed with a Diva. I mean, the Hammond just does so much work, especially on someone like Village, where you can knock people off the high ground. That's the potential. We could see it here too. You take control of the high ground, especially the first point on Dorado, it could be all over for the defense. If you are running more of a static
I want to see what the compositions end up here. I think Gesture on Hammond is going to be a revelation for a lot of people. In my opinion, it plays similar-ish to Winston as far as timings go and when you should be going in, when you should be. Obviously, the abilities are different, and Hammond's unkillable, whereas Winston can die. But I think he's gonna excel on that hero, and then I think the Hammond Diva dive is where it's at. Look at this; they're even gonna play it on defense. Defense, you would almost expect shields, like just anchor tank. Let's put people back there, but I feel like this is the composition they've settled on and look comfortable in it.
3, 2, 1.
Such a good Widow map.
And especially with fits on the Widow.
Stop the payload.
Normally you think you have to protect the Widow with some sort of shield or whatever, but if you have someone diving in the front line, especially if it's three dive heroes like the Tracer, like the Ball,
well,
like
I mean,
the Diva,
right now we've got KSP and KSF on the Widow and the Genji respectively. Now that can pressure out the opposing Widow, of course, right? And so Prophet's going to come in first and take down KSF, and now that's a big thing they don't have to worry about anymore. Gesture's in the backline, hits an enormous slam, and he's not going to try to stick around to get damage done. He's just going to bail out right away, just be annoying. A very aggressive first hold here. Dorado has been a map where a lot of teams will play very aggressively on this defense, because if you lose this fight right here, you can still end up playing Archway anyway. So it's just about an opportunity cost to play early on, to be annoying. Speaking of annoying, Prophet is just crushing. Yeah.
Yeah, speaking of annoying, yeah, McGravy just gets taken out. Don't really way you can protect yourself going around this corner. Prophet's on the high ground permanently. What do you have to really duel him? KSF on the Genji? Sure, but you have to look at Fitz. KSP literally needs to win the 1v1 Widow duel against Fitz right now in order for KSF to really do anything. KSP easily his best hero is the Widowmaker, but now he's switching over to the Tracer. Dreamer and McGravy are also switching up, but wholesale swap, what does that mean?
Well, for Seoul. Right now, though, KSP is in the backline on the other side. Nano Tracer, love to see it.
Oh, Nano. Oh, what? Straight into, yeah, that was a little bit too telegraphed. Prophet now having to recall out of there. Nano didn't really do all too much, but KSF still ends up going down. Gesture now with the mines available. Like I said before, you reset your ult bang, and what's the problem now? You have to build it back up again. You've already spent 2 minutes trying to do something, and Fitz just shooting people at the
doorman
spawn
to their own home and said nope, and right there they get knocked into the air, and Fitz just on the cleanup. Fitz has gone largely untouched this entire time. He's going to have the Infrasight whenever he wants it. There's no opposing Widow. Really, the only threats to him are the diving DPS. The tanks have not really tried to get on him yet.
Nanoblade coming up though. That's the one big tool they have to crack this defensive Seoul. Fitz getting jumped on, uses the Church to grapple off, slide down the roof, and make his way to safety. Those mites are coming out. A little bit of a weird placement. They're going to get taken out. And no, guess who's taken out as well? Now KSF got body shot by Fitz a couple of times. That ends his life. And now they got Nanoblade. And KSP goes down too. Hex, there's a minute and 30 left, mate.
Pilot this one for the moment. Fitz not going to be too hard because Fitz takes down Lastro early on, but Doshin's able to take down Rain on the other side of things. 10-player kill streak for Prophet, still holding on to that pulse bomb. Nanoblade still in the pocket of the Valiant, though. They're going to have to wait for this, get it done, and there's really no great defense against this. Maybe you can hit Rally, maybe try to get a stun, but if people are isolated the way Seoul is playing, then Nanoblade should find some good value. It seems like everybody else is just rotating around. You back with me, Jack? Did you get fixed?
Yes.
Cool.
I think so. I think we're good. We're
I
good.
hope so.
Valiant aren't looking too good. Nanoblades available. Pulse Bomb available. Prophet with his Pulse Bomb as well, but there's a lot of ults available for Dynasty to actually fight back from this one. They still have that rally. It's going to come out instantly. See there, Toby hitting it. KSF isn't going to be able to do anything. Finds Marv, but isn't going to be able to do anything else. Slashing away at the ball. Well, that's a lot of damage, but you need to secure the kill to find anything. KSP with a big stick in the back kills off Badoshin. Gesture finally falling down. Fitz has sights, but he's not going to be able to do anything with it. That is what they need. It's just a big Nanoblade, and the killing off of Gesture stops him from being a menace. With 10 seconds remaining, they're pushing on to this second point. How are they going to be able to cap? That's the question. Toby is asleep in the back, and the rally is coming out from Rain to make everybody a little bit more hardy. However, there is still a lot more pressure coming out from Gesture, who has mines. He's so close. If he can get these out, it might just be the W, but KSP is going to be able to clean up on the Tracer.
Great mines out there from Dreamer, too. Just put them all over the card as you guys want to try to stall out and walk through this literal minefield, and that is going to be the cleanup. Valiant in the very last fight, able to take this point, get an extension on their clock of 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Had to use everything.
There's a big stick that counts. Yeah, so you're definitely not... What?
I look magnetized.
He shot put that like he was in the Olympics. That was a ridiculous distance he just covered with that pulse bomb. Wow. I'm surprised that didn't stick onto Toby, to be fair, but that's really what opened up the point.
Might have been going for Toby, but you take those.
We take those. Easy. For Gravy now with control of the high ground. He's going to be up here with the Brig too, so it's not much Gesture can really do to bowl people off. He's just going to get stunned. I say that as the Brig does drop down to the ground. Speaking of dropping down, there are the mines as well onto that payload. Isn't going to prove too much of a distraction for Seoul. Yeah, Prophet takes out Lastro as well. Self-destruct launched it into the air. There's going to be another traded kill, so 1 DPS versus 1 DPS at this point as Fitz goes down to the Genji. But Prophet's still proving he's an absolute wizard on this pick. As I say that, cast a curse and he gets taken out. What can I say?
That one's on you, man. I was just gonna sit there and
I thought he was gonna survive and get a 6K. Not my fault. He died. Just play better.
Yeah. KSP's got an armor pack and he's going to happily take this 2v1. Marvel will be escorted back to spawn. Now Seoul's going to try to get back in here. They have made some changes that happened in the previous fight. Fitz is on the McCree. It's a decent point for McCree to try to get a Deadeye going, and especially with the distraction that Gesture can provide, maybe that's a win condition. And speaking of win conditions, Nanoblade's ready.
Nanoblade, there's the rally staying alive. Oh, he got nade on him as well. No way Toby dying from that. Oh, KSF, a Nanoblade versus a rallying Brig with a Bayonet on top of it. It's not going to work, unfortunately. Prophet and KSP end up finding kills. KSF now trying to hunt down the back line, but little does he know, they're actually in the main door. Sleep onto Toby, doesn't do all too much, but the rest of the support lineup for Valiant are taking a heavy beating. Ends up taking out Prophet. Now that lack of heals are really going to start burning away at the health bars of the Valiants. KSP is going to get out of there rather quickly as Prophet finishes off KSF.
Yeah, it's got to get out of dodge. You hear the ominous music, and that means that we're about to end the map here. Pulse Bomb and Self-Destruct, the best hope for a Valiant team trying to stay on the offense in Dorado. Marvel's going to have a defensive Self-Destruct, and mines are up. That's brutal.
Oh, yeah. And Self-Destruct too.
Yeah.
There's not really much you can really do here, to be honest. KSP, last-ditch attempt to get his Pulse Bomb eaten, and Prophet ends the round with a melee onto KSP. The self-destruct on point did nothing, and that'll be Valiant halted just before second point. Seoul Dynasty fans must be quite happy with themselves at this point, I've got to say. First match of the season, and they are looking as strong as ever.
It's just like Prophet is unchained, man. Like, with the dives going in, it just seems like Marvel will get in there and do 50% damage on an Ana. Then Lastro's backing up, thinks he's fine. Now he backs right into Tracer, and Prophet cleans it up. Gesture has been all over the place, staying alive and getting these minefields up really quickly. So this Seoul team is, you know, kind of a term that we would use as like dream team. They just picked up the best available free agents, and we're just going to put as much talent on this squad as possible. So far, looking pretty good.
Looking pretty fire right now. And that's the power of Brig with the rally Hex. I love seeing the Nano Blades, don't we all? But, you know, sad Genji. And you got to think about, like, way back, right? When Genji in the game just first released, or, you know, like a year into the game. Genji was just such... He can be a hard carry, don't get me wrong. He can still be a hard carry. But there are so many mitigating factors now for Genji to deal with. And Genji doesn't really do much when he's not blading, and when he's not even just nano blading as well. You require two heroes to really make him work.
Yeah.
And his brawling potential isn't as good as something like a Doomfist, isn't good as something like a Tracer. He's still going to work well with dive tanks and with things to almost peel for him in the moment. But even Nanoblade at this point in time isn't as effective as it used to be. Oh my!
What? Filth! Absolute filth. And that's the only reason they ran that. Now I think they're going to switch heroes, yeah. The only reason they did that is try to clear off Rooftop, because they controlled Rooftop entirely on their defense. The entire time, they owned the roofs. And they decide that they're not going to let the defenders on the other team do that. It's a nice shield. Take a look at this wall.
Oh, that's so horrible. I'd be so tilted if I was KSF right now. My Tracer ain't that good. And I have this weird habit of pulse bombing and then dashing forward, so I just dash through the person and pulse bomb the ground.
You're not a real Tracer till you die from Junkrat's passive.
Oh, I died to that as Zen, mate. Like, it feels pretty bad as a Zen, I'll tell you that. You haven't got no mobility.
Well, Kesev's back in this fight now, and the cart has stalled at this archway, but that's why you want to take those early fights, is because you could always fight at the archway again when you lose it. And now it seems to be where their first fight is coming from.
KSP's going to have a really big advantage here, this big sight line. Like I said before, it's definitely his best hero in the Widowmaker. All he does is aim train. He's an absolute crazy man. Right. That'll be a quick cleanup for the tanks. Valiant, KSF as well. Almost got one clip there by this end. Got to be a little bit more careful than that. Does hit the recall in time though, and has got the pulse bomb to boot as well. But you are running into Toby. And he is going to have the immortality field for whoever does get pulse bombed.
The issue is they don't really have anything to check KSP's Widow, and this is a great Widow point. He's playing Courtyard right now on the ground, but even if they could push back, there's like a great sniper spot on the perch, and they don't have dive tanks, and they don't really have a mobile DPS to deal with it. So
that was the perfect pick. Pulse bomb coming in there. Big stick. Went a little bit wide. KSF doesn't find anything. With one healer down, Lastro's going to take a whole age to come back. Gives them legs. Make him move faster, please. He's at 90% as well from the trance, but Seoul Dynasty are now just running through Valiant. There's not much they can do. Now, Lastro being picked off, he's not only not going to be able to get trance in time to actually save this point, he's only just got it now, and you only had Rain to really heal you up. And there's so many people dashing around the place. Those armor packs have to be used so conservatively.
Right, and Valiant's going to do the right thing and notice that that fight is over, and they're just going to try to take some positioning on the high ground here. It's going to take a lot of those heroes that don't have mobility.
Oh, he doesn't know. Oh, he doesn't know. He must know. Oh, no, okay. He's gone. Okay. I thought KSF was just going to stay there and one clip fits, but I got a little bit too ahead of myself. We're good. Dragon Strike available for Fitz now, clearing off the high ground, but I think it's going to be his main aim. And look at the rest of ults they've got, Hex. 2 damage boosting ultimates to boot as well. Halt into the Dragon. Instant Transcendence, though, but still manages to kill off Rain. KSF does trade it up and manages to kill off Fitz, but is it actually going to be enough at the end of it all? Jester lays down the Supercharger, a lot of additional incoming damage now for the Dynasty. The Gravy lifting everybody up in the sky as KSP takes one head off, but Marvel repays it in kind, killing off the Widow, and Toby killing off KSF. Potential final fight territory now for Valiant, as Seoul have ults to boot coming into this next fight.
Yeah, it's going to be 3x on the card. They're going to have Blizzard and the Flux to go with each other to try to close out this map. But they were able to take the high ground. That Dragon ended up getting a sleeping Brigitte. I don't think she was slept. She must have been stunned. But the Brigitte, that's why Rain went down early, is I think he got rocked in the face. He was just laying down. There was a wall behind him. Then he got dragoned. It was a bad day to be a Brigitte there. And then with no control of the high ground, the dueling on the bottom just happened. The Graviton Flux came in from, I believe it was McGravy at that point in time. but there was a really nice transcendence from Badoshan. It seems like everything that the Valiant are trying to do, Seoul is able to react to it very quickly. We do have a pause.
Yeah, not only reacting to it quickly, you are also almost saving ults. They react in such a perfect way that, hey, Valiant has just expended everything. Great, fantastic. Now what do we have going into this last fight? Well, we have Blizzard. That's almost a game winner right there.
Yeah, and I think like the Widow is really good when you're on a stable defense, when you're able to hold a point and you're holding and you know where the fight is going to happen. This second point opens up a lot, and Seoul is kind of just rolling over. It's not really a hero that's going to bring you back in a fight. It's going to win fights before it's over by getting picks. But if you lose 2 already, the Widow is not generally going to get a ton done because everyone's just pushing everyone on the ground, and a Widow alone it just doesn't matter. It's just not enough.
Yeah, you're hoping for a miracle from KSP there. We do apologize, of course, for the pause. There's a couple of internet issues with the players, but we should be able to get that sorted rather fast. Do not worry, we'll be back in the game very shortly. Now,
yeah, we're way ahead of schedule anyway. The first match went super quick. This one is going pretty quick, so let's just take this time and enjoy the fact that the Overwatch League is back in 2020. We're going to take some time to think about that while we send a break. We'll see you on the other side of it.
And we are back, getting straight into the game. Valiant and Seoul, if you've only just joined us, Seoul, they're looking pretty fire hegs. They've got, what, 3 minutes to cover 30 meters, and they have Blizzard, and they have the Flux. Looking mighty clean from them thus far, and KSF activating the sites, can see where everybody is, but they're going to need a lot more than that.
Supercharger goes down, but it's walled off immediately, so not going to get a ton of value from it. They have a rally and a dream right now for LA.
What was that flux? Who did that hit? That just hit McGravy? I mean, okay. Marvel does find himself on the high ground. Prophet now trying to do the same. Spots the Widow. Oh, no. Oh, Venom Minder. Just going to wall it off to make sure he can't get headshot. And that will be a big rotation, in fact, through to the double doors. Giving up a whole lot of room here, but they've actually killed KSP and KSF. Oh, Podoshin and Gesture have just opened this game wide up. Now Valiant are in trouble. They're going to have to run past, of course, the rest of Seoul. Tanks are alone on the point. McGraving doing his best to try and keep the tanks alive using that Matrix, but Prophet just running at them. There's the Blizzard after the D-Mech. Dreamer goes down. Nothing the Baby Diva can do. That should just be it. Seoul, they're going to go 2-0 up in this series. Just pure domination from them so far. And Prophet just out of his mind deadlifting the team.
Yeah, I mean, they don't even really need that much of a deadlift, though. I mean, the confusing thing there is Seoul goes for this enormous flank around, and I kind of understand why LA's chasing them through this corridor, because if a team wants to do something, your first instinct is to not let them do that. But by chasing them through the corridor, by trying to go for these picks by people, they lost 2 in that very last fight, and then it was just over from that. Prophet then just sits on the Mei and 1v2s both tanks, because, well, Mei, and that's it. That's Seoul up 2-0 very quickly. It seems like we haven't even got out of the gates yet here.
Yeah, we've still potentially got more maps to come, but Seoul want to round this out with a clean 3-0. I am sure their fans want the same. We're going to jump to a quick break, guys. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network. And by State Farm. For auto, home, or renters insurance. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. The Overwatch League is brought to you by HyperX. Unleash your style, unleash your fury. With HyperX Fury Memory.
Welcome back, everybody. Apologies for the slightly longer break. Of course, we are all doing this from our homes, and it is a little bit tough. So we had to take a small extended break there to get a couple of additional tech problems sorted, but the crew is hard at work, and it does look like we are getting back into game rather shortly.
Yeah, it should be just a moment there. And it's not just us working from home. The IT department, the observers,
Everybody.
like the producers. Our producer did the games last night at 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. our time, and now is doing them today. So it got a little bit of sleep. We're doing our best here. Hopefully you're enjoying it. Something to keep you sane during these insane times. And, you know, that's enough of that. Let's just go play some Eichenwald right now. Seoul Dynasty up 2-0 on the Los Angeles Valiant. And I think we got a little profit stats during our break. And, what was it, 14 final blows, 2 deaths? Maybe something like that. I think he's pretty good.
Crazy.
He's pretty good Tracer, yeah. Those were his numbers just on Tracer.
That's it.
And, yeah.
Yeah, he's okay. He's pretty good. He just solo carries, but, like, he's okay.
Yeah, the game's in a good spot when you're able to play Tracer. That's all I've always felt. I've always been a Tracer main. Sometimes, you know, dabble a little bit of Pharah here and there, but Tracer's always been my girl. There's a reason she's the logo.
Oh, yes, indeed. Oh, I was hoping we'd see a little bit of Pharah there, but it's going to be Fitz changing over to the Kree instead on the defense. Double shield!
Yeah.
With Profit on the Mei. No, not too much of a shock.
So essentially triple shields. You know, that's why people make the joke that Mei is half a tank. Well, you know, with her health pool and her sustain and her ability to lock areas down, and especially the map editing ability that is the Ice Wall. Although Ice Wall you can break down a little bit easier now, so they're trying to adjust the power creep that has happened in Mei.
Yeah, and you can fit tanks through one column now instead of breaking two, which was the most frustrating thing in the world. There we go, we've got KSB coming out on the Widow. Going to try for a jump shot. Doesn't quite find anybody. And, oh, guess who found somebody though? Badosin. Nice little anti-nade.
That's really funny. That's launched from like the beginning of the match. He just ends up getting a little bit of charge for it. Not the biggest deal, but cute play.
Another one. That's a 3-man barrier grenade. That's a free 20 charge there. No one's taken any damage on the side of Soul just yet. That's all from anti-nades. And an anti-nade used rather defensively there by Lastro. Didn't want someone getting blown up as soon as they went through the arch. And a short commute now to the point, but an even longer one if Profit puts up a wall.
I see Badoshin's just playing really safe in the backline here. So far, he's been the biggest surprise to me on this Soul team. That hurts.
Is the worst pick imaginable if you are Soul. KSP takes down 2, takes down the most important one as well, being Profit. Just attempting to duel out of Fitz there, but Fitz had a little bit of a better of him for the time being until Rain booped him off the edge of the map. That's what you want to see from your sharpshooter. KSP finds 2 and a point instantly capped. Nice little time bank as well.
Yeah, you can't lose your Mei there. The entire composition depends on people coming in, getting cut in half, and then letting people clean up. To lose your Mei there is pretty much over right away. KSF trying to punch his counterpart off the thing.
Oh, that's punishing. Yeah, straight into the Orisa. No way you can just clean that one up. Profit goes golden for a second there. I love the Soul colors on the skin. They look so good. KSP dicing with death as well. Has to back off the rest of the team. Dreamer went a little bit too far forwards. Because Profit survived there, you cannot fight in the castle full stop. As you can see, Profit now playing really aggro as KSP steps up a little bit too close to Marvel. Ends up getting taken out by the Mei. And that will be once again Soul resuming control.
How are you doing up here? There's a sleep. It's just been a very sloppy disengage from the Valiants. I like the aggression early on of going in, but then when it started to all go bad, you've got people milling around doorways. I'm not even sure where this Zarya finally got out. Yeah, finally gets out, but that should have been called for a reset a while ago, and it's just a very poor disengage. Banking ults, though, is the Valiant.
Yeah, that's what they need to do. Especially coming up against Profit, who has the Blizzard. Perfect time to use it in this small choke. Lasher has the Nano to potentially save somebody if that person does get... Oh, no, straight onto the Duke. Straight into the back. No way you can survive that, Badosin, unless you, like... unless you somehow surf your way away from KSF. Okay, he still survives. Toby with a beautiful, beautiful lamp to keep him alive. Yeah. And what happened there, in fact, was KSF actually uppercutted, but because he uppercutted onto a curved surface, you actually... your momentum gets kind of messed up and you end up following that curved surface around. So that's why Badosin was able to kind of skirt his way back and KSF ended up way further back than he wanted to try and get that final blow with the rocket, with the fish shotgun, sorry. Graviton Surge on the sidelines. There's the Space Jam straight on top of the lamp. Once again, Toby coming up clutch. Marvel does end up getting taken down, but a Deadeye from the sky takes down Rain, but KSP was there to meet the enemy McCree. Fitz ends up falling, and McGravy picking up another kill. Almost a perfect lamp once again from Toby, but the rest of the team unfortunately end up going down.
Yeah, KSP is going to light up the kill feed there, but everyone else was very, very low. It was a really interesting solo grab onto Marvel. He just caught someone isolated, and at this level of play, a single kill can win you fights, so you just take the isolation, and it was actually really impressive. Gesture almost saved Marvel during that grab, but eventually all the pieces fall, and then both tanks fell. When both tanks fall and the other team's got shields up, you're just waiting to die, really.
Yeah, that's it. You're just literally waiting to die. What a horrible prospect, having no shields in front of you. Curtis being slowly moved by Lastro onto the sidelines. The rest of the team are up on high ground. Rally coming out by Rain. Now, KSP can just sit up on the sky. That's a beautiful hold. Can he find anything from the back? Yes, he can. Marvel gets launched up in the air with a beautiful uppercut from KSF, a Nano, a flashbang straight into the Doom, but he's Nano, so it doesn't matter. That's going to be a seismic slam straight on Toby's head. A Transcendence from Badosin to get him out of there. That's what you call Sideshow Transcendence, but KSF still picking up kills, and KSP finally finishes the kill onto Prophet as they manage to cap the point.
Prophet almost came back into that one, almost had himself just a solo carry, got 2 kills, but that was just about it. That's weird. Marvel just is getting bullied. It seems like he is the target of KSF and everybody's attention here. They've gone after him. He's been first dead in some of these early fights. Valiant showing signs of life. Ultimate's online now for Seoul, though. Flux is going to come out right away.
Oh, big Flux. That's what you want to see. That high noon as well. The shield breaks. So does McGravy's skull, as that bullet entered it and exited it rather fast. Another kill onto KSF, and that should be Seoul. Just cleaning up the rest of the kills. If you can get a flashbang, in fact, if you flashbang people when they've jumped over, you still get credit for the kill. That's always quite nice, but Bits wasn't in a position to do so.
Well, defense for Seoul has stabilized here with the cost of every ultimate that they had in their bank. The jar is kind of barren for Los Angeles, but they can get the Space Jam. They Graviton Surge and Meteor Strike together. Those are the ones about to come online. And Seoul just has to hope for pickoffs here. Almost gets one early from Fitz.
That damage was crazy. Dreamer's health bar almost instantly depleted. McGravy's shield as well. You saw it like he shielded when he came out and instantly died. You're like, whoa, let's play a little bit more passive. Speaking of passive, it's exactly what Prophet wants to do right now. He's 2% away. He just needs a little bit of extra ult charge and he'll have the ult online. Speaking of that, he's got it. There's the Blizzard. Nano on some Doomfish yet again. Doesn't really find too much, and the Blizzard on the rest of the team. No Lucio because he is taken out of the hero pool. Does mean he can't speed away from the Blizzard. And that is all said and done. A couple of ults still available for the side of the Valiant, but Seoul holding on for the time being with 1 minute and 50 remaining.
Valiant have been banking this up, but now is the time to go. You're waiting on McGravy's go call. He's going to try to find a target and isolate it. It's up top. Sneaky Cowboy. Spurs aren't jingling, and he's got Deadeye. Going to try to Deadeye behind them.
Oh, they must know.
Check. Once checked.
Oh, no one knows! Oh, they don't know! Is he just going to go for the flashbang? I mean, you can at this point. Yeah, double headshot straight onto KSP. No ultimate needed. Oh, light in the kill feed. A beautiful color of gold. That will be another team kill for the Dynasty. And still Fitz holds on to his Deadeye, but the ruse,
dude,
unfortunately, can't really hang up on the up on the top anymore. They know they're going to check it.
Yeah, but look at all of these ult charges for LA because they just switched all of their heroes, and this is what came out on the front side of things. There was a supercharger keeping everybody distracted.
He gave him a pedestal to just own people. He's like, lift him up. Well, thanks. I'll just now own people from up here. Left click and a couple of rocks. Easy does it. Nice pick up onto KSF already. Yeah. Toby didn't even have ultimate up for that one. That was a Discord orb, I can imagine. A couple extra shots. Just like that. And like you said, because they've changed up, they're going to have to re-go again with their ult banks, and they're just running into Seoul with a whole lot of their own.
And with only 30 seconds left, what is even reasonable that they can get to? A supercharger, maybe? You just have to rally and hope and swing and flail, but Marvel's going to have a defensive answer to this in the Flux.
And they have the Transcendence, of course, as well. There's the Flux. Oh, everybody sent up in the skies, and Fitz with the 2-piece. Deadeye finds him, and that should be it. 10 seconds remain, and Seoul domination. Just such an aggressive hold up against the walls of the Eichenwald Castle. No one's going to be able to touch. I think OT's just going to disappear. Transcendence being used at the very end. No one falling. Dreamer couldn't even get his supercharger off. And what a fantastic start to the season. Yeah. Seoul Dynasty just looking so clean.
We're going to need a good name for Gravitic Flux into Deadeye. I've got a couple that come to mind, but none that I'm comfortable saying on broadcast. So you can hit us on Twitter. Look, there's a lot of terms that are very close to other terms in that phrase. So the highest of noons is what first comes to mind, but I'm sure other people.
No, that's good. I like that. The highest.
Well, I give it up to the social media world to give us suggestions here. But yeah, because Seoul did that a lot. Seoul hit that combo about 3 times there on the defense, and it's because Marvel was so aggressive and getting a lot of damage done on that Sigma. It seemed like they had Gravitic Flux more often than they didn't. And obviously Fitz was hitting shots and getting the Deadeye going, so that combo is brutal. Launch a wall above shields if there are even any shields on the ground, and then Deadeye just does the rest.
Yeah, because it's not like Ryan, where if Ryan gets picked up, he can hold shield. Orisa gets picked up, it's like, well, I can put a shield down, but as soon as it hits the ground, then it deploys. Like, I can't get one in the air. You are hoping for your Sigma or maybe your Zarya to like bubble them off, but like that's not going to happen the majority of the time. It's just such a punishing combo when it's the Orisa getting dragged up. There's not really much you can do. You can go golden, like sink back, or the biggest thing you can do is try and stun this Sigma, but you're so far out of range, and he's in the sky, bouncing around the pillars. There's no way you're going to be able to get it off. Just Marvel just putting an absolute showcase of what he can do on the Sigma. Nice little headshot there onto the Orisa. Doesn't really do all too much. Just going to be a swap up now onto the Kree instead.
Just trying to get something going there. You're okay giving away the free healer charge to LA there. LA not out of this one yet. They still have a chance to win this map.
That's a big fire grenade coming out from Lastro, but Immortality Field doing its work, at least for the time. As soon as that dies, KSB and KSF have a little bit of a field day. The top row didn't quite find the Kree, but he should be not long for this world. There you go, Fitz ends up going down. Nice little start, but that's the biggest counter to the Bio Grenade actually, is the Immortality Field, but it's so easy to focus, which is it's going to be the big problem. Nice little hold to start off with.
Yeah, definitely very different compositions, especially when it comes to the support line here. So I do like how the meta has just brought out team styles and their preferences in a lot of these matchups. Not everyone running the same thing. It's good to see.
Immortality Field has fallen. Another beautiful Bio Grenade in the back, but can they follow up? I don't think so. Prophet and Badosin to kill off McGravy and Dreamer. Both tanks dead now for Valiant. As Prophet can have a field day at this point. He can just do whatever he wants, apart from match up against the Doomfist. Does bait out the punch, and there's the rest of it. It's finishing off too. Both DPS now dead. Only the supports left. Should be a rather quick and clean cap for Seoul. Did take them 2 fights. I think I have a little less time than the Valiant did, but the point has been capped, and that's the important thing.
Yeah, we didn't really get to see Fitz shine that much last year, but I'd heard rumors of just how good he is, and so far this McCree has been on point. It's not even just hitting the mechanical shots, which a lot of people do. His timings are really good, and the flashbangs seem to be like magical. He's hitting them around corners, and knows how that mechanic works perfectly. Seems like everybody's getting stunned and cleaned up whenever Fitz is around.
Oh, Nano Doom. This is a disgusting place for KSF to be, but he gets frozen and Toby kills him. Okay, well, unlucky. Lastro's going to go down as well. That is just actually unfortunate. Trying to set the Doom up for success. Toby as well put down his ultimate straight in front of him too. It's like you're dead. Like there's actually nothing you can do. Stop playing Overwatch. You're going to die.
Yeah,
and now Badosin has ult. Prophet has ult. Seoul Dynasty looking good. It's going to be up to McGravy here. He's got the grab. They've got the high noon as well, and the rally to maybe see them through the oncoming aggression.
Right away, both of them.
Well, that's it. Well, wrap it up, boys. Wrap it up. Back to spawn. We're going to go again. May existed for a little bit, so she has Blizzard. Marvel takes 3 kills for himself, and this should be a quick cap here for Seoul.
Marvel just won the 1v1 against the Doomfist. He came up, he hit abilities, and he's got enough damage done. I say, like, the holdovers from last year's Seoul team look really good this year.
Oh, that is a beautiful spot to put the supercharger as well. So hard to actually take down. Here comes Dreamer back on the ball, but he's going to get melted by the rest of the team. That supercharger doing its work, doing its due diligence as Gesture kills off the backline. KSP gone.
And only a few meters now remains, 25 to be precise, for Seoul to find a 3-0. There goes the supports. They thought they could hide. They can't run that quick. No Lucio. A few more meters and it's going to be done. They're going to have to touch, but they got no support. They got no healing to come up. I mean, they've got KSP's ult. He's going to have to unleash the Deadeye, but they're going to get walled off. Seoul Dynasty, just like that, steamroll through the Valiant and find a perfect game to start them off this season.
You gotta be happy if you're wearing the gold tiger on your clothes right now. The Seoul Dynasty looked really good. I really like that very last push, to be honest, because they emptied the cupboard trying to get second point. They used everything. They used everything immediately, which was great. They used Flux, they used Blizzard, all came in, but then they had nothing left. So that's why you see Prophet push as far forward as he does. They get gift wrapped 2 supports, another symptom of LA not quite retreating clean enough in these lost fights. But they didn't have anything to push forward with in Seoul, so they just made sure that there wasn't going to be another fight. You get the map editor up there, he gets some kills in, and that's it. Seoul looking fresh and clean.
Oh yes, they are. And I gotta say, Marvel and Fitz just doing such a good job of actually setting that highest of noon up as well. Like I said before, the Orisa's useless in the sky because she can't deploy shield right in front of her face, and Marvel just being such a menace. He's getting these fluxes just up so fast, and that's just a testament to how much damage he's doing on the pick as well. Yeah. If you're doing damage to Sigma, you're just putting so much strain on the support line because of the AoE splash damage he does with his just left click.
I think just watching some of the games last night and then even our earlier match today, I think that Sigma really has a good spot in this meta because you can play it so many different styles. Do I play with the team? You saw Nevix playing it like a flanker earlier, and that put a lot of stress on the Boston defense. I think Sigma's kit overall gels really well with a lot of different playstyles. We've seen him with Orisa, we've seen him with other compositions, so I'm really looking forward to this Sigma play. He doesn't feel quite as broken and oppressive as he used to, but there's still room for high skill ceiling players to pick him up and just put out a ton of damage.
Yeah, the Flux is just such a crazy ultimate as well. Having a % damage on your ult is actually insane.
It's the only one in the
ruins
game.
the tanks.
It's the only one.
Doesn't like we got a player of the match though, Hex. Who is it going to be? Of course it is going to be Prophet. What a surprise that's going to be. He just carried Dorado. I actually checked Dorado real quick in between the break just to find some stats, and Backpack Matt put up a stat, and he did the majority of damage, the majority of the final blows for Seoul on Dorado, and who better to really give it to?
Not surprising. What a great pickup this Seoul team. While London went an entirely different direction, that meant there was a lot of talent out there from that London team. Season 1 champion, London Spitfire. Prophet, of course, being the linchpin of that squad. Good for Seoul, but I do want to mention, like, the guys that Seoul kept looked really good today as well. Marvel and Fitz, who were new additions last year, now holdovers from the previous Seoul. It looked really solid. I didn't see any weakness in this team at all. You got Padoshin over here. We didn't even talk about Gesture, really. Like, this team is kind of stacked on paper. They just beat their only opponent of the year, and they did so in dominant fashion.
Speaking of stacked lineups, we got Shock going up against the Gladiators after the break. I am so looking forward to Shock. They've got so many new players on their roster. We've got Ans as well coming in on DPS. Architect can play literally any role apparently, so we'll have to wait and see if he's starting in the roster as well.
You gotta tease it. You gotta tease it. Just guys, you gotta wait till you see the San Francisco Shock roster. But you have to stick around for a break. We'll see you on the other side.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network. And by State Farm. For auto, home, or renters insurance. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
I'm here. Yeah. Welcome back, everybody. Jaws next back once again. We got Shock facing up against the Glads. Two Titans finally coming out in the Overwatch League.
Yeah, we're going to go into rosters here in a moment, but I always am astounded by San Francisco that they could pick names out of a hat and roll out like one of the best teams in the league. Like they always have a full roster. They never get hurt by any meta changes or anything because they just have so much depth on this team. If we just saw one of the best starting 6 in the league in Seoul, which I very well think that we may have just seen the best starting 6 in the league in Seoul, the best 12-man squad is San Francisco Shock because they have MVPs sitting on the bench right now.
Yeah, imagine having MVPs sitting on the bench. Just like, we don't really need to play him today. Like, we can just win anyway. We've got so many star-studded players. It's just whatever. Just throw whoever in. It must feel pretty good to be a Shock fan right now, knowing how stacked your roster is. And just the depth as well, like you said. Not only is it stacked just by name value, but like the ability to play literally anything is going to be so important, especially when it comes to hero pools.
So let's just run through the lineup, and I'm going to give you a second to talk about your fanboy on Ans there. But Striker's going to be playing alongside him. Striker and Ans will be your damage dealers. Smurf and Choi Hyobin will be picking up the tank mantle. Choi Hyobin, in my opinion, is still super underrated somehow, even though he's a finals MVP. Architect is going to be playing support, because why not? It's Architect. And Violet will round out that squad.
Yeah. The Ansan Sniper coming in DPS, I cannot wait to see him play. His Widow is just crazy. He did play a little bit back in Korea on Team Blossom in Contenders of 2018. But we have Gladiators on your screen right now as well. That is going to be the nemesis for this game. And Gladiators still, they got that backline, man, that never ever fails to amaze. They got Big Goose, they got Shaz, and a couple of new faces coming in too. Mira coming up from Contenders, and an old face we all know and love coming out of retirement too, we got Birdering on the DPS.
Right, and the Gladiators made a complete change to their tank line last year. It was, Thor and Void, both actually playing somewhat well with their new teams, but when you can get a guy like Space, who I think if he wasn't on D.Va would get MVP votes in the league, I still think he's one of the best D.Vas in the world, Western or non, and OG has really good moments. He can be a really good player sometimes, has had his up and downs with some teams, but when he's on, like that Dallas homestand when he was on, watch out.
He's on fire. But the problem is he's facing up against Shock. Of all, all teams, right? It's just like, well, OG, you know, he pops off. But he's playing up against Smurf and Choi. Like, I'm very scared of Choi. I think any tank would be very scared to go up against him. Birdering and Mirror are going to have to, I think, either play a little bit more passive around OG and just make sure he's safe. I want to see a lot more Mei coming out from their team because you know Striker and Arns are going to be in your backline constantly.
Right.
But I have to wait and see. We got Ilios coming up first, though. Oh, Ilios.
Yeah,
I love me some Ilios. Please go to well. Please play Hog.
4 or 3 matches where we're not going to see a repeat of any maps because Escort coming up is going to be Route 66. Hybrid will be Numbani. Then we have Volskaya and Oasis if needed. So it's good to be back. We're running through all the maps today. And yeah, I love Ilios. It's a pretty map and it's control and you can race around.
Feels good. Feels very, very good. Although, oh man, this really isn't a Widow map.
No, this one's... I mean, you can take those ledges, but it's just so hard to get shots into the points.
But if anybody can make it work,
yeah,
it's Arns. Striker's probably going to be on the tracer, I can imagine. Have to wait and see what they want to play.
Striker can play everything. You remember when he was at Boston, he played Widowmaker as well. Like when he had to adjust, and he made adjustments and mistakes, ended up carrying that season pretty well for the Boston Uprising in Season 1. But yeah, Striker, we don't know what anyone's going to run right now. I can tell you the Birdring is probably going to come out on this sim because I mentioned that mid-fights are so important, especially on control maps. If you're there 5-10 meters faster than the other team, it's a huge architectural advantage.
Speaking of architecture, let's talk about the back line of Shock. It was too easy.
No, I did it for you. Come on, that was intentional. I'm trying to help you out.
Violet recently was ranked 1, 2, 3, and 4 on the NA ladder, by the way, in support, so I'm happy to see him back. A bit of a monster in solo queue and in game. Striker's running out with the Reaper, so a little bit more defensive orientated for Shock. I thought we'd see a bit of Mei here, Birdering a Mirror on the Doomfist Tracer. Almost full dive without the D.Va. Space is on Xayah. Mirror going way too aggressive though, straight into Choi's laser beam. Birdering doing a lot of damage up on the high ground. Got the armor to boot as well, but with one person down and it being the Doomfist, you're going to be in a little bit more trouble than you'd like to be in. Violet taken rather low in the backline as well, but Birdering can't quite find the kill. Eventually Violet gets naded, but still somehow alive. Gave them enough time, however, to cap the point. However, Big Goose taking out Architect. Not a good start now for the re-engage.
Yeah, I feel like they didn't help Violet quickly enough. I was watching him just get bullied for a solid 15 seconds, and the rotations came way too late there. 18% on the board for this San Francisco squad against their southern Los Angeles counterparts. The Gladiators will take back control of the point.
Oh, was that a sleep? Oh, it was. Mirror did get slept. As a nade, straight onto a shield. He's going to be okay. Did give a lot of space there, actually. Arns is going to be up on the high ground now to low. He's got the Deadeye ready. But Birdering does have... Oh my God! No! Oh my goodness, my heart leapt. I thought Arns got stuck. There's going to be a big boot onto Violet from OG and another one onto Arns. Oh dear! You never thought you'd go off the edge. You just stood right next to it and Goose swinging into the grab. Picks himself up 3 kills. I told you the backline is also sturdy for the Gladiators and Big Goose showing why.
Oh, the whip shot just knocks the Cowboy off of the edge. Gladiators holding strong here, about to get to 50%. And you know, maybe not a lot of people know this, but this actually is a very big regional rivalry. North California versus Southern California.
Oh! He threaded the needle with that one as well.
I love that ability. I think it's a skill shot. It's really cool to see. But meanwhile, during all that, Striker and Hands just came back and won the fight.
All right, there we go. Oh, would you look at that?
Yeah.
Fast. There's a blink of an eye.
Don't know what happened, but they definitely won the fight.
Doesn't matter. Well, we know now as Shocker end up taking the point. Striker is the pulse. Oh, yeah, yep. Back out. There's a break there.
Although she hasn't got whip shot now, so you can be a little bit less scared. Yeah, he really wants his break. He wants Big Goose. Striker's still lining up for it. Someone was touching the point for a brief moment. Striker goes for the recall now, in a little bit of trouble, but he's going to be fine for the time being. Z, someone's still capping the point. I think it's Birdring. Not entirely sure.
It is.
That's a big flame strike from OG, actually wrapping through 3 people. Shadow hits the ground. Only 1 stun. It's going to be Big Goose. He gets stuck as Choi and OG bite the dust. Choi is now fighting on the point, or at least trying to, dueling up against Space, but Space winning the 1v1 and Mirror taking the game into his own hands as well as Architect taken out on the sidelines, but still Striker being alive with the backup of Violence. So scrappy is this fight, but Birdring comes in clutch with the cleanup. Striker and Violet fall, and now 75% and building for the Gladiators.
I think some of that from Mir is just trying to prove himself, you know, kind of new to the league, and he goes in with 7 HP against an Ana who's just hit 3 shots on you. I mean, it doesn't hurt them in the end, but I think that might just be like, I belong on this team, and then maybe not the best decision.
Yeah, it's costing just a little bit, but still 10% away for them taking the map. Ans does have the Deadeye. It's going to be so hard to actually get it off, though. This is going to be the thing. You're going to want to tuck yourself into a corner so you to go and get booped off. Speaking of getting booped, OG just with the YOLO charge. Shadow into the shield, but he's already taken 2 lives. Smurf ends up trading it up as well as the main tank falls with Space with the grab. See you later, Choi, and now Mirror making himself known on the point. A beautiful counter pin as the Pulse Bomb tried to finish off Space, but it wasn't enough. A recall from Striker. Ans is going to be able to come back in with the Deadeye. Takes out Mirror, but still the point being contested. OT now in session for the Glads. Someone's going to need to touch. Ans is the only one there. Can't quite get it as Space finishes him off. And they will take a Lighthouse.
Yeah, the somersault, not really the best mobility tool there. In Space, we know him so much as a Diva main, but I thought his Zarya was definitely up to snuff there. He uses it to isolate his counterpoint Zarya. Make sure that Choi Hyobin can't come back with any miracle Graviton plays. Some nice play there. Birdring also coming in big. I think a lot of people forget just how good Birdring has the capability to be. It's just about keeping him, I think, mentally happy and engaged on a team.
Now this is where the Widows really do come out.
5,
Or not.
4.
Oh!
This is the Widow stage.
Yeah,
really
I was going to say, if he sticks on Kree, I'll be very, very sad. See Ans finally on the Widowmaker.
Alright, he's
Good
got
strike on the Tracer now. Double
got a
shield!
good dueling partner. Birdring versus Ans.
He does. Good sparring partner. Double shield coming through for the shock. You can just weave yourself through these walls as well, these columns as well if you're the Doomfist. There's the first kill. Big Goose ends up going down. Mirror and another one. In fact, there's OG. Just keep the camera on Ans. There's going to be a highlight reel in a second if we're not careful, and we might miss it. It's just so quick with the clicks. Points capped for the shock now. There's not going to be too much backup ready for Ans though. This is going to be the only thing. It's going to be the first kill to start everything off. Oh, Big Goose didn't stand a chance, lined it straight up.
Birdring's actually going to switch off to the Tracer now because one of the best ways to deal with this Widow is to, well, have your own Widow, but also the Doom and Tracer can dive this. If Doom knocks her off, of course, Tracer should be able to clean it up, but the Goose!
It was like it was nothing. Goose again, there's Shaz, support line down. Ans is just sitting up here, getting armor packs for days as well. You can't kill her if you have armor pack. Tracer at that distance does negative damage.
You know, I mean, it's a very early sample size, but I gush all year about how much I like Happy as a sniper. And it's very small sample size, but Ans reminds me a little bit of him, just how quickly he switches targets. When does San Francisco play Guangzhou? That's what we need. I need that duel in my life right now.
Disgusting. It's going to be disgusting. It's only going to be about the Widows. We should just have the YouTube stream split in 2 with Widowmaker POVs on each side. Pulse Bomb for Striker. It's going to try and look for Shaz, I can imagine. Big Goose going fairly low. OG's still got the ult. Oh, Big Goose. No. Manages to dodge out of the way, though. I say that. Striker run into a Venom mine. Has to get out of there rather fast. Dueling out. Does manage to kill Birdring. Ans eventually goes down as Mirror takes his life. And OG pushed on to the point with the Nano. They finally get the flip here, but still a lot of time it took them to do that. And 80% on the board for the shock.
Yeah, you're getting yourself up to 80. That's usually a single fight away from winning that one. Birdring has gone back to the Widow now that his team is holding the point. Easier to get those sight lines, easier to get into an aggressive position. Jocker going to be able to come back with a ton of ultimates, though. But that hurts. It hurts to lose Violet that early.
It does, but at least you can reset quick. And especially with Birdering and Arns being on the Widowmakers, you can kind of look for each other. There you go, scouting each other out rather fast. Going to be a rotation from them. Don't want to peek the same angle twice.
Just about trying to get in the position to use these tank ultimates right now. OG's got a Shatter. Shatters might define this next one.
No. Oh, what a Shatter! But he's going to get instantly taken out by Choi. That Supercharger doing so much work. It's still up. Beautiful grab. Nade in the back as well. Space and Birdering making it look easy. There's the late Space Jam for Mirror as he finishes up the Ansan Sniper. 50% now for Gladiators. Not looking too bad whatsoever. You thought it was all over there once OG went down to that Supercharger, but Space landed the perfect grab mixed with Shaz's nade.
And everyone on LA was so low during that fight as well, but they were able to get that final bits of damage in, 61 and counting up. But now this is going to be just some regular old Overwatch here. Not a whole lot of ults on the field. Shaz has his nano boost. We'll see if Mirror's the one who gets it. A lot of teams have been favoring nanoing too.
Oh, what a perfect engagement from Mirror. Does get booped away though. That's going to be a little bit of a problem for him. Arns does manage to take him down and sleep onto OG. He's going to send him to the floor for just a moment. Arns finds another kill in the back. Shaz and Mirror have gone down, but a big shatter from OG in the front line is going to clean up. The Widows can carry so easily, but if your front line falls, the rest of your team is going to crumble around it, and now 90% for the Gladiators. Shock need to touch. Arns found the picks, but those picks are coming back to life and making their way back to the point.
That's going to be tough. They're going to have to push into a Graviton and space near it.
Managed to get it. OT now in session. Striker's got the pulse. Birdering near in the sights though. They're going to be able to spot out Arns from a mile away as long as he doesn't get taken out, and the pressure is still there. They need to touch the point. The grab comes out to stop them. The Space Jam wasn't even needed, and the Gladiators will take the first map in the series.
It just seemed like the front line performed a little bit better for the Gladiators than it did for the San Francisco Shock. OG is putting on vintage OG performances, getting Shatter every fight. Big Goose and Shaz, the Finnish support line, still holding strong there. Not even able to play necessarily their signature heroes, but adapting really well. It's been the most consistent thing about this Gladiators team, but I think a lot of people were curious about how does this new tank line look, and right now, in space, we're just getting the better of it. Better Zarya, better Rhine.
Yes, indeedy. And it doesn't, like I said before, if your front line falls but your Widow's getting picks, you're not going to really be able to make any dent into the progress of that capture point because you just got no front line to touch. You can't touch his Widow. Yeah. It's unfortunate, but Glads, they do take their first win of the series. It's looking good for them. We're going to jump to a quick break, guys. Do not go anywhere. Map number 2 coming up soon.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Oh, I did get the wrong Violet. Oh, it's the wrong Violet, lol.
That was pretty.
Legend of Soul Guard. Download now.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Zip Chair Gaming, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League.
Hey guys, welcome back. Map number 2 coming up soon. We've got Shock up against the Gladiators. Shock went down 2-0 on Ilios, and a rather impressive performance from OG in the backline of the Gladiators. As always, Shaz and Big Loose looking so good, facilitating OG perfectly.
Yeah, and this is the new look Gladiators looking pretty good right now. However, they are against San Francisco Shock, so you never know which version of the San Francisco Shock are going to be coming out to the field. As a matter of fact, we do have substitutions incoming for San Francisco. Who are they? What are they going to play? Are they going to swap roles? I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. I'm just waiting for everybody to come in. It does look like Moth and Super will be coming in here. All right.
Well, we did say before how stacked the lineup is. It's like, just put people in.
Yeah,
there.
but
We'll
that means that Architect is likely moving over to damage.
Potentially.
Because you can't have 3 support players, and Violet and Moth are definitely support players. Put Moth on Widow. Cowards. All right.
Yeah, so just have the supports play DPS, the DPS play supports, and the tanks stay swip roles. Like, off-tank plays main tank.
And like the first year of World Cup, Raucus was the best Widow on that team, so it's not out of the ordinary. And then first season Overwatch, you had a lot of Zens rotate onto Roadhog during Route 66, so it's not like all of these guys are top 500 at everything, so it's not the biggest difference. But yeah, Architect and Striker will be playing the damage for San Francisco Shock. Smurf and Super now the front line, and Moth and Violet will be going over support roles. So
all right, feeling pretty good.
Kind of curious to see what they want to run here. Moth mostly known for his Lucio and also his Mercy, so some Pharmacy here?
I mean, potentially.
It's Route 66. It's not.
It's not out of the question. I mean, you can definitely play it on first if you want to go for a more passive hold up on the high ground. Yeah. But I don't know. I feel like a Baptiste here is just way more valuable. And more than likely, I feel we're going to go for a full hold because we've seen a lot more double shield and May. So it makes a whole bunch more sense to have just Orisa Sigma or Ryan Sigma or like something double shieldy and then put the May on top of it.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see something like that.
Okay.
And then Mirror on Doom. That would be also pretty good.
Yeah, so San Francisco has all the tools in their kit to be able to get these strategies to work with them. As I said, we are going to Route 66. We're just trying to get players set up in the right spots, on the right roles, doing subs and all of that. So far, the Los Angeles Gladiators, I mean, look good. Like I said, I think OG might be one of the streakiest tank players to play. Is that a fair statement, you think? Because top tier OG is very good, but sometimes he has baffling games.
Yeah, I think there's a few times where he uses ult a bit in weird places. It feels like you've lost the fight. Okay, reset guys, and then he just uses ult. But right now, currently, we're looking at good OG. Like he is pretty consistent. I mean, he's also almost giving his life for the rest of his team at some points, like that grab at the end on Ruins, where he goes in, they put Supercharger down, he's just relentlessly swinging away at it, but he's almost always he's kind of setting Space up for success in that point because all the fire is just directed towards OG. Space can find a good initiation for the grab, and then it's just set up further there by Shaz, who lands a bio grenade. So, yeah, rather selfless player, especially in that Ruins game.
Yeah, I mean, it also helps that it just lets him get ultimate again, so he just says Shatter.
For sure.
Right? That's the great thing about it, like a super aggressive Reinhardt. Speaking of such, Super is coming in, known for his super aggressive Reinhardt, but just ultra going as aggressive as possible, and then you have ults all the time, and the threat of the Earth Shatter is just as good as the Earth Shatter itself. But I hear that familiar music, which means we are going to Route 66. Good old Big Earl's 24-hour service. No refunds, though. I don't think you can return gas, though. Have you ever tried to return gas?
I don't even drive, mate, so I've never even tried.
That doesn't seem like it would work out very well.
No, it's like, can I return this? I will pump it out of my tank, and then we can put it back in somehow.
Yeah, just open up the tanks out back. Yeah. Well, I mean, all the tanks are underground.
Exactly.
Anyway, Route 66, here it goes. San Francisco Shock down 0-1 against their Southern California counterparts in the Los Angeles Gladiators. Right now, it does seem, at the very least, that Striker is on Pharah. Well, no, he's not. Take himself out. We don't know what the offense is going to run. The defense, they running anything that's really surprising you there,
Jack? Well, I'd like to, like I said, if they go for this kind of full hold,
like to see
I'd like to see a Doom May would have been good, but it doesn't look like they're going to do that at all. Perhaps just setting up on gas station, then have Mirror hide behind the double shield, and then anticipating some sort of dive. Big Goose can then just sit on top of Shaz.
Yeah.
Birdwing's just going to be a menace. That's going to be the game plan, I think.
Just get the Sonic Arrow in, try to figure out what you're up against. The long distance rock is one of my favorite animations.
Yeah, oh,
for some reason, it just looks so funny.
Especially when you score someone as well across the map. Feels good. Ball coming through for Smurf. Double dive DPS as well in Architect and Striker. Both Architect and Striker, like just Genji and Tracer with armor, are just impossible to kill. So that's worth keeping in mind, unless you're discorded, of course. Chaz is going to have to be on point with them, that is for sure.
Yeah. It's like what I used to run Symmetra during those compositions back in the day, the God comp, just because Symmetra used to give individual shields, and now that's just Vegeta's role.
Yes, yeah, Brig Rally Armor too. I'm sure everybody's seen that screenshot of Jonak on Zen with 500 HP almost. It's actually the most terrifying thing in the world. Speaking of terrifying things, Space kills off Architect really easily. Architect just kind of dove at him, and Space doing a lot of splash damage. It actually stops a lot of these comps from functioning well. Just splash damage onto Tracer, Genji, and especially the backline like Violet can just put your support line in just such a horrible state where you're trying to heal everybody for not minuscule amounts of HP, but HP that actually does matter when you're on such low HP heroes.
Right. It's really interesting here to see the Reinhardt and the Hammond together, but I guess the Hammond has to be there to facilitate this dive, so you're kind of running squads here.
Oh, beautiful hold into the Dragons. Nice dash up into the air, but that will stop the fight from commencing. Super gets taken out of midair as well.
This is exactly where you want to hold on Route 66. I mean, getting the chase forward, but you've got your players on the high ground who need to be there. Really easy to rotate back into it, and so far San Francisco has looked like a wet noodle here. Not really getting any damage done, not really getting any picks to go off of. Dive's going to come in up top, but where's the DPS follow-up?
Well, Birdwing's going to have to land the stick of his life. Still trying to bully out. Oh, that missed ever so slightly, went past the shield. Architect almost has the blade. Nano has already been used on from Violet though. Space bringing everybody up into the sky. Architect's head turned to mush. And that should be it, really. I mean, you've used so much in this fight, and now you're fighting up against a rally as well from Big Goose. Everybody's going to be almost impossible to take down. Pulse Bomb from Striker available. The mines came out from Smurf. This is such a chaotic fight, and Gladiators look like they're fully in control. It doesn't look like the target focus from Shock here is on point whatsoever. Architects can have Blade, they've got no Nano, and this is disaster for them. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining, and they barely got it past the gas station.
And they're getting cleaned up on the exits a lot of the times, too. This is where I wonder if they just go with an Earth Shatter here to try to get Violet up to Nano, because Nano Blade is the only way I foresee them winning this. Another great stun.
Look at those assists.
Yeah, it's definitely a team effort on the Los Angeles Gladiators. But I mean, that's the Dragon, and then they shield bash him, so he's stunned, and that's just super dead immediately. Smurf barely gets out with his life. I do like that Los Angeles is being really aggressive on these cleanups. Oh, from downtown!
Oh my!
From downtown!
Oh no! Oh, that's disaster. Hit with a rock and then an arrow right after. I bet Mira's giggling to himself. I definitely would be if I landed that arrow. And now even more setbacks. At least they've got Nano Blade now, and that's really going to be the only tool that they have. But Shaz has that Transcendence. Unless you get a quick dash reset here from Architect, it's going to be little to no use.
Yeah, they have to know what's up to. They've been on this the entire game.
Nano Blade looking for Mira, finds one dash, doesn't find the reset, and there it is. And now Architect sent in the sky. That Flux doing so much work. Space takes out Violet just with the damage from it. Moth is going to go down as well, and now the damage is permanent. No way Shock are going to be able to get out of this one. And the Gladiators just putting on an absolute show. 5 seconds remain, OT's coming out, and this should just be it. This is going to be almost impossible to defend.
I think that was OG who saved Mir from that blade. I'm not certain of it, because I know the right angle, but I think that Genji got halted just a little bit before the second swing, unable to clean up arrow, and that just ruins everything. The Nano Blade's such a momentum-driven ultimate that you get one, you get two, and it's looking all good. I think OG hit the halt in last second. I saw a little hiccup on that. Genji is unable to get his movements done, and whew, this Gladiators team with a pretty sick defense there.
So sick. And like I said, and like you just said right then, unless you get the dash resets, you can't really do much.
No.
You can kill someone through Transcendence with a slice and then an instant dash. Normally into the ground, that's the best way to do it if someone's on the the level floor. But after you don't get that, it's like, well, I can't do anything because Shad's just healing people up. It's a horrible situation to be in if you're Architect, and then he got lifted up into the sky. We spoke about Space before, how his Zai was really good, and Diva's just fantastic, and his Sigma is also just looking so clean. This Gladiator squad coming out the gate strong.
But the entire reason you're running Genji is to get the Nano Blade, right? We mentioned earlier in a different match that Genji's just not very good, just on his own, just basics, you know? Unless you're really trying to pressure a dive, maybe get some pickoffs there, but they never really dove together either. Even when Smurf was running the Hammonds, it seemed like he would go in, no one else would follow it up. It was like they were afraid to dive the top, so they were running dive and they never dove. The dive never came.
Pick off, and then your time back just disappeared. Oh, nice little attempted snag on the Xayah. Quite find all too much, but holding close. You got to at this point if you're the Shock. What does Mira do best? Well, he plays Doofus extraordinarily well. And getting the high ground here as well with Bird Ring, it just makes Striker's job almost impossible. One flashbang for 2 people, and especially if Striker's dead. Oh, kept alive only just. But with Moth going down and a beautiful punch off the edge from Mira, it's going to put Gladiators in a very good spot for the next fights. There's no way you're going to survive there, unfortunately. Super. Flame Strike, or Fire Strike, goes straight through the shield, ends his life, and now this is one fight territory for the Gladiators.
Yeah, looking all the way bad. We made some changes here. Smurf is going to switch. Striker's going to switch, trying to get back to this point as quickly as possible. That means there's no flashbang to deal with Mir's Doomfist. Mir's done enough damage. He's at 75% of his ult. This is, well, I'm not going to lie to you, Jack. It looks bad. It looks bad for San Francisco.
Yeah, it looks real bad. That's one way to put it. Oh, nice little boop off there on Space, but the isolation isn't really there. Super jumps straight on top of him. Here comes the Nano. Mira's straight up on the high ground, tried to go for the punch on the Ana into the wall, but Ana was falling a little bit too quick for him. Birding now on the Tracer has the Pulse Bomb. I don't think he's going to need it to actually finish off Super. Might just throw it in anyway, you might as well. Shadow from Super was good, but not quite good enough. Architect is going to have to be the savior on this one. He's got the ult. Meteor Strike on point is going to have to happen, otherwise it's just going to tick over. A bash from Big Boost will end it all. And map number 2, as quick as that, is secured by the Gladiators, and they're sitting on match point already.
It just seems like there haven't been enough contributions from the damage dealers of the San Francisco Shock. Now, I mean, the more positive way to spend that is the supports for the Gladiators are playing out of their minds. No one's ever getting pressured enough to die. When they do, Space hits just a volley of left clicks and knocks them down. OG's not playing out of position, which has been one of his bugaboos in recent seasons. But right now, you're just not getting a giant performance or a carry performance out of either Architect on his Doomfist or his Genji. The Genji was and Striker's just not getting enough done in the back lines. A lot of it is because Big Goose has everybody armored up, and he squishes armored up constantly, and the peel is always there. And so the one thing you could always say, like, Gladiators are always going to be a top 10-ish team because the support line has been so consistent for them since their debut with you.
Glad's looking good, 2-0 up in the series, match point for them as well. We're going to jump to a quick break, guys. Do not go anywhere. Map number 3 coming up soon.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network. And by State Farm. For auto, home, or renters insurance. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
Oh, right now it's free, right? And all of a sudden, huge explosion comes in there, it's like, no! And this cold chaos is shitting. It's going, no! And I'm like,
Download now.
Welcome back, everybody. This is the game break brought to you by Cheez-It Grooves. And Hex, what do we just see, man? We got 2-0 for Glad. I thought this series was going to go the distance. It still can, but it's looking like a purple victory today.
Yeah, why don't you see Zoe, Johnny, and Custa here? Well,
yes.
Who knows? You're stuck with us. That's the end of it. We're going to be bringing you to halftime. We'll close out this show today. It's a little bit surprising, though. You know, I think everyone had San Francisco at least looking competent. And, you know, control's control. Sometimes you just throw that one out there. Whatever, it happens. It's control. But they just got bodied on Route 66. Just completely bodied. I'm a little bit stunned by this, actually. I wonder if it's an aspect of San Francisco trying too much, you know? Just find your 6 and let those guys play. Eh?
Yeah, it does feel that way because you are spoilt for choice. And we said it at the start of the game, you are spoilt for choice. You've got 12 superstars on your team, basically. You have MVPs on the bench and MVP candidates on the bench as well, and you're just cycling them in and out constantly. And it feels like maybe, like you said, stick with 6, grind hard on that, and then incorporate others later down the line when hero pools change things.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my biggest thing was when I started thinking that Shock might be getting a little too cute was, weeks ago, years ago it might as well be. When they put Architect in on support, I was like, yeah, you can, but I don't know, maybe you guys are doing a little too much. Like, it was fine when Rascal was playing the BAP and things like that, but I don't know. And also, where's Rascal?
Well, Hex, it is crunch time, brought to you by Cheez-It Grooves, of course. How can Shock actually bounce back in this one? Because like you said, it's almost impossible to put any pressure on the backline of Gladiators. Their supports go unhindered at all. Like, they're perfectly positioned. They're almost perfectly been able to keep their DPS alive, and Shaz is being permanently armor packed as well. It seems impossible for the DPS of
put in the MVP. Put Sinatra in. Now here's the curveball, though. They've been trying to run a little bit of Ryan Zarya. Maybe Sinatra comes in, plays with his buddy Super, and they just start running Ryan Zarya on people. He can keep Striker in the game to play the Tracer. Architect can play Genji, although I recommend against it. But put Sinatra in. He's your MVP, and he has really good synergy with Super. If Super's playing and you have Sinatra, then just go in there and run Ryan Zarya. You know, they have players who can play multiple different roles because Goat's force that onto people. But Sinatra won MVP largely because of his Zarya play, and let him and Super go back to what they do best and just run over people.
Yeah, you run over the front line, and then you might be able to get to the back line somehow.
Yep.
Looks like we're going to jump to a quick break, guys. Do not go anywhere. We got map number 3 coming up soon.
running down the street, right? And all of a sudden, this huge explosion comes in, and it's like, bang! And this cold chaos is shitting. And it's going, and I'm like,
Download now.
Well, Gladiators looking strong coming into the series already. 2-0 and match point. Question is, can they round it out on this third map? Make it a clean 3-0. We'll have to wait and see. Few swap-ups, though, Hex, coming in and going out for Shock. And like you said, maybe, you know, in the break we did have, maybe they put Sinatra in. Maybe they put him on tank. Let him and Super just go to town on the front line.
It does seem to be that that is the case, as both Architect and Striker are still in, as are Moth and Violet. So Sinatra seems to be slotted into that tank role right now, and he's something he's grown accustomed to. Look, I came up watching Sinatra on Tracer, and he's still my favorite Tracer player to watch because he's dumb aggressive in the best ways, like triple blinks and bombs and stuff like that. But I think he opened a lot of eyes with what he did on Zarya last year. He led the league in damage done. He was the reason that Shock were able to go unscathed through the Goats meta. And then he comes in when the meta changes and he plays this great Doomfist. Like, you have to utilize a player like Sinatra, and I think especially if you're going to run Super and Sinatra became synonymous with Ryan Zarya. So if that's what you're going to run, you need those guys running it. It doesn't make sense for me to not.
You got to do it, and that's what's going to happen. Striker and Architect staying on the DPS, Sinatra and Super on the tanks, and they brought in Moth as well. No Lucio for Moth, unfortunately, like we were saying before, but hey-ho. He's got a whole host of other heroes that he can pull out. Moth, just a fantastic support, a real mainstay of Western Overwatch. He looks like he's going to be on the brig, fitted with Violet on the armor.
Yeah, I think we're going to hit a pause here real quick, so be smiling at that camera momentarily. I think it was a ping issue based on what I was able to gather from the chat, so that should be easily resolved shortly. Yeah, players are trying to play it at... It's all going to be less than ideal, obviously. We're doing the best with what we got here, folks. But yeah, some of these pauses are going to happen. You don't want someone playing at like 200 ping. That's unplayable. 70 and 80 you can deal with a little bit. I got super spoiled. I used to play at the arena in year 1, and it was like 4 ping. And so, like, it took me a long...
4 ping?
Yeah, because now that I live in, not in the arena anymore. Not that I ever lived in the arena.
Yeah, I was going to say, you lived in the arena,
huh? It felt like it a little bit. I'd always go in for
sleeping in the arena.
But, like, then I had to teach myself, like, how to play on even 20 and 30 ping. Because I'd be dying. Yeah. I'm like, I know I hit recall. Like, I know I hit it, and why is it? So you just had to make small adjustments like that. So even with only a 20-second or 20 millisecond ping variance, your style kind of has to adjust to it in some instances.
It is kind of crazy. I played on like all levels of ping. I played a lot in Korea when I visited there a few times. Play in the PC bunks and just play on 4 ping-ish. Their internet is just insane. I also played in Ukraine too on EU servers, which is about 70 to 80 sometimes, and then back in the UK, which is 20, which is like here. Is pretty low, so the ping variance does make a whole lot of difference. It takes a little while to kind of even get used to that 20 to 30 ping difference, like you're saying.
I think we a byproduct of that. I think we might see a little less Widow, because when players are able to play on local area network in the arena, they said the Widow just feels perfect.
Oh yeah.
Right, but like Widow is one of those heroes that 20 milliseconds will mess you up. So we're just working on some internet issues, guys, as we try to, duct tape and band-aid this production together. I think it's going pretty well, to be honest. I give a lot of props to our observers and producers and IT teams. We're just staring at a camera that they pretty much baby step walked us through how to set everything up. So we got the easy job here.
It's like those toddlers' toys, with the fitting the square and the square and the circle and the circle. it was like them just showing us how to do that, because we're like, how does camera work?
Yeah.
How does this work? It's a nightmare,
And
honestly. So
somehow,
yeah, thankful to our production, everybody that helped us set this up, and they're doing an absolutely wonderful job behind the scenes.
Somehow I still ended up eating glue during that process, but that's, you know.
Well, you know, that's your fault. Like, they can't watch you for everything, Hex, unfortunately.
It's hard.
Maybe they can teach Brent to cook. We'll have to wait and see.
As far as I know, I think we're about to jump right back into the game. The pause is counting down, so you don't have to put up with us anymore. You just have to hear us as we get into Numbani, one of my favorite maps. I always call it a very good Soldier 76 map, but he's out of the hero pool this week. See what these teams want to run. Of course, we won't know the offense. Striker just likes to blow himself up on the offensive spawn, but defensively, looks like a little Doom Tracer. It's so interesting because teams are running like half dives. It's odd.
Yeah. One person kind of sitting in the back. And Space, I mean, Space, ideally on the Xayah, you're going to bubble your Doom, you're going to bubble someone like even Bird Ring if the worst comes to worst, but you get so much charge as the Xayah, it's really just about actually utilizing it if the other team is running dive, which they are not, of course. It's going to be Ryan Xayah. A bit more of a front-loaded comp.
Yeah, it's a death
they
ball.
got Kree and
the big signal of the death ball is that the Reaper's in the mix here. Like, they're just going to try to run over people.
They're going to attempt to. Mirror and Birdring are going to make that rather difficult. Speaking of that, that was a beautiful sleep. That bio grenade, though, actually striking Architect. And you saw what actually I talked about a little bit ago. I love the Doomfist tech, by the way. Like, if you uppercut on a sloped surface, you will follow that sloped surface, and your momentum will carry over. So you'll end up just going up and like shooting off at angle, which is exactly what Mirror did, and he doesn't have to use any rocket punch or a seismic slam to get that like sideways mobility as well. So that's how he was able to get out of that so quickly.
Yeah, that fight was over before it started. Again, the supports are playing so well for the Los Angeles Gladiators here. Free entry comes up, but that's because the Gladiators allowed it.
Oh, perfect initiation by Mirror, finds Architect. You saw Architect kind of turn around, it's like, where is he? It only takes a split second for that Doomfist to kill you as well, although Mirror a little bit too aggressive there as he meets Moth's Flail.
Been off a little too much. It's good for San Francisco to stay in that fight, even losing somebody early. Now they've given up the high ground, though, just trying not to get damage rained on them.
Yeah, there's a lot of point presence now. Like you said, that Deathball comes just so well against that. Sinatra, MVP, running towards that ball. He's got so much charge, and there's so much damage coming out from him, but Space from the high ground managed to take him out. Meteor Strike landing on top of the point. Architect doing work, though, down in the sidelines. Shaz and Birdring end up falling. OG's going to go down as well. You leave Architect alone for a brief moment on Kree. He's going to do a whole lot of work, and that's exactly what happened there.
Just untouched, able to finish the final shot on Shaz, which really was the end of that fight. It was just tank cleanup after that. And they only used Rally. Look at this ultimate economy they've got going for him, largely because OG had to switch. He's off of the Ham. They're going to try to match Ryan Zarya versus Ryan Zarya. Flashbacks to Season 3, Stage 2. Let's go.
Shout out for Super.
For Season 2.
Season 2, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of Overwatch happening a lot of the time, mate. I don't blame you for not knowing where you are right now. That's completely fine. Graviton serves on the high roads. Two tanks poured up, and Super's just swinging on in. They can follow that up with a grab if they want to, but they're not going to need it. The Nano on the half-charge Xayah does enough damage. A couple little crouching down there as well, but that should be it. This is what we wanted to see. Sinatra being subbed on in, put on the tank roll instead. That synergy really coming to bear right now.
I just rolled through them. I mean, these fights have been over so quick, either on the defense or the offense. Like, 2 people die, and it's this, like, Ryan Zarya just rolls over people. No contest even going to be able to come in. And right now, I think Gladiators have to try to get a grab and pulse bomb. But it might not even be enough with all these tanks and bubbles. And Striker can just fade out of it. Huh.
There's a lot of obstacles they already have to overcome at this point. Super taking a little bit of damage. Grab in the front. The High Noon coming through as well, but Violet's already dead. Mirror finds him in the backside. Super still has this shadow, but definitely doesn't want to use it at this point. Mirror finds himself 2 kills. As he was helped rather easily there. You see the rally coming off. He ain't dying. 500 HP Doom. You love to see it. Can one-shot people, by the way. And there's nothing really stopping him from doing anything here. Again, we spoke about it before. When the Tracer dives in, when the Genji dives in, any DPS that has any mobility that wants to be on top of people, if you armor pack them, they're infinitely harder to take down.
Armor is such a strange mechanic in this game. It just makes people so unkillable.
Oh dear. Now OG's got the Nene. Mira's going to be the backup as well. Super gets launched in there and he's stuck in there between a Doom and a Reinhardt. What do? Absolutely nothing. You go down so quickly. And now they're holding them basically at their spawn. Striker teleporting to his own backline. He was actually near the payload. He stopped it from rolling back even further. And that does mean they actually pick up a couple of kills. Birdering and Mira end up going down over aggression. And a split focus here from the Glads does mean that Striker takes over the front line.
And even out for the other DPS, they run a 6v4 here now, just going to get a ton of push. Birdering is going to have to switch over to the 3.
There's the grab, there's the swings, there's the damage. Easy double kill for Super. Striker finishes up as well. But Nano actually going on to Sinatra. I wonder if that's intentional there, because normally you put it on the Reinhardt, of course, but he does already have ult, so Sinatra will get an additional bit of ult charge after the fight, and after the grab actually ends. High Noon comes out, and there's the cap. 3 minutes on Numbani. You love to see it if you're a Shock fan. The Graviton just to round it all out, and that is a very good start to come back into the series.
It's just the style that the Shock have made famous, and they've made their own. Just be aggressive no matter what you're on. We're on tanks, we're being aggressive. And that's what Super has always excelled at. That's why I think Shock figured it out last year when they're like, oh, Super's just going to swing away like a nut. Yeah, let's just support him. And not to say that Super is not smart when he puts up a shield and when he does a lot of those things. They just go unseen because he's known as this ultra-aggressive Reinhardt. Sinatra enables that, and it works so well together because just how those heroes are designed together. When Super is swinging away, he's taking a ton of damage. That charges Sinatra up, and then Sinatra can put a damage. And this is the style that I think suits San Francisco the best, this Wrecking Ball style. But it may be map-specific right now in the meta. Numbani's definitely a map you can get away with Ryan Zarya.
Oh, absolutely. Get away with a lot of Doomfist as well. Flashbacks, me getting farmed by Mirror on Eichenwald as when he was playing Doomfist a whole bunch back in EU. That was disgusting. He just sits on the high ground, pile drivers me, and then I'm dead. It feels good.
And then they're out in a way, and they have more health.
Oh, it feels great. Mirror, exceptional Doomfist, and he is looking to run the Reaper. I think he's gonna change, looking at the rest of the comp of the Gladiators. But I like what's Shock are doing. They have Architect on the Doomfist and Striker on the Kree, and they can do a lot of work with Moth as well. If Architect goes a little bit too deep, that Frisbee can lob to the back line. That Immortality Field does so much work, just helping DPS stay safe.
OG is just going to go on a tour. Maybe go take the high ground here. Yeah, that's exactly what he wants to do. He wants to take the high ground, maybe knock off the Ryan and Zarya from the other side, but they're pretty aware of this. You can see his purple silhouette just way far away. He's trying to go into the stairs from the off angle.
Strike taking a little bit of damage there as well. Super, wow, that's a very quick kill. OG gets the triple knock up, but look at that damage and look at that CC. Yeah, he's going to have to get out of there rather fast. Hasn't got another pile driver just yet, but he still managed to dislodge a couple, which is going to be important. It's going to take a long time to reconvene. Striker, though, is just doing so much work. Nice little sleep onto OG. He's fairly low, but that Arna is alone as well. Violet ends up getting taken out by Mira. Kind of crumbling on Shock right now. They're going to have to wait for Violet to get back. If there's going to be a quick recontest here by Gladiators, they might be able to just run over the front line.
They still have the Baptiste in support, though, which is really nice. A clutch bubble in just last second, but Architect falls.
Another Flame Striker, Fire Striker, Super, another kill. Although he's in trouble now on the point, but he has Striker to back him up. High Noon available. You might want to use it on the point, but not when everybody's this low. Now it can be used on front of that window. Might not even need to do it, to be fair, but he can't actually hit Big Goose. Big Goose with the footwork doesn't get taken out whatsoever. He stayed alive for way too long there. Sinatra luckily coming in and finishing up the rest. One tick has been acquired for the Gladiators. 2 minutes and 20 seconds down remain, Hex.
Yeah, so you end up on Sinatra. He's got 100 charge on that gun, and he's just melting people. I mean, if they want an idea for a Sinatra skin, I think his cannon should just shoot angry bees, because that's what it sounds like when he's at 100%. Just a swarm of angry hornets. And yeah, this one is getting kind of bad. These have been long drawn-out engagements, so there's only 2 minutes left for the offense of the Gladiators. Trying to sweep out San Francisco here, but San Francisco has other ideas. This one might come down to who gets a better grab.
Oh no! Oh, it's so sad. You hate to see it.
Oh no!
Beautiful double headshot there on Striker, but Striker's going to get Nano just running through. He got his ult interrupted, but I think the damage has already been done. Striker's trying to get out of there ASAP. Sinatra at least finds a kill. He's having to deal with so much right now. Mirror goes back for the re-engage, but doesn't quite find it. And Shock still managing to hold on, despite Mirror going man mode in the backline.
I mean, yeah, he went man mode, but it was so nice of Striker to interrupt the ultimate first of all, and then just keep somersaulting backwards, hitting enough damage, and at the end of the day, he ends up winning that 2v1 because Birdring was coming in there too. This is do or die time now for the Gladiators. They've got a lot of ultimates, plenty to use. You can initiate with Rally, get a grab going, maybe drop mines into the grab, maybe put a pulse bomb in the grab. What I'm saying is the grab is important.
The grab is extremely important right now. You've got to use it with that pulse. There's the grab on Super. They nano him. He's going to get antied, but he's going to survive. Not for long. Couple of clicks to the head, along with an anti-nade. He's not long for this world. Pulse bomb went a little bit wide for Birdring, but it doesn't matter too much. He switches places, in fact, with Architect. Mira finds a kill onto Sinatra. Now they're finally getting more time on the point. Fade already used for Architect. Signals his life being cut short. And they finally managed to get that payload unlocked. Took them a long time, but still managing to do it. 3 minutes in the time bank now as they do chase the rest of Shock all the way back to their second spot.
And that's just a situation of taking what you can get. Super's alone on the high ground, nothing's able to eat the grab, and if you want to play main tank at an Overwatch League level, you better get used to being a punching bag because you're going to get solo ulted and CC'd all day. You better have the mental to deal with that one. But this is good for San Francisco that they're not giving up much push. This is one of those like secondary holding points here, right around the corner.
This Shadow's rather deadly though. He's trying to take down that shield first. The high noon's coming through. Doesn't quite find anybody, but that definitely did. Oh no, I take that back. There's the grab. That's what they needed. Now you can just swing on in. Nothing else you can really do, although OG actually takes out Super. Another nano boost goes on to Sinatra. It's all onto him now to try and salvage this fight. There we go, Architect from the high ground. Maybe it wasn't up to Sinatra, it was all on the Reaper. Death Blossom from up above signals the end of the fight. And now the Gladiators trapped in their spawn almost with 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, that's a big investment though from the San Francisco side of things. They used everything that they had. It looked to me like Sinatra was actually getting stuck on the map at one point in time, just tripping over that bush over and over. Doesn't matter, he shakes himself free with 100, but now you have to really be worried about this Shatter coming in from the other side. I think the moment that the Gladiators get in trouble, it's just rally time. So you see San Francisco playing much more passively now.
When they got it, you know OG's got the Shatter. Hits the shield, doesn't quite find any stuns. Violet playing so aggro there, had to nade himself to avoid actually getting killed off. Mira finds a nice entry kill, however, OG sent straight off the map with Super in tow. And now it's going to be down to keeping Sinatra alive in this fight. Violet's nowhere near that nano, and he's struggling to hit these shots. You can see Space and Mira just giving him a beating on the sidelines. Mira and Birdring eventually get the kill. Sinatra and Striker end up going down. And the point finally gets moving once again. Gladiators still in this. Point 2 is so close, but Super's coming back, and he's coming back fast.
They should definitely be able to fight this. Should have grabs. Striker's going to get back in the mix. Super has to be a little bit careful right now. You will fight this with your team, but just don't fight it alone.
Oh no, he's basically alone now. He's going to get nanoed, though. You're right to keep him alive. The Deadeye comes through from Birdring. Do they know where he is? Only just in time. Was hiding up in the shrubberies, did manage to get it off, and a little bit of damage down onto Super, but it wasn't much. A couple of headshots will kill off Architect if he's not careful. Sinatra lays down the grab, but only one caught. Mira still somehow alive though, and a big shatter on the back line. OG lays down 4, and that'll be it. This point 2 is theirs. A perfectly timed shatter. The shield went down for a brief moment, and the rest of Shock are laying on their backs.
Sinatra going to get cleaned up too, and that's a big deal. It means it resets his energy, going to come out and not really do a whole lot. A zero energy Zarya akin to a squirt gun in that manner. And now with 90 seconds left, remember the Gladiators have to finish this map if they want a chance to sweep out San Francisco, leading 2-0 in the series. Right now, San Francisco has seemed like they found their composition and their stride.
That long-range grab, not fear of it either whatsoever. Architect gets slept in the back. He was nanoed as well, and now the rest of his team are going to get run over if he's not careful. He's trying to escape to the Mega Pack. Does manage to pick it up, but his team have forgone so much space now, Hex. Steamrolling our Gladiators through this third point. Super's got Shatter online, but what more can he really do? DPS ults available for the Glads. Deadeye and the Meteor Strike can be unleashed at any moment if they're not careful.
There's a Shatter against Brig.
I don't know though, because Super does manage to kill off Big Goose in the end. High Noon available. The OG's got his Shatter as well. Straight into the payload, you've got to nail Super. The Shatter comes down, does hit one. Sinatra in trouble, but the DPS and the support's keeping him alive. Moth diving in front of Sinatra. Get down, Mr. President. He manages to get back up alive. Save the rest of his team as well with the bubbles. And Shock They've got a hold for another 30 seconds, and they're going to take a W on Numbani.
Super also hit the charge there, too, to make sure that Sinatra didn't get pinned. Everyone, team effort keeps their MVP alive. Now, MVP is a game mode in some games, and they just played it right there a little bit. Rav ready to go. A lot to work with for the San Francisco defense. Only a Deadeye, and you might as well just use it to reload at this point.
Pressure the shields out. Sinatra's just so high charge, man. You got to be scared. 3 people locked up on the high ground. The high noon's going to come out as well. What a perfect combo! Sinatra launched them up into the skies for Striker to just shoot each one of them down. The 5K for the McCree. The OT is going to tick on through, and Shock aren't out of this series just yet as they take the map.
The San Francisco spin on the Gravitic Flux into High Noon, which I'm tentatively calling Sky Noon right now. But Grav gets in there, pulls them all up. The Deadeye could not be any easier. San Francisco, signs of life, reshaping the roster, letting Architect get off of the supports, get in there. And yeah, Sinatra and Superman. You want a Ryan and Zarya? Name me a better Ryan Zarya combo in the league.
They got to keep these in now. It feels like they have to keep Sinatra in after that performance. We'll have to wait and see, though. We're going to jump to a quick break, guys. Do not go anywhere. Map number 4 on the screen soon.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
Well, the Shock, they managed to take Numbani, but still teetering on the edge of defeat. Gladiators were still with 2 maps in their back pocket. Looks like we're going to Volskaya for our next map.
The Volskaya Industries, no repeat maps today. We're just crushing this rollout of OWL 2020. Of course, there was some OWL last night as well. Catch up on the VODs of those games. But that's what's great about our system. VODs are always there as long as you don't get spoiled. It does seem like the Gladiators are going to make a roster change. Here is out. Okay. We had to look up the... Yeah, we'll see who they bring in. I don't really feel
Maybe
like...
San Francisco just lend one of their players. They
yeah, why not? Yeah.
So you play for them for a second, bro. Like, it's fine. It's whatever.
Conversely,
we have so many.
San Francisco is not changing anything, doesn't look, which makes sense. I mean, it's also a map you can run Ryan and Zarya. That's right, Jaru, old school player, is coming in from Los Angeles. He's been around forever.
Now, yeah, like you said, not changing anything are the Shock. So I want to see how they're going to actually run this now, because it does seem like Ryan Zarya is going to be the play. And on Volskaya especially too, like that comp is so good. You don't really normally see a whole lot of dive. You can play dive on that map, of course. It's fairly easy to actually navigate around the tanks when they're holding the choke. You just jump over them onto the little box. But Ryan Zarya has always been a staple for Volskaya. We've seen a little bit more Ana too, and I did actually like the adaptation from Gladiators playing the Reaper as well. It kind of punishes and almost stops the Doomfist from playing as aggressive as he normally would, because you're just running straight into Hellfire shotguns.
Yeah, no, it definitely helps. It's just the Death Ball, and what enables that Death Ball is having a top-tier Zarya on the squad. I'd say like Chohyub and Zarya was bad, but this is Sinatra. Like, you think Sinatra Zarya in the same way you think of Jonak and Zen. Like, they won MVPs on these characters. And what I love about Sinatra, and this was, I was a little curious about him in the beginning of Season 2 on this, to be honest. He was a little too aggressive, because you can take the DPS player off of DPS, but you can't take the DPS out of the DPS player. You see it a lot of times when people switch roles. He was just too aggressive. Then he turned it back a little bit. He didn't go from like a 10 to a 5, but he brought it back to like an 8, which still allowed him to be aggressive, but also made sure his bubble management was always there, so his energy was always high, and he just took it back just a tiny little step. And when he did that and was not dying at all ever, that's when the San Francisco team started running roughshod over the league. Sinatraa enables Super to do what he does, and Super hits shatters and enables the DPS. Like, it all just comes together in this beautiful picture when Ryan and Zarya are played by.
Oh yes, they will. And now I wouldn't say the backline is crumpling for the Gladiators, but it did feel like when they put pressure on them, it was much harder for them to operate. Normally when you see Ana, especially in like ranked games or literally any game whatsoever, if you put pressure on her, she's going to have to use the nade more defensively. She's going to have to use the sleep dart more defensively. And we did see a lot of that in that map. Previous to that, on Route 66 and whatnot, we saw the nade being used time and time again. You want to get big purples to win these fights. You're not having to use it on yourself or on your team to then heal everybody up really quickly, or just on yourself to peel for yourself. Same with the sleep dart. And if you're using these aggro, you got to think, you put pressure on her, she's going to be able to do a whole lot less, and that's exactly what was happening in that map, it felt like. Because Sinatraa was so aggressive, because he has the extended range that a Reinhardt doesn't have, and he's nanoed, Shaz can't play as aggro on the Ana. He has to save sleep for Sinatraa. He has to save nade for his team.
I completely agree. In my opinion, aggression is what wins Overwatch games. Like, you know, obviously not just blind, dumb aggression, but people always think about, like, especially around, like, maybe 2,800 to 3,500. Like, let's force out ultimates. What you really need to be thinking about is, like, let's force out everything. Let's force out abilities. Abilities are just tiny ultimates, right? So if you can get out a dart, that's huge. If you get it, like, a lot of people are good about, like, forcing out bubbles and calling that. And then, like, hook is another one. But if you think about it, like, forcing recall is huge. Forcing nade is huge. Like, any ability you can get out of people is really important. You can really only do that by aggression. If you're just sitting back there with Pharah just, like, poking away, nothing's going to happen. Unless you get, like, this amazing damage-boosted rocket. All right, guys. I know that we've had some issues in the past, and we still have issues here. We just have a substitution trying to get onto the server. So we're just going to take a short little break. Grab yourself a drink. Grab yourself a sandwich. We'll see you in a second.
Legend of Soul Guard. Download now.
Download free now.
Hey guys, welcome back. Apologies for the short delay, but we should be getting into our fourth map momentarily. Voskaya Industries. We just have Jaro. A couple of issues connecting to the server, but he's in. He's ready to go for the Glads, and we might see our final map here. Obviously, Shock fans don't want to see that. They are coming back rather strong, keeping Sinatra in 2 alongside Super.
Yeah, I mean, if it won you a map, don't change it. I'm kind of a big fan of it. Ain't broke, don't fix it, and this is your bread and butter. Also a good map to run Ryan and Zarya on. We'll see what teams want to do. Yeah, there's been some issues, but man, I was cast in the furnace of bedroom tournaments where we'd fill for 2.5 hours. So this has actually been a rather smooth day as far as I'm concerned here. I'm sure you as well have gone through those days. So thanks everyone for tuning in. Again, the community, I just want to say thank you to you guys. You guys have been so understanding and supportive. We're all working towards the same goal. We want to bring you guys Overwatch League, and we want you to enjoy it. So hopefully everyone is enjoying today. I am. It's been some surprising results a little bit, and some of the gameplay has been surprising. But overall, yeah, we've had 3 bangers of a match. This one not going anywhere real soon because the Gladiators are up 2-1. San Francisco looks like a revitalized San Francisco after making the changes.
Most definitely. Now, how will they attack this? This is the question. But just like Architect and Striker going to be on the Placer and McCree.
Architect's an interesting...
Not too bad of a...
Yeah. It's an interesting
not too
player.
bad of a comp to start off with.
Architect, I think, when San Francisco in season maybe 2, I don't know, but it was they were one of the few teams that could have Architect play both Genji and Widow, and a lot of teams didn't have that. So Architect's got a really unique pool. Offensively, they're going to come out with a Hangzhou. Jaru's one of Jaru's best heroes, the Hangzhou. Shaz on the Zen, good to see, and Big Goose on the Brig Goose. That's for you, Reddit.
Nice, nice. I like it. I'm not going to use it again, but I like it.
Nah, that's the one time.
They are making a slow commute round. Looks like they want to get high ground with double shields. Ooh, Shaz pays paid a little bit of a visit there. So did Sinatra with that shield bash through. Almost went through the shield, that one. Remember that? Good days of old Brig when she could shield bash through shields. That was a fun time to be a main tank, wasn't it?
It was
now,
not.
Violet. I was being sarcastic. Thankfully, you picked up on that. Oh, beautiful dodge there by Bertering to dodge out of the flashbang of Architect, but they did roll over the front line. As soon as Sinatra falls, I mean, hey, your Ryan's going to be in trouble. That's exactly what happened. He's coming back on the ball, however, but a good stun stops that immediate damage from the power driver.
Yeah, it was over the moment that happened. Sinatra's still on here on the point, still kind of healthy. Meanwhile, in the back line, Violet is just getting harassed constantly. Somehow he's alive, but yeah, this one's over.
Super he just charged between 3 people, got stunned, slowed down. That was the slowest, most sad Ryan death I think I've ever seen. He had no control over anything.
Some sloppy Ryan play.
Just a tad. We'll bully Super to no end. We love you, Super.
All right, Sinatra is going back to the Zarya now, but of course that resets his charge and his ultimate percentage. So right now, Gladiators are in a good position to try to steamroll this one on Assault. You always want to make a good fight after your first roll.
Nano Fist straight to the back. Uh-oh, now you're in trouble, Shaz. Goodbye. Didn't quite get the shield slam that they wanted, but he gets taken out regardless. Uh-oh. I don't think Striker thought he was going to walk into that, and I don't think Space think he did either. Double tank kill for Space. Now they move on to the point. This is the Gladiators we saw in the first couple of maps, just steamrolling over the San Francisco Shock. Oh my goodness, if I was Striker right there, I'd be pretty mad. Recalling straight into that. Super does shatter the point, doesn't quite manage to find anybody, but it's so tough against double shields. But that fire strike sure found someone. OG ends up going down, but still Gladiators refusing to budge on this point. Almost have 2 ticks acquired as well.
Birder getting the cleanup, but San Francisco's in this because they're getting a couple of kills. Shaz and Space both down. This one is not over yet, and I think that is exactly where the progress is going to stop. Just shy of 66, that progress will revert back to 33. And man, Gravitic Flux, it's like watching a car crash in slow motion. You see 4 people lifted up, they're all below half health, and you're just waiting for the kill feed to light up. Really nice initiation by Space. They will get 33%. It will go back as the point will be captured in thirds here. San Francisco stabilized. And that's a really important fight to stabilize because now look at their economy here. They're in a really good spot. 2 support ult spots be online. Really, it's just Super without his ultimate. Meanwhile, the Gladiators, if they want to push here, are gonna need enormous picks from a couple of people, or you might just call this an econ push and try to reset your economy.
Ooh, that's a good pick to start off with. Graviton Surge being thrown out by Sinatra. I'm not sure if it finds anybody, to be honest with you. He gets dragged up into the sky as well and taken out. The entirety of Shock are so split up right now. And look at that pulse bomb from both Traces, in fact. Moss and Big Goose bite the dust. But this might actually just work out better for the Shock here. They're just getting... Gladiators are getting picked off one by one. They might have a situation on the point now as they do have Shav still alive, but Big Goose is going to take a long time to actually come back. Violet going down really late too is bad news for the Shock.
Hey, that pulse bomb saved him, but might just be delaying the inevitable because it's been all purple in the kill feed since that point in time. Little fashion fan onto Super. More progress permanently on the point. Moth just
this
hiding
has to
in the
kill a
corner.
support. No, Shaz, he only took half damage there from Architect. Architect couldn't quite finish off the kill. This should just be it. They managed to get a pick on Jaru, but the healers are still alive, and that is what is important. As soon as you kill the healers, it looks so good for the defense, but they are immortal now as that rally is coming out from Big Goose, and it's only a matter of time before they are stalled out. There's no way you're going to be able to finish this one off Moth, unfortunately. Striker and Violet, the only ones left alive. As soon as they kill him, this should just be it. 94% building up. Ooh, the Goose is loose, and so is Birdring. The birds on the team looking oh so fine right now. They're eventually killing off Super, and a mutual stun onto Sinatra, who jumped onto the Reinhardt, will seal the deal. 2 minutes and 23 seconds in the time bank for the Gladiators. But what an impressive stall there coming out from the Shock.
Yeah, Birdring was looking pretty clean there. That was some really nice cleanup there at the end on the Tracer. And, you know, it was dealing with injuries and maybe some team environment stuff that he wasn't really thrilled about. But last year, if you remember, like stage 4, he started to come alive. Like his Reaper was starting to look really good. It looked like Birdring was turning a corner. Now, new setting, new meta, and that Tracer looked really nice. Like, you can hear when a Tracer's played well, because all you hear is just the headshot clip, and it is, oh, it's music to my ears.
Yeah, that nanode as well is also pretty good. Although I still defend Sombra's gun nanode sounds the best in the game. Although you'd never do it. You hardly ever do it, but it does sound great. SMG sounds crispy clean.
Let's take a look. This is Space, and he's so impressive on the Diva. His grab has looked good, or Zarya has looked good today. And I think right now in this meta, having a good Sigma is super helpful. Just does everything.
The damage is so good. We spoke about that earlier, but the AoE that you get from the spheres is just crazy. It just does so much work just whittling people down, especially the people that are coming onto the point. You don't need to directly land them, just in their vicinity, you know?
Yeah, and it's something that players are... It's just a brand new mechanic of, I think I'm safe from around the corner, and Sigma's like, nah.
No, I don't think so, buddy.
No, you are not. It's like trying to get used to Scatter Arrow again, except it's infinite and doesn't need to reload. But
not quite as deadly.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. Not quite as deadly. Defense up now for the Gladiators as they do put an impressive offense. 2.5 minutes on the clock. Sinatra already discorded. He was the reason they ended up losing the first point. Died really early.
Oh, that was a very aggressive charge there from Super. They're trying to cut off the people that were going for the big flank, but Jaru's on the flank. Super just taking so much damage from those Storm Arrows. This should be a rather easy cleanup now for Hangzhou. There's a triple kill, diving straight towards Sinatra's head. Wanted to make sure he pinned him to the ground.
That's 6 final blows. All of them go to the Los Angeles Gladiators damage players. It is Jaru to open it up. The disrespect lunge forward into a Zarya headshot.
Gotta guarantee him.
And then Birdring gets in there for the cleanup. A very nice first defense for LAG. Architect now onto the Doomfist here. And yeah, I think it was the very aggressive charge by Super. Just put him in a bad spot. He's getting shot in the back of the head for Storm Arrows. It never feels good.
Oh, that's
really
a good sleep.
Really nice sleep.
Are they going to be able to do anything? I don't think so. Is that, yeah, the shield's there. They do notice that fact. Sinatra taken so low. Oh my goodness, that was so close to being a disastrous push once again. Jaru has to be dealt with at this point. I mean, Striker and Architect are going to be able to do that. Not anymore, though. I say that as he gets instantly taken down. And now the Dragons are going to get unleashed as well, splitting the rest of the team. But they still manage to find a kill. Big Goose goes down as the Striker with the Nano takes care of both supports, and now he can just run on forward. WM1 into the front line. Nothing to say about it. The Gladiators are going to fade away into the distance rather slowly. 2 minutes on the clock, and they do manage to cap, or they will.
Yeah, gonna pull it over. And I always try to look for snowball potential after that first cap, and they do have it here. Graviton, Death Blossom should be up. Moth, if this team takes chip damage, should be able to get a rally in there too. By the numbers, they have everything they need to push through this fight. However, Shaz will get to that Transcendence. I have faith in him at 94%-ish on the Zenyatta ultimate. Gonna need that. That's their saving grace here, because I think Sinatra's gonna look for an aggressive grab.
I think so. Architect, they know where he is at this point, so he's gonna have to be a little bit more careful. Goose is really looking for this rally potential. Shaz does have the Transcendence, but it's going to be a rather disastrous trance if they do end up having Architect do the Space Jam.
Well, I mean, a zoning supercharger, I guess. They drop it and Shock just leaves. But that's fine, because Shock wanted to wait for these ultimates to come up anyway. They still need Death Blossom, and there's Rally immediately.
Yeah, Big Goose is really wanting his online rather slowly. Oh, OG, look at that. Oh dear, that's a bad place to be in if you're the supports of Francisco Shock. There's the grab, there's the damage. Sinatra going fairly low though. He's going to get stunned up, but instantly nanoed, and you are one dead Kree. You're trapped between a doorway and Sinatra, 100% charge and nano. There's no way you're living to tell the tale. And now Shock put themselves on the point. 2 ticks are being acquired, and Bird Ring trying to set up a Bird Sanctuary on point, but Big Goose getting that rally off a little bit too late. Does mean they managed to cap 3 minutes and 20 versus the 2 minutes flat for the Shock. Looking pretty good in this series, looking for a big turnaround here too. They are on match point, of course, are the Gladiators, and Shock trading in Sinatra. It felt like that was the key to success.
Well, so far it has been. It just allows them to play a style that they're more used to. Now, it might be a thing of when they had some time off, and Lord knows they've had some time off, that they were trying out different comps and they wanted to roll out with it. But you see them go down 0-2, and they're like, all right, forget that. Let's do what we do. So they tried a whole new roster to start out the day with no Super, no Sinatra, and no Moth. Those are guys who have won you a championship, so they get subbed back in. And so far, the Shock look like a whole different team here. And it's just riding that momentum, and the Zarya is just crushing. Like, the Zarya play has been impeccable. He's always at 100%. His average energy is always what's so impressive when we boss Sinatra. Because I don't see
high is what's important.
Yeah, I don't see him using bubbles like willy-nilly either, of just trying to build energy. They're always purposeful bubbles. They always save his team. But since his team plays aggressive, he always has a ton of energy. And I mean, it led the league in damage for a good part of last year on Sinatra, or on
the right support goes. The right support goes a long way as well. The armor packs are being dealt out. Sorry, rather aggressively. I don't know what I was trying to go with that one. Moth is supported Sinatra really well, and Sinatra's also getting a ton of nanos.
Yeah,
is what I'm saying.
Simple.
Oh,
we've got a Widow. Oh, we had a Widow. Jaru for a moment was on the Widow. Gonna think better of that one.
Yeah, they know now, yeah. So, okay, so super took damage there. That's another good thing about those spheres coming out from Sigma. You can actually just peek from people around the corner, and as soon as you get a hit marker, you know they're there. So they're able to sniff that one out rather quickly.
Really taking their time here. I wonder if Bird is trying to get in a position to put some pressure so that they can put the front door. Super just goes in.
Yeah, I can see those little Tracer bullets coming from a mile away. Architect receives an armor pack to get stunned up in the back, but with OG going down, and yeah, Jaru on the flank of his life. He's in a different country, far away from Russia at that point, like he wasn't with his team at all, but that was only because OG went down, and if you just collapse upon the main tank, those DPS that are going to try and go for aggressive flanks are going to get picked off. They're going to get isolated.
The moment the main
50 seconds now remains.
Yeah, the moment main tank went in left, Super just followed him. He just got a bubble and just followed him right in there. He's like, fine, we don't have a May wall to cut you off, but I'm the Super wall. Here we go. Gets in there, takes him down, and yeah, you're right. There's only 40 seconds left. That's probably one push here. Maybe you get to Nano, should get to Nano, and then DPS ults should come in as well, but Sinatra and Super far outpacing tank ultimates.
Birdring needs to hit this pulse bomb. He needs to build it first, but he needs to hit the pulse bomb on Violet. Or Moth. Just one of the supports. Take them out and it should be good. Defensive nade, Birdring on the point now. Trying to draw the rest of the Shock back.
Everybody goes
so
back.
It gives them team some space. Yeah, Super Shield is extraordinarily low as well, so they definitely had to pace themselves a little bit before they go aggressive again. Here's the pulse bomb. He's sniffing out the supports. You have to get one of the supports at this point. Flux is coming out from space. Birdring, you're looking for the perfect opportunity. Jaro's going to get nanoed straight into the Deadeye as well. Slammed on the ground. Birdring found Moth, and that's a big flashbang kill by Jaru. Everything sent towards to try and kill him, and he just guns them down one by one by one. They get on the point, and they finally get a cap as well. 2 minutes in the time bank, remember. So they're going to get a little bit here to push on to second. Now they have to rely on Sinatra's Grav.
Yeah, the grab has to be huge here. They can build a couple ultimates through the grab as well. You imagine Striker, if he gets up close and personal, can get to that death boss. But imagine being a McCree getting shattered then being fine. Must be nice.
Yeah. Shattered and he just flashbang killed somebody. It feels really good. There's Sinatra. From where did he come from? From the high ground. Gladiators didn't expect that. I didn't expect it. They find the kill onto Big Goose. And now with only 10 seconds, someone has to touch, and OG's already dead. Birdring maybe, but the rest of his team are going down so quickly. He manages to find the tank, but this should just be it. They're going to be happy with at least taking the first point as OT is here. No way anybody's going to be able to find a semblance of a fight. Kill off Birdring, there you go. Eventually he goes down. And even a nano actually onto space in the side. The Striker, oh, the teleport away gets met with the flame stroke. Maybe they're not out of this just yet. Someone needs to touch though. They do manage to do it with a charge. And a very aggressive one at that to space. Managed to kill off Moth. Maybe I've spoken a little bit too soon, but the Shadow's going to be good from Super. There we go. Big Goose and Chaz end up going down. Now the damage is permanent. No way Space is surviving that. OT ticking through. And there we go. Round complete. And now they have a very distinct win condition. Shock with 3 minutes and 21 seconds need the first point and 33% of the second to keep him in the series.
Space switched to Reinhardt, I believe, towards the end. He almost got his Shatter up. They're running kind of an interesting tank composition, try to get back in there. But it just plays right into how San Francisco wants to play. They just come out. They're not going to wait for you to set up a fight. Like, oh, if we're going to fight, let's just do it now. And then they initiate with the grab outside of the point just to get in there. No one saw Sinatra. Isolate the opposing Brigida, and that's so much your healing. That takes away your death ball aspect of the composition, only single target healing. And I've always loved this. San Francisco just never waits for you to fight them. If we're going to fight, we're going to do it when I want to. It's how San Francisco plays. It's always so fun to watch.
That it is. Striker, are you going to stick on the junk, mate? I think it's time. I think it's time we see some junk rat.
It's not terrible if they do anticipate the Orisa Sigma. I mean, you're just cracking shields, and it's so much consistent pressure. The problem is you get outclassed by the Hangzhou here if you don't have your own shields, but we'll see. I wouldn't mind it. Striker's got a good Junkrat.
Striker's got a lot of good everything.
Yeah, he's...
In fact, the Shark have a lot of good everything.
Yeah. But Jaru's been playing pretty well. You know, I struggle to remember that he was on this roster, but they put him in, and he's been playing pretty good. So it seems like they've got different hero pool specialists. Obviously, Mir would be the Doomfist, but Jaru, largely regarded as a pretty projectile player. Pharah, Genji.
But he's on the combo now. A swift commute for the Shock. They do try and push themselves to the high ground to push the Orisa off. Always the game plan when you're going up against a defensive Orisa, try and push her off the high ground. It didn't even have to go up there, in fact. Yeah, Orisa just vacated rather fast. He knew what was coming at the end of the day. That was a very aggressive, used the Wraith Bolt there by Striker, or defensive, sorry. It was an aggressive position to try and get away. It's all about defending your supports for the Gladiators. Don't want to get assassinated.
Or just living the high life here, totally fine. It's getting poke damage in. No one's really pressured him. They're just ignoring him.
Yeah, they are completely... Well, I mean, would you have to go to the high ground, really? I mean, Architect's going to have to be the one. There's a nice, easy kill onto Violet as he tried to make his way to that Mega Pack room. Doomfist is going really high in the air and didn't really find anybody, but Striker and Moth definitely did. And now Shaz finding a kill of his own. There's very few Gladiators players actually left on the point. Dragon Strike's going to have to be used. It actually just feeds Sinatra more energy, so he's near 100 as always. Super going pretty low too, though. He has to wait for his supports, but in that small cubby hole, you've only got the mini pack to rely on. The Brick finally gets back as Moth heals up the rest of his team, and now Sinatra could do what he does best. Hold M1, press W, and just burn through the rest of the team.
Any WM1 gamers in the chat just walking through the squad. You're looking at the Brigida like you can even have your shield up. I'll spot you that, bunch of HP in front of you. 100 energy Zarya does not care. He's just going to crack it, just delete it. As he said, win condition, 33% on the point, 2 minutes to do it. They might play this one slow-ish, but I think he could just go into the Nano and let everyone else's ults come online as they were. because Moth is about to have rally too. I think maybe that's the go button.
So many ults though for the shock. I mean, this is going to be the issue. Shaz is going to have to be rather selective with his use of Transcendence. Nano boost available. Now they can play aggressive with Sinatra. Nade on the floor to stop Birdwing's damage being permanent. Doesn't really find anything, and Gyro finds an initial kill onto Striker. Floods being used, and there you go. That's what we wanted to see. Sinatra getting nanoed at 100 energy. He's got the grab, but Shaz has the Transcendence. They're pushing themselves onto point. Shaz a million miles away though. Oh, just manages to get there in time, and they're going to be able to kill off Super in the process as well. Still a minute remains for the shock, however, so they're not out of this just yet, and they've got a couple of ultimates to back themselves up with as well.
That's the shatter. More importantly right now is that Sinatra stayed alive, so he's not going to lose all of that energy. It's so important to not have to use those bubbles to build up energy when you need to use them defensively on this push, but it is the final push, very likely, for San Francisco to try to win this map. Tie up the series.
2 for 2 it would be, and we would go into Oasis as our tie-breaker game. Now they're pushing forward. Super just needs to push himself past that shield, but tanks on either side are doing so much work to him, has to play more passive. Birdwing takes out Striker as well as Goose unleashes the rally. Meteor Strike being used by Architect, but now he's going to have to use it to get out of there. As soon as you go up into the sky with the Doom, you're not doing any damage and no pressure is being applied to the front line, so he uses it as an escape tool there when he really wanted to use it to get onto the back line. 20 seconds remains as Daru finds a nice pick onto the back two.
Super aggressive chase, and they don't have no Lucio in the pool this week, so it's going to be very difficult to get the team on in any sort of cohesive form. Just going to have to desperately flip onto this point as quickly as possible. Zoning Deadeye.
Now they have to deal with a high noon. Architect gets taken out instantly as well. Moth goes down. Are they going to be able to touch? They do end up, but Striker is the only one there. OT ticking through. A nice pulse bomb to end Sinatra's life, and that should just be it for the Glads. They're going to be able to hold on second, but still heading towards a fifth map. This is just ridiculous. Gladiators showing up so big and only just being able to hold off in the back, and it was down to the Tracers yet again. Birdwing getting 2 picks in the back line.
Yeah, Birdwing's Tracer has been out of this world so far. It's been really fun to see, but I'm really impressed with Jaru's Hangzhou, and what that Hangzhou did, especially on the first point, was make them commit something to it that they didn't have. Because if Architect's committing to the Hangzhou, then there's a lot of other people who just have a ton of free space. They didn't ever have a dive tank to get up there and push him off. And yeah, this Gladiators squad looking pretty good. I think based on how the first defense went for this team, you're pretty happy with the draw here.
Oh, you're absolutely happy. We're going to jump to a quick break though, guys. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back in just a moment.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Cheez-It Grooves. Deep flavor, deep crunch. It's a mind crunch.
Legend of Soul Guard. Download now.
It's gone the distance. Shock versus Glaz, the 5th and final map coming up right now. We're going to jump onto Oasis X.
Maybe the final map, because we did have a draw, which means that the Gladiators are up 2-1 over San Francisco. If San Francisco can win Oasis, then we're going to go to Nepal. We won't see a 7th map because we only had 1 draw today. If Numbani had drawn, we would have gone to Lijiang Tower if need be. But look, we don't have ties here in the Overwatch League. There must be a winner, there must be a loser, and we're just going to play this out until it goes. San Francisco has come roaring back into this matchup. They went down 0-2 very quickly. Were able to pull off Numbani by bringing in the Super and Sinatra combination. Volskaya looked like San Francisco was going to do it, but some nice play on the Gladiators' defense held them there. So we drew out Volskaya. Let's go to Oasis. This is one of my favorite maps.
And a little substitution as well coming through for the Glads.
Yep, Mira's back.
Mira is going to come back in. Jaro is just going to step away for a brief moment. So I can imagine we're going to see a lot more Doomfist here.
Very likely. See the Doomfist. We're going to kick it off on Garden here, and last week, or however many weeks ago, it was a Soldier 76 meta. Just get the high grounds. Of course, watch the Overwatch League YouTube. There's a great video called In My Sights. I don't know, some guy narrates it, where we look at Soldier on Oasis, and it's so much about high ground. But no Soldier this week. I think we're going to see a lot of Doomfist and a lot of McCrees.
I think so, yeah. Mira was briefly on the Pharah, but no, he's going to go for the Doom. Looks like they're going out the right-hand side. Feels like not many people know these doors exist. There is an alternate way out of 99% of spawn doors. That is one of them.
Yeah, and they got the teleporter too. So now they're going to be in good position, just a faster rollout.
Yep, there they are. Oh, Mira, yeah, ouch, ouch, ouch. Although he's diving in with 50 HP, and he gets slept on the front line too. The rest of the team are going to corral around, or at least try to. A nice kill onto Sinatra, as he did try and kill off Mira, but Mira's going to be more than safe. The rest of the Glads just pay him a visit. Doesn't matter. Maybe Mira was the bait all along.
It did seem that way. He gets slept, Sinatra's like, oh, free kill. And it's like, no, that's not free candy. There's actually a whole team of people behind him about ready to kill you. And, you know, I talked about how Sinatra is so important in this composition. It's a double-edged sword. He's really important. He's really good. But if you lose him first, not much else you're going to be able to do through this. Striker tried to find a kill, unable to do so. That's in a good spot.
Very good spot. American uses high ground so well as well. There's going to be a small flank there. Architect instantly taken out. OG with the 180 swing. Instantly takes out Architects. Feels like Architect's in a little bit of a pesky situation where he's just kind of waiting for Mira in some instances, because Mira's going to use that high ground to pile driver. And then he's also trying to fend off OG from demolishing Super in the neutral.
Yeah, it's not a great position to be in, to be honest. Seismic Slam just coming from the high ground just does so much damage, and then just knocks. It's just disorientating. OG in Space about to have ultimates here to see what order they want to run them in, but I think Space been getting grabbed quick enough that you can just go at it.
Mira went to the back line to try and do something quite fancy, but Graviton Surge is a little bit more fancy from Space. 3 people locked on up and instantly killed. Mira actually I saw him whoosh off into the distance, but Violet hit a sick sleep and another one. I think Mira spent half this map actually napping. He should be fine though, as he gets the bubble from Space to get out.
Tons of support. That's what you like to see. You like to take a nap and then you want to go hang out with your friends.
Well, that's exactly what we've all been doing, that's for sure. OG going fairly low. Big shatter in the front line, though. Oh, that's what you want to see. Now they want to Super. Forget about it, though. The rest of your team are going to get demolished in the back. Space just walked past Super, and Birdring did the same and said, not today. Super, you may have landed a 4-man shatter, but the follow-up definitely ain't there. Another sleep dart landing onto Mira, though. His sleep stats looking pretty good for Violet. They have to touch.
Yeah, but they want to touch. Finally able to get a kill for the San Francisco Shock. As Shaz goes down, that's actually really important. They might be able to bring this one back.
Okay, yeah, Mira ends up going down as well. Finally, out of a billion sleeps, he ends up falling as the Architect finds his revenge on Big Goose. Kill onto OG. There you go. Finally get it, but OT is good if you are the Gladiators right now. Doomfist just can't take a break.
Just been watching.
They can't get a break at all.
Just sleeping Dooms the entire broadcast here. Well, San Francisco has played perfect now, and they did commit everything. The least resident
sleeper Doomfists as well. Like, you want to see these Dooms pop off, but Shaz and Violet are like, no, not today.
San Francisco can't lose a fight here, but Bad news for them is that there's a nano, a grab, and a shatter.
That's a big grab. That's going to be a big nade as well. Architects and Sinatra did not stand a chance. Striker using that Death Blossom to try and get out of there, but gets punched away. Animation ultimate completely cancelled, and Mirror takes out 2. Meteor Strike up on the high ground as well to spot anybody incoming to the point. They're going to take it though. Oh, not quite. As I say that, Super comes back on the wrecking ball, but that should just be it. 6 people from the Glads on the point, alive and well as they take it, and now 1 more map stands in their way from taking the series.
Mir just got a lot done on his Doomfist, and yeah, maybe he got slept a lot of the time, but that's a resource that your tanks don't have to worry about now. If you like, and they capitalized on him getting slept a lot of the time. They used it as positioning cues to just follow him up, knowing that, hey, there's no sleep, so I can run up over here without my shield up. It's not a big deal. We don't need to use bubbles. They rallied around him, and really the very first sleep set the tone for it. Yeah, they slept him, but then 5 players from Los Angeles come, help him out, and they get Sinatra in the process. That happened several times where he got slept, but his team's there, and he, even though he was getting hit with sleep darts, Mirror wasn't dying, and that's a testament to the other 5 guys in his squad.
The gates unlock, and looks like the same kind of comps. However, yeah, so Gladiators are going to teleport forward, then Mirror's going to jump back onto the Doomfist. Although, sorry, Birdring's going to jump back onto the Reaper. They're going to be able to get 4 positioning, or at least they thought so. That's a beautiful neutral stun there. No capitalization, both uppercut as well. Both seismic slam away. There you go. The symphony of Doomfist, but Mirror at least finds a kill onto Violet. Less healing, but less frontline available for the Gladiators. As Mirror finds himself, yep, in the hole. Can't really find his way out, but he does manage to get health back. But still, losing your main tank is not as bad if you take away one of the main healers from the other team. Mirror is just destroying people in the sidelines too. Architects and Sinatra bite the dust, and there we go. First cap, once again, for the Gladiators.
I mean, this might be the one weakness of this San Francisco team when you want to run a Doom Mirror. I think the best Doom on their team may very well be Sinatra, and he can't play 2 heroes at once. So it does seem like Mir is definitely getting the better of Architect, but Mir, I mean, kind of regarded as a Doom ace, so not surprising.
Strike is checking literally every single corner to make sure Doom isn't hiding behind it. I don't blame you, to be honest with you. I'd be paranoid as well. Nano boost on to Mirror. Gets the neutral stun once again, but that flame strike from OG in space just following it up, and cherry on top as Violet just gets splattered. 35% of building, a complete team kill, and a couple of ults to spare as well for the Glads. It is looking extremely good for the LA team.
Yeah, it's the San Francisco Shock are going to have any ultimate they want to use to get in here, but it's been so sparingly used from this Los Angeles team that they only end up using support ults, so they're set. I think you could open a Coalescence here.
Yeah, you got to keep your first tanks alive. Space and Super end up trading, but that Meteor Strike was good. Mon Pop destroyed. And Mirror once again coming up big. Birdring finishing the rest off as well. You're almost forced to use the Coal in such an aggressive manner to try and push onto the point, but you instantly get grabbed. And now it is 1.5 fights for the Gladiators to win the map in the series, Hex.
Looking very good for them. A Death Blossom is the only thing left on the board for the Gladiators. Meanwhile, Tank Ultimate's still available for San Francisco because they've been dying so quick they haven't been able to use them. Huge!
Death Blossom in the back. He's going to get Nano. They spot him out. The Shatter hits him as well. So many resources trying to kill off Birdring, but nothing works! He goes in, manages to find one, but Super and Sinatra end up cleaning it up. I thought it was disaster. They used everything in their tank to try and kill him off, and he ended up surviving, but it was the rest of the San Francisco squad that manages to devour the backline.
I got way too excited.
They
I thought Birdring was just going to sneak in there and get anything he wanted done. They catch him at the last second. Now we're back to basic Overwatch here. This is where a Moira can help you out. Coalescence very likely to be the next ultimate online, and you can just toss it in there.
Yeah, you can. It's only a couple of more orbs will do it, or even one. He's only 5% away. That's nothing for a Moira to build up, that's for sure. Big Goose has got Rally coming up soon as well, though. You've got to be careful. Mirror going for these really aggressive flanks. You can see it kind of not working out for him. They traded DPS for a tank, as the Rally is available soon for Big Goose. This just might be the W to win button. But with Birdring going down as well, that's 2 DPS now not on the field. It's up to Space and OG to find something. They're going to try, though. Big Shadow on the back. There's the cleanup. There's the Nano. There's the damage. And the cap will come through as well. There was nothing they could do. Shock thought they were so safe. Yeah. They killed both DPS, and now 99% ticks over to OT. Super can't stand a chance.
And the LA Gladiators come back, take the series 3-1.
Southern California representing, taking down the boys from San Francisco, and this San Francisco team looked a little bit lost at times when they had to play these mirror matchups. Their control didn't look good, and really, like, what a nice match that Mirror had. Birdring showed off on a lot of different heroes. Like, I think San Francisco is going to be a fine team. They have too much talent on this team not to. If they need to make trades, they have pieces to do that. They can do whatever they want. They can build this roster however they want because they've hit so hard on all these good signings. But the 6 that mostly ran for the Gladiators today played really well, and I think that you're going to see these 5 in for most of the season, and then it's just going to be a rotation between Jaru and Mirror. Doomfist in the meta, having Mirror on your squad looks pretty good. Just more aggressive, hitting more abilities. Yeah, this Gladiators team looked really good today, and it's nice to see Birdring somewhat return to form. Maybe it was injury, maybe it was something else. It doesn't matter. Birdring had kind of fallen off, but we all know how good he has the ability to be.
Yeah, it looks crazy good for the Glads right now. Each one of the pairs of roles are acting just so in line with each other. There's not a moment where Shaz is in trouble because Big Goose is by his side. And we saw it right there in the last fight. Both their DPS died, and they're like, oh, we don't care. We can just nano OG and he can hit a Shatter. It's cool. And then Space almost has a grab anyway, so like it doesn't really matter. We can just win this in the neutral. It didn't bother them whatsoever that they were down DPS because they know they can act so well as a unit. And OG, we spoke about it and we did kind of say earlier on that sometimes he sometimes feeds a little bit, but today has just been a completely different OG. OG has just been looking so good, and whether that's the help with the from the support line or just Space, but I think OG has just leveled up over the past month.
Yeah, and if this is the OG you get, you're going to be in a world of hurt playing against the Gladiators. I also just want to give Space a ton of credit. A lot of people thought, like, Diva one trick, and yeah, he was for a while, not necessarily, that's just what he played, but he was like one of the best Divas in the league. So now he's gotten to shine in different heroes. I thought the Sigma play was exceptional. I played a very good Zarya that allows OG to play the way he did, and the constant backline, like, it must be nice to be the Gladiators and just always pencil in Big Goose and Chaz and never have to worry about it. They're friends, they take care of each other on the field. Like, it's just really good to have your support line be that consistent of a duo, and Gladiators are looking strong. San Francisco, when we first saw them play, however many millennia ago that was, they look like a beatable team, so they have some issues to iron out for our returning champions.
Yeah, well, Space is going to get your player of the match. Surprise, surprise, his grabs were just so good. And I got to hark back right to the first map of the series, just managing to almost bait the shock into the team. Hey, OG, he's a perfectly killable target. Oh, now you walked into a big grab, and nope, there's a bio grenade on top of you. So, GG, you lose here. It's just been such a fantastic game to watch his Zarya play on. And like you mentioned, his Diva play has just been so stellar throughout the years, and now stepping into a Zarya role, he is just looking as godlike as he's looked on Diva.
And that's what you need from your off tank or flex tank to be able to play all these roles, because honestly, there are some guys in the league who can only play 1 or 2 flex tanks, and that ain't going to get it done this year. Not with pools happening, not with heroes not being able to be played. So you take the Diva out, and, well, actually Diva was playable, but you didn't even need to play him, just works better. So you need that versatility from really every aspect of your team right now in the Overwatch League. Like, this is the year we're forcing you to pick different heroes. So it's really good. It's really good sign that he's able to pick up 3-4 different off tanks and play them at an exceptional.
Well, if you want to stick around, it'll be a couple of hours, though. There's going to be some games at 1 a.m. Pacific time.
7 hours-ish?
Yeah, there's a couple hours in between, so you can have a little nap, and then you can wake up, have some food, have a little nap again, maybe eat some more food, just play a couple of games, then you can just jump onto the stream at youtube.com/Overwatch League, and hey, there's some more matches on. We got a lot to run through over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, Chengdu versus Shanghai should be a good one. Hangzhou versus Guangzhou is going to be a good one. Then tomorrow we pick up games at 1 p.m. Pacific time. That's going to be Florida and Atlanta. Seoul plays the Gladiators tomorrow. You don't want to miss that one. And another Los Angeles battle between the Valiant and the San Francisco Shock. It's been a fun day, Jack. Hopefully we'll do it again next week.
Yeah, hopefully we will. Hopefully you'll be there as well, Hex, as my casting partner. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for watching, guys. We'll see you later. And thanks once again to the production crew and everybody behind the scenes for making this happen. It's been a tough couple of weeks, but hopefully you guys are enjoying it at home as well. We'll see you in a bit.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.